principle states that the being of a residential vera is constituted by its becoming. The way in which one actual entity is qualified by other actual entities is the experience of the actual world enjoyed by that actual entity, as subject. The subjectivist principle is that the whole universe consists of elements disclosed in the analysis of the experiences of subjects. Process is the becoming of experience. 253 It follows that the philosophy of organism entirely accepts the subjectivist bias of modern philosophy. It also accepts Hume's doctrine that nothing is to be received into the philosophical scheme which is not discoverable as an element in subjective experience. This is the ontological principle. Thus Hume's demand that causation be describable as an element in experience is, on these principles, entirely justifiable. The point of the criticisms of Hume's procedure is that we have direct intuition of inheritance and memory, thus the only problem is, so to describe the general character of experience that these intuitions may be included. It is here that Hume fails. Also those modern empiricists who substitute law for causation fail even worse than Hume. For law no more satisfies Hume's tests than does causation. There is no impression of law, or of lawfulness. Even allowing memory, according to Humean principles what has happened in experience has happened in experience, and that is all that can be said. Everything else is bluff, combined with the fraudulent insertion of probability into a conclusion which demands blank ignorance. The difficulties of all schools of modern philosophy lie in the fact that, having accepted the subjectivist principle, they continue to use philosophical categories derived from another point of view. These categories are not wrong, but they deal with abstractions unsuitable for metaphysical use. It is for this reason that the notions of the extensive continuum and of presentational immediacy require such careful discussion from every point of view. The notions of the green leaf and of the round ball are at the base of traditional metaphysics. They have generated two misconceptions: one is the concept of vacuous actuality, void of subjective experience, and the other is the concept of quality inherent in substance. In their proper character, as high abstractions, both of these notions are of the utmost pragmatic use. In fact, language has been formed chiefly to express such 254 concepts. It is for this reason that language, in its ordinary usages, penetrates but a short distance into the principles of metaphysics. Finally, the reformed subjectivist principle must be repeated, that apart from the experiences of subjects there is nothing, bare nothingness. It is now evident that the final analogy to philosophies of the Hegelian school, noted in the preface, is not accidental. The universe is at once the multiplicity of resverae and the solidarity of resverae. The solidarity is itself the efficiency of the macroscopic residential vera embodying the principle of unbounded permanence acquiring novelty through flux. The multiplicity is composed of microscopic resverae, each embodying the principle of bounded flux acquiring everlasting permanence. On one side, the one becomes many, and on the other side, the many become one. But what becomes is always a residential vera, and the concrescence of a residential vera is the development of a subjective aim. This development is nothing else than the Hegelian development of an idea. The elaboration of this aspect of the philosophy of organism, with the purpose of obtaining an interpretation of the religious experience of mankind, is undertaken in Part V of these lectures. Cosmological story, in every part and in every chapter, relates the interplay of the static vision and the dynamic history. But the whole story is comprised within the account of the subjective concrescence of resverae. Chapter 8 Symbolic Reference 255 The pure mode of presentational immediacy gives no information as to the past or the future. It merely presents an illustrated portion of the presented duration. It thereby defines a cross-section of the universe, but does not in itself define on which side lies the past, and on which side the future. In order to solve such questions we now come to the interplay between the two pure modes. This mixed mode of perception is here named symbolic reference. The failure to lay due emphasis on symbolic reference is one of the reasons for metaphysical difficulties. It has reduced the notion of meaning to a mystery. The first principle, explanatory of symbolic reference, is that for such reference a common ground is required. By this necessity for a common ground it is meant that there must be components in experience which are directly recognized as identical in each of the pure perceptive modes. In the transition to a higher phase of experience, there is a concrescence in which prehensions in the two modes are brought into a unity of feeling. This concrescent unity arises from a congruity of their subjective forms in virtue of the identity relation between the two prehensions, owing to some components in common. Thus the symbolic reference belongs to one of the later originative phases of experience. These later phases are distinguished by their new element of originative freedom. Accordingly, while the two pure perceptive modes are incapable of error, symbolic reference introduces this possibility. When human experience is in question, per 256ception almost always means perception in the mixed mode of symbolic reference. Thus, in general, human perception is subject to error, because, in respect to those components most clearly in consciousness, it is interpretative. In fact, error is the mark of the higher organisms, and is the schoolmaster by whose agency there is upward evolution. For example, the evolutionary use of intelligence is that it enables the individual to profit by error without being slaughtered by it. But at present, we are not considering conceptual or intellectual functioning. One main element of common ground, shared between the two pure modes, is the presented locus. This locus enters subordinately into the perceptive mode of causal efficacy, vaguely exemplifying its participation in the general scheme of extensive interconnection, involved in the real potentiality. It is not disclosed by that perceptive mode in any other way, at least it is not directly disclosed. The further disclosure must be indirect, since contemporary events are exactly those which are neither causing, nor caused by, the percipient actual occasion. Now, although the various causal pasts, i.e., actual worlds, of the contemporary actual occasions are not wholly identical with the causal past of the percipient actual occasion, yet, so far as important relevance is concerned, these causal pasts are practically identical. Thus there is, in the mode of causal efficacy, a direct perception of those antecedent actual occasions which are causally efficacious both for the percipient and for the relevant events in the presented locus. The percipient therefore, under the limitation of its own perspective, prehends the causal influences to which the presented locus in its important regions is subjected. This amounts to an indirect perception of this locus, a perception in which the direct components belong to the pure mode of causal efficacy. If we now turn to the perceptive mode of presentational immediacy, the regions, perceived by direct and indirect knowledge respectively, are inverted in comparison with the other mode. The presented locus is directly Illis 257 traded by the sensa, while the causal past, the causal future, and the other contemporary events, are only indirectly perceived by means of their extensive relations to the presented locus. It must be remembered that the presented locus has its fourth dimension of temporal thickness spatialized as the specious present of the percipient. Thus the presented locus, with the animal body of the percipient as the region from which perspectives are focused, is the regional origin by reference to which in this perceptive mode the complete scheme of extensive regions is rendered determinate. The respective roles of the two perceptive modes in experience are aptly exemplified by the fact that all scientific observations, such as measurements, determinations of relative spatial position, determinations of sense data such as colors, sounds, tastes, smells, temperature feelings, touch feelings, etc., are made in the perceptive mode of presentational immediacy, and that great care is exerted to keep this mode pure, that is to say, devoid of symbolic reference to causal efficacy. In this way accuracy is secured, in the sense that the direct observation is purged of all interpretation. On the other hand, all scientific theory is stated in terms referring exclusively to the scheme of relatedness, which, so far as it is observed, involves the percepta in the pure mode of causal efficacy. It thus stands out at once, that what we want to know about, from the point of view either of curiosity or of technology, chiefly resides in those aspects of the world disclosed in causal efficacy, but that what we can distinctly register is chiefly to be found among the percepta in the mode of presentational immediacy. The presented locus is a common ground for the symbolic reference, because it is directly and distinctly perceived in presentational immediacy, and is indistinctly and indirectly perceived in causal efficacy. In the latter mode, the indistinctness is such that the detailed geometrical relationships are, for the most part, incurably vague. Particular regions are, in this perceptive mode, 258 in general not distinguishable. In this respect, causal efficacy stands in contrast to presentational immediacy with its direct illustration of certain distinct regions. But there are exceptions to this geometrical indistinctness of causal efficacy. In the first place, the separation of the potential extensive scheme into past and future lies with the mode of causal efficacy and not with that of presentational immediacy. The mathematical measurements, derivable from the latter, are indifferent to this distinction, whereas the physical theory, expressed in terms of the former, is wholly concerned with it. In the next place, the animal body of the percipient is a region for which causal efficacy acquires some accuracy in its distinction of regions, not all the distinctness of the other mode, but sufficient to allow of important identifications. For example, we see with our eyes, we taste with our palates, we touch with our hands, etc. Here the causal efficacy defines regions which are identified with themselves as perceived with greater distinctness by the other mode. To take one example, the slight eye strain in the act of sight is an instance of regional definition by presentational immediacy. But in itself it is no more to be correlated with projected sight than is a contemporary stomachache, or a throb in the foot. The obvious correlation of the eye strain with sight arises from the perception, in the other mode, of the eye as efficacious in sight. This correlation takes place in virtue of the identity of the two regions, the region of the eye strain, and the region of eye efficacy. But the eye strain is so immeasurably the superior in its power of regional definition that, as usual, we depend upon it for explicit geometrical correlations with other parts of the body. In this way, the animal body is the great central ground underlying all symbolic reference. In respect to bodily perceptions, the two modes achieve the maximum of symbolic reference, and pool their feelings referent to identical regions. Even statement about the geometrical relationships of physical bodies in the world is ultimately 259 referable to certain definite human bodies as origins of reference. A traveler, who has lost his way, should not ask, "Where am I?" What he really wants to know is, "Where are the other places?" He has got his own body, but he has lost them. The second ground for symbolic reference is the connection between the two modes affected by the identity of an eternal object ingredient in both of them. It will be remembered that the former ground was the identity of the extensive region throughout such stages of direct perception and synthesis, when there was a diversity of eternal objects, for example, eye region, visual sensa, eye strain. But now we pass to a diversity of regions combined with an identity of the eternal object, for example, visual sensa given by efficacy of eye region, and the region of the stone perceived in the mode of presentational immediacy under the illustration of the same visual sensa. In this connection, the make-believe character of modern empiricism is well shown by putting into juxtaposition two widely separated passages. One from Hume's treatise, Impressions may be divided into two kinds, those of sensation, and those of reflection. The first kind arises in the soul originally, from unknown causes. And if it be perceived by the eyes, it must be a color. The earlier passage is Hume's make-believe, when he is thinking of his philosophical principles. He then refers the visual sensations in the soul to unknown causes. But in the second passage, the heat of argument elicits his real conviction, everybody's real conviction, that visual sensations arise by the eyes. The causes are not a bit unknown, and among them there is usually to be found the efficacy of the eyes. If Hume had stopped to investigate the alternative causes for the occurrence of visual sensations, for example, eyesight, or excessive consumption of alcohol, he might have hesitated in his 260 profession of ignorance. If the causes be indeed unknown, it is absurd to bother about eyesight and intoxication. The reason for the existence of oculists and prohibitionists is that various causes are known. We can now complete our account of presentational immediacy. In this perceptive mode the sensa are given for the percipient, but this donation is not to be ascribed to the spatial object which is thereby presented, the stone, for example. Now it is a primary doctrine that what is given by reason of objectifications of actual entities from the settled past. We therefore seek for the actual occasions to whose objectifications this donation is to be ascribed. In this procedure we are only agreeing with the spirit of Descartes' 52nd principle, part I. For this reason, when we perceive any attribute, we therefore conclude that some existing thing or substance to which it may be attributed, is necessarily present. Common sense, physical theory, and physiological theory, combine to point out a historic route of inheritance, from actual occasion to succeeding actual occasion, first physically in the external environment, then physiologically through the eyes in the case of visual data up the nerves, into the brain. The donation taking sight as an example is not confined to definite sensa, such as shades of color, it also includes geometrical relationships to the general environment. In this chain of inheritances, the eye is picked out to rise into perceptive prominence, because another historic route of physiological inheritance starts from it, whereby a later occasion, almost identical with the earlier, is illustrated by the sensum eye strain in the mode of presentational immediacy, but this eye strain is another allied story. In the visual datum for the percipient there are first these components of color sensa combined with geometrical relationships to the external world of the settled past, secondly, there are also in the datum the general geometrical relationships forming the completion of this potential scheme into the contemporary world, and into 261 the future. The responsive phase absorbs these data as material for a subjective unity of feeling, the supplemental stage heightens the relevance of the color sensa, and supplements the geometrical relationships of the past by picking out the contemporary region of the stone to be the contemporary representative of the efficacious historic roots. There then results in the mode of presentational immediacy, the perception of the region illustrated by the sensum termed gray. The term stone is primarily applied to a certain historic root in the past, which is an efficacious element in this train of circumstance. It is only properly applied to the contemporary region illustrated by gray on the assumption that this contemporary region is the prolongation of that historic root into the presented locus. This assumption may, or may not, be true. Further, the illustration of the contemporary region of gray may be due to quite other efficacious historic roots, for example, to lighting effects arranged by theatrical producers, and in such a case, the term stone may suggest an even more violent error than in the former example. What is directly perceived, certainly and without shadow of doubt, is a gray region of the presented locus. Any further interpretation, instinctive or by intellectual judgment, must be put down to symbolic reference. This account makes it plain that the perceptive mode of presentational immediacy arises in the later, originative, integrative phases of the process of concrescence. The perceptive mode of causal efficacy is to be traced to the constitution of the datum by reason of which there is a concrete percipient entity. Thus we must assign the mode of causal efficacy to the fundamental constitution of an occasion, so that in germ this mode belongs even to organisms of the lowest grade, while the mode of presentational immediacy requires the more sophistical activity of the later stages of process, so as to belong only to organisms of a relatively high grade. So far as we can judge, such high-grade organisms are relatively few, in 262 comparison with the whole number of organisms in our immediate environment. Presentational immediacy is an outgrowth from the complex datum implanted by causal efficacy. But, by the originative power of the supplemental phase, what was vague, ill-defined, and hardly relevant in causal efficacy, becomes distinct, well-defined, and importantly relevant in presentational immediacy. In the responsive phase, the gray color and the geometrical relations between the efficacious, bodily roots and the contemporary occasions, were subjective sensations associated with barely relevant geometrical relations, they represented the vivid sensational qualities in the enjoyment of which the percipient subject barely distinguished vague indirect relationships to the external world. The supplemental phase lifts the presented duration into vivid distinctness, so that the vague efficacy of the indistinct external world in the immediate past is precipitated upon the representative regions in the contemporary present. In the usual language, the sensations are projected. This phraseology is unfortunate, for there never were sensations apart from these geometrical relations. Presentational immediacy is the enhancement of the importance of relationships which were already in the datum, vaguely and with slight relevance. This fact, that presentational immediacy deals with the same datum as does causal efficacy, gives the ultimate reason why there is a common ground for symbolic reference. The two modes express the same datum under different proportions of relevance. The two genetic processes involving presentational immediacy must be carefully distinguished. There is first the complex genetic process in which presentational immediacy originates. This process extends downwards even to occasions which belong to the historic roots of certain types of inorganic enduring objects, namely, to those enduring objects whose aggregates form the subject matter of the science of Newtonian dynamics. Secondly, prehensions in the mode of presentational immediacy are involved as components in 263 integration with other prehensions which are usually, though not always in other modes. These integrations often involve various types of symbolic reference. This symbolic reference is the interpretative element in human experience. Language almost exclusively refers to presentational immediacy as interpreted by symbolic reference. For example, we say that we see the stone where stone is an interpretation of stone image. Also we say that we see the stone image with our eyes. This is an interpretation arising from the complex integration of I, the causal efficacy of the antecedent I in the vision, 2, the presentational immediacy of the stone image, 3, the presentational immediacy of the eye strain. When we say that we see the stone with our eyes, the interpretations of these two examples are combined. The discussion of the problem constituted by the connection between causation and perception has been conducted by the various schools of thought derived from Hume and Kant under the misapprehension generated by an inversion of the true constitution of experience. The inversion was explicit in the writings of Hume and of Kant. For both of them presentational immediacy was the primary fact of perception, and any apprehension of causation was, somehow or other, to be elicited from this primary fact. This view of the relation between causation and perception, as items in experience, was not original to these great philosophers. It is to be found presupposed in Locke and Descartes, and they derived it from medieval predecessors. But the modern critical movement in philosophy arose when Hume and Kant emphasized the fundamental, inescapable, importance which this doctrine possesses for any philosophy admitting its truth. The philosophy of organism does not admit its truth, and thus rejects the touchstone which is the Neolithic weapon of critical philosophy. It must be remembered that clearness in consciousness is no evidence 264 for primitiveness in the genetic process. The opposite doctrine is more nearly true. Owing to its long dominance, it has been usual to assume as an obvious fact the primacy of presentational immediacy. We open our eyes and our other sense organs, we then survey the contemporary world decorated with sights, and sounds, and tastes, and then, by the sole aid of this information about the contemporary world, thus decorated, we draw what conclusions we can as to the actual world. No philosopher really holds that this is the sole source of information. Hume and his followers appeal vaguely to memory and to practice, in order to supplement their direct information, and Kant wrote other critiques in order to supplement his critique of pure reason. But the general procedure of modern philosophical criticism is to tie down opponents strictly to the front door of presentational immediacy as the sole source of information, while one's own philosophy makes its escape by a back door veiled under the ordinary usages of language. If this Humean doctrine be true, certain conclusions as to behavior ought to follow conclusions which, in the most striking way, are not verified. It is almost indecent to draw the attention of philosophers to the minor transactions of daily life, away from the classic sources of philosophic knowledge, but, after all, it is the empiricists who began this appeal to Caesar. According to Hume, our behavior presupposing causation is due to the repetition of associated presentational experiences. Thus the vivid presentment of the antecedent percepts should vividly generate the behavior, in action, or thought, towards the associated consequent. The clear, distinct, overwhelming perception of the one is the overwhelming reason for the subjective transition to the other. For behavior, interpretable as implying causation, is on this theory the subjective response to presentational immediacy. According to Hume, this subjective response is the beginning and the end of all that 265 there is to be said about causation. In Hume's theory, the response is response to presentational immediacy, and to nothing else. Also, the situation elicited in response is nothing but an immediate presentation, or the memory of one. Let us apply this explanation to reflex action. In the dark, the electric light is suddenly turned on and the man's eyes blink. There is a simple physiological explanation of this trifling incident. But this physiological explanation is couched wholly in terms of causal efficacy. It is the conjectural record of the travel of a spasm of excitement along nerves to some nodal center, and of the return spasm of contraction back to the eyelids. The correct technical phraseology would not alter the fact that the explanation does not involve any appeal to presentational immediacy either for actual occasions resident in the nerves, or for the man. At the most there is a tacit supposition as to what a physiologist, who in fact was not there, might have seen if he had been there, and if he could have vivisected the man without affecting these occurrences, and if he could have observed with a microscope which also in fact was absent. Thus the physiological explanation remains, from the point of view of Hume's philosophy, a tissue of irrelevancies. It presupposes a side of the universe about which, on Hume's theory, we must remain in blank ignorance. Let us now dismiss physiology and turn to the private experience of the blinking man. The sequence of percepts, in the mode of presentational immediacy, is flash of light, feeling of eye closure, instant of darkness. The three are practically simultaneous, though the flash maintains its priority over the other two, and these two latter percepts are indistinguishable as to priority. According to the philosophy of organism, the man also experiences another percept in the mode of causal efficacy. He feels that the experiences of the eye in the matter of the flash are causal of the blink. The man himself will have no doubt of it. In fact, it is the feeling 266 of causality which enables the man to distinguish the priority of the flash, and the inversion of the argument, whereby the temporal sequence flash to blink is made the premise for the causality belief, has its origin in pure theory. The man will explain his experience by saying, "The flash made me blink," and if his statement be doubted, he will reply, "I know it, because I felt it." The philosophy of organism accepts the man's statement, that the flash made him blink. But Hume intervenes with another explanation. He first points out that in the mode of presentational immediacy there is no percept of the flash making the man blink. In this mode there are merely the two percepts, the flash and the blink, combining the two latter of the three percepts under the one term blink. Hume refuses to admit the man's protestation, that the compulsion to blink is just what he did feel. The refusal is based on the dogma that all percepts are in the mode of presentational immediacy, a dogma not to be upset by a mere appeal to direct experience. Besides, Hume has another interpretation of the man's experience. What the man really felt was his habit of blinking after flashes. The word association explains it all, according to Hume. But how can a habit be felt, when a cause cannot be felt? Is there any presentational immediacy in the feeling of a habit? Hume by a sleight of hand confuses a habit of feeling blinks after flashes with a feeling of the habit of feeling blinks after flashes. We have here a perfect example of the practice of applying the test of presentational immediacy to procure the critical rejection of some doctrines, and of allowing other doctrines to slip out by a back door, so as to evade the test. The notion of causation arose because mankind lives amid experiences in the mode of causal efficacy. We will keep to the appeal to ordinary experience, and 267 consider another situation, which Hume's philosophy is ill-equipped to explain. The causal feeling according to that doctrine arises from the long association of well-marked presentations of sensa, one precedent to the other. It would seem therefore that inhibitions of sensa, given in presentational immediacy, should be accompanied by a corresponding absence of causal feeling, for the explanation of how there is causal feeling presupposes the well-marked familiar sensa, in presentational immediacy. Unfortunately, the contrary is the case. An inhibition of familiar sensa is very apt to leave us a prey to vague terrors respecting a circumambient world of causal operations. In the dark there are vague presences, doubtfully feared; in the silence, the irresistible causal efficacy of nature presses itself upon us; in the vagueness of the low hum of insects in an August woodland, the inflow into ourselves of feelings from enveloping nature overwhelms us; in the dim consciousness of half-sleep, the presentations of sense fade away, and we are left with the vague feeling of influences from vague things around us. It is quite untrue that the feelings of various types of influences are dependent upon the familiarity of well-marked sensa in immediate presentment. Every way of omitting the sensa still leaves us a prey to vague feelings of influence. Such feelings, divorced from immediate sensa, are pleasant, or unpleasant, according to mood, but they are always vague as to spatial and temporal definition, though their explicit dominance in experience may be heightened in the absence of sensa. Further, our experiences of our various bodily parts are primarily perceptions of them as reasons for projected sensa. The hand is the reason for the projected touch sensum, the eye is the reason for the projected sight sensum. Our bodily experience is primarily an experience of the dependence of presentational immediacy upon causal efficacy. Hume's doctrine inverts this relationship by making causal efficacy, as an experience, dependent upon presentational immediacy. This Doc 268 trine, whatever be its merits, is not based upon any appeal to experience. Bodily experiences, in the mode of causal efficacy, are distinguished by their comparative accuracy of spatial definition. The causal influences from the body have lost the extreme vagueness of those which inflow from the external world. But, even for the body, causal efficacy is dogged with vagueness compared to presentational immediacy. These conclusions are confirmed if we descend the scale of organic being. It does not seem to be the sense of causal awareness that the lower living things lack, so much as variety of sense presentation, and then vivid distinctness of presentational immediacy. But animals, and even vegetables, in low forms of organism exhibit modes of behavior directed towards self-preservation. There is every indication of a vague feeling of causal relationship with the external world, of some intensity, vaguely defined as to quality, and with some vague definition as to locality. A jellyfish advances and withdraws, and in so doing exhibits some perception of causal relationship with the world beyond itself. A plant grows downwards to the damp earth, and upwards towards the light. There is thus some direct reason for attributing dim, slow feelings of causal nexus, although we have no reason for any ascription of the definite percepts in the mode of presentational immediacy. But the philosophy of organism attributes feeling throughout the actual world. It bases this doctrine upon the directly observed fact that feeling survives as a known element constitutive of the formal existence of such actual entities as we can best observe. Also, when we observe the causal nexus, devoid of interplay with sense presentation, the influx of feeling with vague qualitative and vector definition is what we find. The dominance of the scalar physical quantity, inertia, in the Newtonian physics obscured the recognition of the truth that all fundamental physical quantities are vector and not scalar. 269 When we pass to inorganic actual occasions, we have lost the two higher originative phases in the process, namely, the supplemental phase, and the mental phase. They are lost in the sense that, so far as our observations go, they are negligible. The influx of objectifications of the actualities of the world as organized vehicles of feeling is responded to by a mere subjective appropriation of such elements of feeling in their received relevance. The inorganic occasions are merely what the causal past allows them to be. As we pass to the inorganic world, causation never for a moment seems to lose its grip. What is lost is originativeness, and any evidence of immediate absorption in the present. So far as we can see, inorganic entities are vehicles for receiving, for storing in a napkin, and for restoring without loss or gain. In the actual world we discern 4 grades of actual occasions, grades which are not to be sharply distinguished from each other. First, and lowest, there are the actual occasions in so-called empty space. Secondly, there are the actual occasions which are moments in the life histories of enduring non-living objects, such as electrons or other primitive organisms. Thirdly, there are the actual occasions which are moments in the life histories of enduring living objects. Fourthly, there are the actual occasions which are moments in the life histories of enduring objects with conscious knowledge. We may imaginatively conjecture that the first grade is to be identified with actual occasions for which presented durations are negligible elements among their data, negligible by reason of negligible presentational immediacy. Thus no intelligible definition of rest and motion is possible for historic roots including them, because they correspond to no inherent spatialization of the actual world. The second grade is to be identified with actual occasions for which presented durations are important elements in their data, but with a limitation only to be 270 observed in the lower moments of human experience. In such occasions the data of Feltz and Sa, derived from the more primitive data of causal efficacy, are projected onto the contemporary presented locus without any clear illustration of special regions in that locus. The past has been lifted into the present, but the vague differentiations in the past have not been transformed into any precise differentiations within the present. The enhancement of precision has not arrived. The third grade is to be identified with occasions in which presentational immediacy has assumed some enhanced precision, so that symbolic transference has lifted into importance precisely discriminated regions in the presented duration. The delicate activities of self-preservation are now becoming possible by the transference of the vague message of the past onto the more precisely discriminated regions of the presented duration. Symbolic transference is dependent upon the flashes of conceptual originality constituting life. The fourth grade is to be identified with the canalized importance of free conceptual functionings, whereby blind experience is analyzed by comparison with the imaginative realization of mere potentiality. In this way, experience receives a reorganization in the relative importance of its components by the joint operation of imaginative enjoyment and of judgment. The growth of reason is the increasing importance of critical judgment in the discipline of imaginative enjoyment. One reason for the philosophical difficulties over causation is that Hume, and subsequently Kant, conceived the causal nexus as, in its primary character, derived from the presupposed sequence of immediate presentations. But if we interrogate experience, the exact converse is the case. The perceptive mode of immediate presentation affords information about the percepta in the more aboriginal mode of causal efficacy. 271 The symbolic reference, though in complex human experience it works both ways, is chiefly to be thought of as the elucidation of percepta in the mode of causal efficacy by the fluctuating intervention of percepta in the mode of presentational immediacy. The former mode produces percepta which are vague, not to be controlled, heavy with emotion. It produces the sense of derivation from an immediate past, and of passage to an immediate future, a sense of emotional feeling, belonging to oneself in the past, passing into oneself in the present, and passing from oneself in the present towards oneself in the future, a sense of influx of influence from other vaguer presences in the past, localized and yet evading local definition, such influence modifying, enhancing, inhibiting, diverting, the stream of feeling which we are receiving, unifying, enjoying, and transmitting. This is our general sense of existence, as one item among others, in an efficacious actual world. By diversion of attention we can inhibit its entry into consciousness, but, whether mentally analyzed or no, it remains the given uncontrolled basis upon which our character weaves itself. Our bodies are largely contrivances whereby some central actual occasion may inherit these basic experiences of its antecedent parts. Thus organic bodies have their parts coordinated by a peculiar vividness in their mutual inheritance. In a sense, the difference between a living organism and the inorganic environment is only a question of degree, but it is a difference of degree which makes all the difference in effect. It is a difference of quality. The percepta in the mode of presentational immediacy have the converse characteristics. In comparison, they are distinct, definite, controllable, apt for immediate enjoyment, and with the minimum of reference to past, or to future. We are subject to our percepta in the mode of efficacy, we adjust our percepta in the mode of immediacy. But, in fact, our process of self-construction for the achievement of unified experience produces a new 272 product, in which percepta in one mode, and percepta in the other mode, are synthesized into one subjective feeling. For example, we are perceiving before our eyes a gray stone. We shall find that generally, though not always, the adjectival words express information derived from the mode of immediacy, while the substantives convey our dim percepts in the mode of efficacy. For example, gray refers to the gray shape immediately before our eyes. This percept is definite, limited, controllable, pleasant or unpleasant, and with no reference to past or to future. It is this sort of percept which has led to Descartes' definition of substances as requiring nothing but themselves in order to exist, and to his notion of extension as the principal attribute of a genus of substances. It has also led to Hume's notion of impressions of sensation arising from unknown sources, and in complete independence so far as any discernible nexus is concerned. But the other element in the compound percept has a widely different character. The word stone is selected, no doubt, because its dictionary meaning will afford some help in understanding the particular percepta meant. But the word is meant to refer to particular feelings of efficacy in the immediate past, combined with anticipations for the immediate future. This feeling is vaguely localized, and conjecturally identified with the very definite localization of the gray perceptum. Thus, so far as concerns conscious judgment, the symbolic reference is the acceptance of the evidence of percepta, in the mode of immediacy, as evidence for the localization and discrimination of vague percepta in the mode of efficacy. So far as bodily feelings are concerned, there is some direct check on this procedure, but, beyond the body, the appeal is to the pragmatic consequences, involving some future state of bodily feelings which can be checked up. But throughout this discussion of perception there has been excessive emphasis on the mental phase in the 273 experiential process. This is inevitable because we can only discuss experiences which have entered into conscious analysis. But perception is a feeling which has its seat in the two earlier phases of the experiential process, namely, the responsive phase, and the supplemental phase. Perception, in these phases, is the appropriation of the datum by the subject, so as to transform the datum into a unity of subjective feeling. The mode of efficacy belongs to the responsive phase, in which the objectifications are felt according to their relevance in the datum. The mode of immediacy belongs to the supplemental phase, in which the faint indirect relevance, in the datum, of relationships to regions of the presented locus is lifted into distinct, prominent, relevance. The question as to which regions have their relatedness to other constituents of the datum, such as gray, for instance, thus accentuated, depends upon the coordination of the bodily organs through which the roots of inheritance pass. In a fortunately construito * animal body, this selection is determined chiefly by the inheritance received by the superficial organs, the skin, the eyes, etc., from the external environment, and preserves the relevance of the vector character of that external inheritance. When this is the case, the perceptive mode of immediacy has definite relevance to the future efficacy of the external environment, and then indirectly illustrates the inheritance which the presented locus receives from the immediate past. But this illustration does not gain its first importance from any rational analysis. The two modes are unified by a blind symbolic reference by which supplemental feelings derived from the intensive, but vague, mode of efficacy are precipitated upon the distinct regions illustrated in the mode of immediacy. The integration of the two modes in supplemental feeling makes what would have been vague to be distinct, and what would have been shallow to be intense. This is the perception of the gray stone, in the mixed mode of symbolic reference. 274 Such perception can be erroneous, in the sense that the feeling associates regions in the presented locus with inheritances from the past, which in fact have not been thus transmitted into the present regions. In the mixed mode, the perceptive determination is purely due to the bodily organs, and thus there is a gap in the perceptive logic, so to speak. This gap is not due to any conceptual freedom on the part of the ultimate subject. It is not a mistake due to consciousness. It is due to the fact that the body, as an instrument for synthesizing and enhancing feelings, is faulty, in the sense that it produces feelings which have but slight reference to the real state of the presented duration. Symbolic reference between the two perceptive modes affords the main example of the principles which govern all symbolism. The requisites for symbolism are that there be two species of percepta, and that a perceptum of one species has some ground in common with a perceptum of another species, so that a correlation between the pair of percepta is established. The feelings and emotions and general characteristics associated with the members of one species are in some ways markedly diverse from those associated with the other species. Then there is symbolic reference between the two species when the perception of a member of one species evokes its correlate in the other species, and precipitates upon this correlate the fusion of feelings, emotions, and derivate actions, which belong to either of the pair of correlates, and which are also enhanced by this correlation. The species from which the symbolic reference starts is called the species of symbols, and the species with which it ends is called the species of meanings. In this way there can be symbolic reference between two species in the same perceptive mode, but the chief example of symbolism, upon which is based a great portion of the lives 275 of all high-grade animals, is that between the two perceptive modes. Symbolism can be justified, or unjustified. The test of justification must always be pragmatic. In so far as symbolism has led to a route of inheritance, along the percipient occasions forming the percipient person, which constitutes a fortunate evolution, the symbolism is justified, and, in so far as the symbolism has led to an unfortunate evolution, it is unjustified. In a slightly narrower sense, the symbolism can be right or wrong, and rightness or wrongness is also tested pragmatically. Along the historic route there is the inheritance of feelings derived from symbolic reference. Now, if feelings respecting some definite element in experience be due to two sources, one source being this inheritance, and the other source being direct perception in one of the pure modes, then, if the feelings from the two sources enhance each other by synthesis, the symbolic reference is right, but, if they are at variance so as to depress each other, the symbolic reference is wrong. The tightness, or wrongness, of symbolism is an instance of the symbolism being fortunate or unfortunate, but mere rectitude, in the sense defined above, does not cover all that can be included in the more general concept of fortune. So much of human experience is bound up with symbolic reference, that it is hardly an exaggeration to say that the very meaning of truth is pragmatic. But though this statement is hardly an exaggeration, still it is an exaggeration, for the pragmatic test can never work, unless on some occasion in the future, or in the present there is a definite determination of what is true on that occasion. Otherwise the poor pragmatist remains an intellectual Hamlet, perpetually adjourning decision of judgment to some later date. According to the doctrines here stated, the day of judgment arrives when the meaning is sufficiently distinct and relevant, as a perceptum in its proper pure mode, to afford comparison with the precipitate of feeling derived 276 from symbolic reference. There is no inherent distinction between the sort of percepta which are symbols T and the sort of percepta which are meanings. When two species are correlated by a ground of relatedness, it depends upon the experiential process, constituting the percipient subject, as to which species is the group of symbols, and which is the group of meanings. Also it equally depends upon the percipient as to whether there is any symbolic reference at all. Language is the example of symbolism which most naturally presents itself for consideration of the uses of symbolism. Its somewhat artificial character makes the various constitutive elements in symbolism to be the more evident. For the sake of simplicity, only spoken language will be considered here. A single word is not one definite sound. Every instance of its utterance differs in some respect from every other instance: the pitch of the voice, the intonation, the accent, the quality of sound, the rhythmic relations of the component sounds, the intensity of sound, all vary. Thus a word is a species of sounds, with specific identity and individual differences. When we recognize the species, we have heard the word. But what we have heard is merely the sound euphonious or harsh, concordant with or discordant with other accompanying sounds. The word is heard in the pure perceptive mode of immediacy, and primarily elicits merely the contrasts and identities with other percepta in that mode. So far there is no symbolic interplay. If the meaning of the word be an event, then either that event is directly known, as a remembered perceptum in an earlier occasion of the percipient's life, or that event is only vaguely known by its dated spatio-temporal nexus with events which are directly known. Anyhow, there is a chain of symbolic references, inherited along the historic route of the percipient's life, and reinforced by the production of novel and symbolic references at various occasions along that route, whereby in the datum 277 for the percipient occasion there is a faintly relevant nexus between the word in that occasion of utterance and the event. The sound of the word in presentational immediacy, by symbolic references elicits this nexus into important relevance, and thence precipitates feelings, and thoughts, upon the enhanced objectification of the event. Such enhanced relevance of the event may be unfortunate, or even unjustified, but it is the function of words to produce it. The discussion of mentality is reserved for Part 3. It is a mistake to think of words as primarily the vehicle of thoughts. Language also illustrates the doctrine that, in regard to a couple of properly correlated species of things, it depends upon the constitution of the percipient subject to assign which species is acting as symbol and which as meaning. The word forest may suggest memories of forests, but equally the sight of a forest, or memories of forests, may suggest the word forest. Sometimes we are bothered because the immediate experience has not elicited the word we want. In such a case the word with the right sort of correlation with the experience has failed to become importantly relevant in the constitution of our experience. But we do not usually think of the things as symbolizing the words correlated to them. This failure to invert our ideas arises from the most useful aspect of symbolism. In general, the symbols are more handy elements in our experience than are the meanings. We can say the word forest whenever we like, but only under certain conditions can we directly experience an existent forest. To procure such an experience usually involves a problem of transportation only possible on our holidays. Also, it is not so easy even to remember forest scenes with any vividness, and we usually find that the immediate experience of the word forest helps to elicit such recollections. In such ways language is handy as an instrument of communication along the successive occasions of the historic route forming the life of one individual. By an 278 extension of these same principles of behavior, it communicates from the occasions of one individual to the succeeding occasions of another individual. The same means which are handy for procuring the immediate presentation of a word to oneself are equally effective for presenting it to another person. Thus we may have a two-way system of symbolic reference involving two persons, A and B. The forest, recollected by A, symbolizes the word forest for A, then A, for his own sake and for B's sake, pronounces the word forest, then by the efficacy of the environment and of B's bodily parts, and by the supplemental enhancement due to B's experiential process, the word forest is perceived by B in the mode of immediacy, and, finally by symbolic reference, B recollects vaguely various forest scenes. In this use of language for communication between two persons, there is in principle nothing which differs from its use by one person for communication along the route of his own actual occasions. This discussion shows that one essential purpose of symbols arises from their handiness. For this reason the Egyptian papyrus made ink-written language a more useful symbolism than the Babylonian language impressed on brick. It is easier to smell incense than to produce certain religious emotions, so, if the two can be correlated, incense is a suitable symbol for such emotions. Indeed, for many purposes, certain aesthetic experiences which are easy to produce make better symbols than do words, written or spoken. Quarrels over symbolism constitute one of the many causes of religious discord. One difficulty in symbolism is that the unhandy meanings are often vague. For instance, this is the case with the percepta in the mode of efficacy, which are symbolized by percepta in the mode of immediacy. Also, as another instance, the incense is definite, but the religious emotions are apt to be indefinite. The result is that the meanings are often shifting and indeterminate. This happens even in the case of words. Other people miss in 279 understand their import. Also, in the case of incense, the exact religious emotions finally reached are very uncertain. Perhaps we would prefer that some of them were never elicited. Symbolism is essential for the higher grades of life, and the errors of symbolism can never be wholly avoided. Chapter 9, The Propositions. 280 A living occasion is characterized by a flash of novelty among the apathy ions of its mental pole. Such apathy ions, i.e., conceptual prehensions, can be pure or impure. An impure prehension arises from the integration of a pure conceptual prehension with a physical prehension originating in the physical pole. The datum of a pure conceptual prehension is an eternal object. The datum of an impure prehension is a proposition, otherwise termed a theory. The integration of a conceptual and physical prehension need not issue in an impure prehension, the eternal object as a mere potentiality, undetermined as to its physical realization, may lose its intermination, i.e., its universality, by integration with itself as an element in the realized definiteness of the physical datum of the physical prehension. In this case we obtain what in Part 3 is termed a physical purpose. In a physical purpose the subjective form has acquired a special appetition, adversion or aversion in respect to that eternal object as a realized element of definiteness in that physical datum. This acquisition is derived from the conceptual prehension. The abruptness of mental operations is here illustrated. The physical datum in itself illustrates an indefinite number of eternal objects. The physical purpose has focused appetition upon an abruptly selected eternal object. But with the growth of intensity in the mental pole, evidenced by the flash of novelty in appetition, the appetition takes the form of a propositional prehension. 281 These prehensions will be studied more particularly in Part 3. They are the prehensions of theories. It is evident, however, that the primary function of theories is as a lure for feeling, thereby providing immediacy of enjoyment and purpose. Unfortunately, theories, under their name of propositions, have been handed over to logicians, who have countenanced the doctrine that their one function is to be judged as to their truth or falsehood. Indeed, Bradley does not mention propositions in his logic, he writes only of judgments. Other authors define propositions as a component in judgment. The doctrine here laid down is that, in the realization of propositions, judgment is a very rare component, and so is consciousness. The existence of imaginative literature should have warned logicians that their narrow doctrine is absurd. It is difficult to believe that all logicians, as they read Hamlet's speech, to be, or not to be, commence by judging whether the initial proposition be true or false, and keep up the task of judgment throughout the whole 35 lines. Surely, at some point in the reading, judgment is eclipsed by aesthetic delight. The speech, for the theater audience, is purely theoretical, a mere lure for feeling. Again, consider strong religious emotion, consider a Christian meditating on the sayings in the Gospels. He is not judging true or false, he is eliciting their value as elements in feeling. In fact, he may ground his judgment of truth upon his realization of value. But such a procedure is impossible, if the primary function of propositions is to be elements in judgments. The lure for feeling is the final cause guiding the concrescence of feelings. By this concrescence the multifold datum of the primary phase is gathered into the unity of the final satisfaction of feeling. The objective lure is that discrimination among eternal objects introduced into the universe by the real internal constitutions of the actual occasions forming the datum of the concrescence under review. This discrimination also in 282 involves eternal objects excluded from value in the temporal occasions of that datum, in addition to involving the eternal objects included for such occasions. For example, consider the Battle of Waterloo. This battle resulted in the defeat of Napoleon, and in a constitution of our actual world grounded upon that defeat. But the abstract notions, expressing the possibilities of another course of history which would have followed upon his victory, are relevant to the facts which actually happened. We may not think it of practical importance that imaginative historians should dwell upon such hypothetical alternatives. But we confess their relevance in thinking about them at all, even to the extent of dismissing them. But some imaginative writers do not dismiss such ideas. Thus, in our actual world of today, there is a penumbra of eternal objects, constituted by relevance to the Battle of Waterloo. Some people do admit elements from this penumbral complex into affective feeling, and others wholly exclude them. Some are conscious of this internal decision of admission or rejection, for others the ideas float into their minds as daydreams without consciousness of deliberate decision, for others, their emotional tone, of gratification or regret, of friendliness or hatred, is obscurely influenced by this penumbra of alternatives, without any conscious analysis of its content. The elements of this penumbra are propositional prehensions, and not pure conceptual prehensions, for their implication of the particular nexus which is the Battle of Waterloo is an essential factor. Thus an element in this penumbral complex is what is termed a proposition. A proposition is a new kind of entity. It is a hybrid between pure potentialities and actualities. A singular proposition is the potentiality of an actual world including a definite set of actual entities in a nexus of reactions involving the hypothetical engrazion of a definite set of eternal objects. A general proposition only differs from a singular proposition by the generalization of one definite set of 283 actual entities into any set belonging to a certain sort of sets. If the sort of sets includes all sets with potentiality for that nexus of reactions, the proposition is called universal. For the sake of simplicity, we will confine attention to singular propositions, although a slight elaboration of explanation will easily extend the discussion to include general and universal propositions. The definite set of actual entities involved are called the logical subjects of the proposition, and the definite set of eternal objects involved are called the predicates of the proposition. The predicates define a potentiality of relatedness for the subjects. The predicates form one complex eternal object, this is the complex predicate. The singular proposition is the potentiality of this complex predicate finding realization in the nexus of reactions between the logical subjects, with assigned stations in the pattern for the various logical subjects. In a proposition the various logical subjects involved are impartially concerned. The proposition is no more about one logical subject than another logical subject. But according to the ontological principle, every proposition must be somewhere. The locus of a proposition consists of those actual occasions whose actual worlds include the logical subjects of the proposition. When an actual entity belongs to the locus of a proposition, then conversely the proposition is an element in the lure for feeling of that actual entity. If by the decision of the concrescence, the proposition has been admitted into feeling, then the proposition constitutes what the feeling has felt. The proposition constitutes a lure for a member of its locus by reason of the germaneness of the complex predicate to the logical subjects, having regard to forms of definiteness in the actual world of that member, and to its antecedent phases of feeling. The interest in logic, dominating over intellectualized philosophers, has obscured the main function of propositions in the nature of things. They are not primarily 284 for belief, but for feeling at the physical level of unconsciousness. They constitute a source for the origination of feeling which is not tied down to mere datum. A proposition is realized by a member of its locus, when it is admitted into feeling. There are two types of relationship between a proposition and the actual world of a member of its locus. The proposition may be conformal or non-conformal to the actual world, true or false. When a conformal proposition is admitted into feeling, the reaction to the datum has simply resulted in the conformation of feeling to fact, with some emotional accession or diminution, by which the feelings inherent in alien fact are synthesized in a new individual valuation. The prehension of the proposition has abruptly emphasized one form of definiteness illustrated in fact. When a nonconformal proposition is admitted into feeling, the reaction to the datum has resulted in the synthesis of fact with the alternative potentiality of the complex predicate. A novelty has emerged into creation. The novelty may promote or destroy order, it may be good or bad. But it is new, a new type of individual, and not merely a new intensity of individual feeling. That member of the locus has introduced a new form into the actual world, or at least, an old form in a new function. The conception of propositions as merely material for judgments is fatal to any understanding of their role in the universe. In that purely logical aspect, non-conformal propositions are merely wrong, and therefore worse than useless. But in their primary role, they pave the way along which the world advances into novelty. Error is the price which we pay for progress. The term proposition suits these hybrid entities provided that we substitute the broad notion of feeling for the narrower notions of judgment and belief. A proposition is an element in the objective lure proposed for feeling, and when admitted into feeling it constitutes 285 what is felt. The imaginative feeling, cf. Part 3, of a proposition is one of the ways of feeling it, and intellectual belief is another way of feeling the proposition, a way which presupposes imaginative feeling. Judgment is the decision admitting a proposition into intellectual belief. Anyone who at bedtime consciously reviews the events of the day is subconsciously projecting them against the penumbral welter of alternatives. He is also unconsciously deciding feelings so as to maximize his primary feeling, and to secure its propagation beyond his immediate present occasion. In considering the life history of occasions, forming the historic root of an enduring physical object, there are three possibilities as to the subjective aims which dominate the internal concrescence of the separate occasions. Either, I, the satisfactions of the antecedent occasions may be uniform with each other, and each internally without discord or incitement to novelty. In such a case, apart from novel discordance introduced by the environment, there is the mere conformal transformation of the feeling belonging to the datum into the identical feeling belonging to the immediate subject. Such pure conformation involves the exclusion of all the contraries involved in the lure, with their various grades of proximity and remoteness. This is an absolute extreme of undifferentiated endurance, of which we have no direct evidence. In every instance for which we can analyze, however imperfectly, the formal constitutions of successive occasions, these constitutions are characterized by contraries supervening upon the aboriginal data, but with the regularity of alternation which procures stability in the life history. Contrast is thus gained. In physical science, this is vibration. This is the main character of the life histories of an inorganic physical object, stabilized in type. Or, 2, there is a zest for the enhancement of some dominant element of feeling, received from the data, enhanced by decision admitting non-conformation of 286 conceptual feeling to other elements in the data, and culminating in a satisfaction transmitting enhancement of the dominant element by reason of novel contrasts and inhibitions. Such a life history involves growth dominated by a single final end. This is the main character of a physical object in process of growth. Such physical objects are mainly organic, so far as concerns our present knowledge of the world. Or, 3, there is a zest for the elimination of all dominant elements of feeling, received from the data. In such a case, the root soon loses its historic individuality. It is the case of decay. The first point to be noticed is that the admission of the selected elements in the lure, as felt contraries, primarily generates purpose, it then issues in satisfaction, and satisfaction qualifies the efficient causation. But a felt contrary is consciousness in germ. When the contrasts and identities of such feelings are themselves felt, we have consciousness. It is the knowledge of ideas, in Locke's sense of that term. Consciousness requires more than the mere entertainment of theory. It is the feeling of the contrast of theory, as mere theory, with fact, as mere fact. This contrast holds whether or no the theory be correct. A proposition, in abstraction from any particular actual entity which may be realizing it in feeling, is a manner of germaneness of a certain set of eternal objects to a certain set of actual entities. Every proposition presupposes those actual entities which are its logical subjects. It also presupposes certain definite actual entities, or a certain type of actual entities within a wide systematic nexus. In an extreme case, this nexus may comprise any actual entity whatsoever. The presupposed logical subjects may not be in the actual world of some actual entity. In this case, the proposition does not exist for that actual entity. The pure concept of such a proposition refers in the hypothetical future beyond that actual entity. The propo 287 scission itself awaits its logical subjects. Thus propositions grow with the creative advance of the world. They are neither pure potentials, nor pure actualities, they are a manner of potential nexus involving pure potentials and pure actualities. They are a new type of entities. Entities of this impure type presuppose the two pure types of entities. The primary mode of realization of a proposition in an actual entity is not by judgment, but by entertainment. A proposition is entertained when it is admitted into feeling. Horror, relief, purpose, are primarily feelings involving the entertainment of propositions. In conclusion, there are four main types of entities in the universe, of which two are primary types and two are hybrid types. The primary types are actual entities and pure potentials, eternal objects. The hybrid types are feelings and propositions, theories. Feelings are the real components of actual entities. Propositions are only realizable as one sort of objective datum for feelings. The primary element in the lure for feeling is the subject's prehension of the primordial nature of God. Conceptual feelings are generated, and by integration with physical feelings a subsequent phase of propositional feelings supervenes. The lure for feeling develops with the concrescent phases of the subject in question. I have spoken of it elsewhere, cf. Science and the Modern World, ch. 11. It is this realized extension of eternal relatedness beyond the mutual relatedness of the actual occasions which prehends into each occasion the full sweep of eternal relatedness. I term this abrupt asterisk realization the graded envisagement which each occasion prehends into its synthesis. This graded envisagement is how the actual includes what, in one sense, is not being as a positive factor in its own achievement. It is the source of error, of truth, of art, of ethics, and of religion. By it, fact is confronted with alternatives. 288. All metaphysical theories which admit a disjunction between the component elements of individual experience on the one hand and on the other hand the component elements of the external world, must inevitably run into difficulties over the truth and falsehood of propositions, and over the grounds for judgment. The former difficulty is metaphysical, the latter epistemological. But all difficulties as to first principles are only camouflaged metaphysical difficulties. Thus also the epistemological difficulty is only solvable by an appeal to ontology. The first difficulty poses the question as to the account of truth and falsehood, and the second difficulty poses the question as to the account of the intuitive perception of truth and falsehood. The former concerns propositions, the latter concerns judgments. There is a togetherness of the component elements in individual experience. This togetherness has that special peculiar meaning of togetherness in experience. It is a togetherness of its own kind, explicable by reference to nothing else. For the purpose of this discussion it is indifferent whether we speak of a stream of experience, or of an occasion of experience. With the former alternative there is togetherness in the stream, and with the latter alternative there is togetherness in the occasion. In either case, there is the unique experiential togetherness. The consideration of experiential togetherness raises the final metaphysical question, whether there is any other meaning of togetherness. The denial of any alternative meaning, that is to say, of any meaning not abstracted from the experiential meaning, is the subjectivist doctrine. This reformed version of the subjectivist doctrine is the doctrine of the philosophy of organism. The contrary doctrine, that there is a togetherness not derivative from experiential togetherness, leads to the disjunction of the components of subjective experience from the community of the external world. This dis 289 junction creates the insurmountable difficulty for epistemology. For intuitive judgment is concerned with togetherness in experience, and there is no bridge between togetherness in experience, and togetherness of the non-experiential sort. This difficulty is the point of Kant's transcendental criticism. He adopted a subjectivist position, so that the temporal world was merely experienced. But according to his form of the subjectivist doctrine, in the Critique of Pure Reason, no element in the temporal world could itself be an experient. His temporal world, as in that critique, was in its essence dead, phantasmal, phenomenal. Kant was a mathematical physicist, and his cosmological solution was sufficient for the abstractions to which mathematical physics is confined. The difficulties of the subjectivist doctrine arise when it is combined with the sensationalist doctrine concerning the analysis of the components which are together in experience. According to that analysis, in such a component the only elements not stamped with the particularity of that individual occasion or stream of experience are universals such as redness or shape. With the sensationalist assumption, or with any generalization of that doctrine, so long as the elements in question are universals, the only alternatives are, either Bradley's doctrine of a single experient, the absolute, or Leibniz's doctrine of many windowless monads. Kant, in his final metaphysics, must either retreat to Leibniz, or advance to Bradley. Either alternative stamps experience with a certain air of illusoriness. The Leibnizian solution can mitigate the illusoriness only by recourse to a pious dependence upon God. This principle was invoked by Descartes and by Leibniz, in order to help out their epistemology. It is a device very repugnant to a consistent rationality. The very possibility of knowledge should not be an accident of God's goodness, it should depend on the interwoven natures of things. After all, God's knowledge has equally to be explained. 290 The philosophy of organism admits the subjectivist doctrine, as here stated, but rejects the sensationalist doctrine, hence its doctrine of the objectification of one actual occasion in the experience of another actual occasion. Each actual entity is a throb of experience including the actual world within its scope. The problems of efficient causation and of knowledge receive a common explanation by reference to the texture of actual occasions. The theory of judgment in the philosophy of organism can equally well be described as a correspondence theory or as a coherence theory. It is a correspondence theory, because it describes judgment as the subjective form of the integral prehension of the conformity, or of the nonconformity, of a proposition and an objectified nexus. The prehension in question arises from the synthesis of two prehensions, one physical and the other mental. The physical prehension is the prehension of the nexus of objectified actual occasions. The mental prehension is the prehension of the proposition. This latter prehension is necessarily impure, and it arises from a history of antecedent synthesis whereby a pure conceptual prehension transfers its datum as a predicate of hypothetical relatedness for the actualities in the datum of some physical prehension, cf. Part 3. But the origination of a propositional prehension does not concern us in this description of judgment. The sole point is the synthesis of a physical prehension and propositional prehension into an intellectual prehension, cf. Part 3, whose subjective form involves judgment. This judgment is concerned with the conformity of two components within one experience. It is thus a coherence theory. It is also concerned with the conformity of a proposition, not restricted to that individual experience, with a nexus whose relatedness is derived from the various experiences of its own members and not from that of the judging experient. In this sense there is a correspondence theory. But, at this point of the argument, a distinction must be made. We shall say that a 291 proposition can be true or false, and that a judgment can be correct or incorrect or suspended. With this distinction we see that there is a correspondence theory of the truth and falsehood of propositions, and a coherence theory of the correctness, incorrectness, and suspension of judgments. In the organic doctrine, a clear distinction between a judgment and a proposition has been made. A judgment is a feeling in the process of the judging subject, and it is correct or incorrect respecting that subject. It enters, as a value, into the satisfaction of that subject, and it can only be criticized by the judgments of actual entities in the future. A judgment concerns the universe in process of prehension by the judging subject. It will primarily concern a definite selection of objectified actual entities, and of eternal objects, and it affirms the physical objectification for the judging subject of those actual entities by the angrazion of those eternal objects, so that there is one objectified nexus of those actual entities, judged to be really interconnected, and qualified, by those eternal objects. This judgment affirms, correctly or incorrectly, a real fact in the constitution of the judging subject. Here there is no room for any qualification of the categorical character of the judgment. The judgment is made about itself by the judging subject, and is at feeling in the constitution of the judging subject. The actual entities, with which the judgment is explicitly concerned, comprise the logical subjects of the judgment, and the selected eternal objects form the qualities and relations which are affirmed of the logical subjects. This affirmation about the logical subjects is obviously affirmation in a sense derivative from the meaning of affirmation about the judging subject. Identification of the two senses will lead to error. In the latter sense there is abstraction from the judging subject. The subjectivist principle has been transcended, and the judgment has shifted its emphasis from the objectified nexus 292 to the truth value of the proposition in question. Having regard to the fact that judgment concerns the subjective form of an impure feeling arising from the integration of simpler feelings, we note that judgments are divisible into two sorts. These are, I, intuitive judgments and, 2, derivative judgments. In an intuitive judgment the integration of the physical datum with the proposition elicits into feeling the full complex detail of the proposition in its comparison of identity, or diversity, in regard to the complex detail of the physical datum. The intuitive judgment is the consciousness of this complex detailed comparison involving identity and diversity. Such a judgment is in its nature correct. For it is the consciousness of what is. In a derivative judgment the integration of the physical datum with the proposition elicits into feeling the full complex detail of the proposition, but does not elicit into feeling the full comparison of this detail with the complex detail of the physical fact. There is some comparison involving the remainder of the detail. But the subjective form embraces the totality of the proposition, instead of assuming a complex pattern which discriminates between the compared and the uncompared components. In derivative judgments there can be error. Logic is the analysis of the relationships between propositions in virtue of which derivative judgments will not introduce errors, other than those already attaching to the judgments in the premises. Most judgments are derivative. Such judgments illustrate the doctrine that the subjective form of a feeling is affected by the totality of the actual occasion. This has been termed the sensitivity of feelings in one occasion. In an intuitive judgment the subjective form of ascent or descent has been restrained, so as to derive its character solely from the contrasts in the datum. Even in this case, the emotional force of the judgment, as it passes into purpose, is derived from the whole judging subject. Further, the judging subject and the logical subjects 293 refer to a universe with the general metaphysical character which represents its patience for those subjects, and also its patience for those eternal objects. In each judgment the universe is ranged in a hierarchy of wider and wider societies, as explained above, cf. Part 2, ch. 3. It follows that the distinction between the logical subjects, with their qualities and relations, and the universe as systematic background, is not quite so sharply defined as the previous explanation suggests. For it is a matter of convention as to which of the proximate societies are reckoned as logical subjects and which as background. Another way of stating this shading off of logical subjects into background is to say that the patience of the universe for a real fact in a judging subject is a hierarchical patience involving systematic gradations of character. This discussion substantiates the statement made above, cf. Part I, ch. I, sect v, that a verbal statement is never the full expression of a proposition. We now recur to the distinction between a proposition and a judgment. A proposition emerges in the analysis of a judgment. It is the datum of the judgment in abstraction from the judging subject and from the subjective form. A judgment 1 is a synthetic feeling, embracing two subordinate feelings in one unity of feeling. Of these subordinate feelings, one is propositional, merely entertaining the proposition which is its datum. The same proposition can constitute the content of diverse judgments by diverse judging entities respectively. The possibility of diverse judgments by diverse actual entities, having the same content, of proposition in contrast with nexus, requires that the same complex of logical subjects, objectified via the same eternal objects, can enter as a partial constituent into the real essences of diverse actual entities. The judgment is a decision of feeling, the proposition is what is felt, but it is only part of the datum felt. But, since each actual world is relative to standpoint, 294, it is only some actual entities which will have the standpoints so as to include in their actual world, the actual entities which constitute the logical subjects of the proposition. Thus every proposition defines the judging subjects for which it is a proposition. Every proposition presupposes some definite settled actual entities in the actual world of its judging subject, and thus its possible judging subjects must have these actual entities in the actual world of each of them. All judgment requires knowledge of the presupposed actual entities. Thus, in addition to the requisite composition of the actual world presupposed by a proposition, there must be the requisite knowledge of that world presupposed by a judgment, whether the judgment be correct or incorrect. For actual entities, whose actual worlds have not the requisite composition, the proposition is non-existent. For actual entities, without the requisite knowledge, the judgment is impossible. It is quite true that a more abstract proposition can be modeled on the lines of the original proposition, so as to avoid the presupposition of some or all of these settled actual entities which are the logical subjects in the original proposition. This new proposition will have meaning for a wider group of possible subjects than the original proposition. Some propositions seem to us to have meaning for all possible judging subjects. This may be the case, but I do not dare to affirm that our metaphysical capacities are sufficiently developed to warrant any certainty on this question. Perhaps we are always presupposing some wide society beyond which our imaginations cannot leap. But the vagueness of verbal statements is such that the same form of words is taken to represent a whole set of allied propositions of various grades of abstractness. A judgment weakens or strengthens the decision whereby the judged proposition, as a constituent in the lure, is admitted as an efficient element in the concrescence, with the reinforcement of knowledge. A judgment is the critique of a lure for feeling. 295. It now remains to consider the sense in which the actual world, in some systematic aspect, enters into each proposition. This investigation is wholly concerned with the notion of the logical subjects of the proposition. These logical subjects are, in the old sense of the term, particulars. They are not concepts in comparison with other concepts, they are particular facts in a potential pattern. But particulars must be indicated, because the proposition concerns just those particulars and no others. Thus the indication belongs to the proposition, namely, those particulars as thus indicated in such and such a predicative pattern constitutes the proposition. Apart from the indication there is no proposition because there are no determinate particulars. Thus we have to study the theory of indication. Some definitions are required. A relation between occasions is an eternal object illustrated in the complex of mutual prehensions by virtue of which those occasions constitute a nexus. A relation is called a dual relation when the nexus in which it is realized consists of two, and only two, actual occasions. It is a triple relation when there are three occasions, and so on. There will, in general, be an indefinite number of eternal objects thus illustrated in the mutual prehensions of the occasions of any one nexus, that is to say, there are an indefinite number of relations realized between the occasions of any particular nexus. A general principle is an eternal object which is only illustrated through its instances, which are also eternal objects. Thus the realization of an instance is also the realization of the general principle of which that eternal object is an instance. But the converse is not true, namely, the realization of the general principle does not involve the realization of any particular instance, though 296 it does necessitate the realization of some instance. Thus the instances each involve the general principle, but the general principle only involves at least one instance. In general, the instances of a general principle are mutually exclusive, so that the realization of one instance involves the exclusion of the other instances. For example, color is a general principle and colors are the instances. So if all sensible bodies exhibit the general principle, which is color, each body exhibits some definite color. Also each body exhibiting a definite color is thereby colored. A nexus exhibits an indicative system of dual relations among its members, when, one, and only one, relation of the system relates each pair of its members, and, 2, these relations are instances of a general principle, and, 3, the relation, in the system, between any member A and any other member B does not also relate A and a member of the nexus other than B, and, 4, the relations, in the system, between A and B and between A and C suffice to define the relation, in the system, between B and C, where A, B, and C are any three members of the nexus. Thus if A and X be any two members of the nexus, and if X has knowledge of A's systematic relation to it and also of A's systematic relations to B, C, and D, where B, C, and D are members of the nexus, then X has knowledge of its own systematic relations to B, C, and D, and of the mutual systematic relations between B, C, and D. Such a nexus admits of the precise indication of its members from the standpoint of any one of them. The relative where presupposes a nexus exhibiting an indicative system. More complex types of indicative systems can be defined, but the simplest type suffices to illustrate the principle involved. We have been defining Aristotle's category of position. It will be noticed that in a nexus with an indicative system of relations, the subjective aspect of experience can be eliminated from propositions involved. For a knowledge of B and C and D as from A 297 yields a proposition concerning C and D as from B. Thus the prevalent notion, that the particular subject of experience can, in the nature of the case, never be eliminated from the experienced fact, is quite untrue. Every proposition presupposes some general nexus with an indicative relational system. This nexus includes its locus of judging subjects and also its logical subjects. This presupposition is part of the proposition, and the proposition cannot be entertained by any subject for which the presupposition is not valid. Thus in a proposition certain characteristics are presupposed for the judging subject and for the logical subjects. This presupposition of character can be carried further than the mere requirements of indication require. For example, in Socrates is mortal the mere spatio-temporal indicative system may be sufficient to indicate Socrates. But the proposition may mean the man Socrates is mortal, or the philosopher Socrates is mortal. The superfluous indication may be part of the proposition. Anyhow, the principle that a proposition presupposes the actual world as exhibiting some systematic aspect has now been explained. This discussion can be illustrated by the proposition, Caesar has crossed the Rubicon. This form of word symbolizes an indefinite number of diverse propositions. In its least abstract form, Caesar stands for a society of settled actual entities in the actual world from the standpoint of the judging subject, with their objectifications consciously perceived by the subject. The whole theory of perception will come up for further discussion in a later chapter, cf. Part 3, at this point it can be assumed. The word Rubicon is to be explained in the same way as the word Caesar. The only points left ambiguous respecting Caesar and Rubicon are that these societies either or both, and each with its defining characteristic may be conjecturally supposed to be prolonged up to the world contemporary with the judging subject, or, even more conjecturally, into the future 298 world beyond the subject. The past tense of the word has shows that this point of ambiguity is irrelevant, so that the proposition can be framed so as to ignore it. But it need not be so framed. One of Caesar's old soldiers may in later years have sat on the bank of the river and meditated on the assassination of Caesar, and on Caesar's passage over the little river tranquilly flowing before his gaze. This would have been a different proposition from the more direct one which I am now considering. Nothing could better illustrate the hopeless ambiguity PF language, since both propositions fit the same verbal phraseology. There is yet a third proposition: a modern traveler sitting on the bank of the Rubicon, and meditating on his direct perceptions of actual occasions can locate, relatively to himself by spatio-temporal specifications, an event which inferentially and conjecturally he believes to include a portion of the past history of the Rubicon as directly known to him. He also, by an analogous process of inference and conjecture, and of spatio-temporal specification, locates relatively to himself another event which he believes to contain the life of Caesar of whom he has no direct knowledge. The proposition meditated on by this traveler sitting on the bank of the modern river is evidently a different proposition to that in the mind of Caesar's old soldier. Then there is the proposition which might have been in the mind of one of the crowd who listened to Antony's speech, a man who had seen Caesar and not the Rubicon. It is obvious that in this way an indefinite number of highly special propositions can be produced, differing from each other by fine gradations. Everything depends upon the differences in direct perceptive knowledge which these various propositions presuppose for their subjects. But there are propositions of a more general type, for which Caesar and Rubicon have more generalized, vaguer meanings. In these vaguer meanings, Caesar and Rubicon indicate the entities, if any, located by any one member of a type of roots, starting from a 299 certain type of inference and conjecture. Also there are some such propositions in which the fact of there being such entities, to be thus located, is part of the content whereby the judgment is true or false, and there are other propositions in which even this requisite is evaded, so far as truth or falsehood is concerned. It is by reason of these various types of more abstract propositions that we can conceive the hypothetical existence of the more special propositions which for some of us, as judging subjects, would be meaningless. This discussion should show the futility of taking any verbal statement, such as Caesar has crossed the Rubicon, and arguing about the meaning. Also any proposition, which satisfies the verbal form so as to be one of its possibilities of meaning, defines its own locus of subjects, and only for such subjects is there the possibility of a judgment whose content is that proposition. A proposition is the potentiality of the objectification of certain presupposed actual entities via certain qualities and relations, the objectification being for some unspecified subject for which the presupposition has meaning in direct experience. The judgment is the conscious affirmation by a particular subject for which the presupposition holds that this potentiality is, or is not, realized for it. It must be noticed that realized does not mean realized in direct conscious experience, but does mean realized as being contributory to the datum out of which that judging subject originates. Since direct conscious experience is usually absent, a judgment can be erroneous. Thus a proposition is an example of what Locke calls an idea determined to particular existences. It is the potentiality of such an idea, the realized idea, admitted to decision in a given subject, is the judgment, which may be a true or false idea about the particular things. The discussion of this question must be resumed, cf. Part 3, when conceptual activity is examined. But it is evident that a proposition is a complex entity which 300 stands between the eternal objects and the actual occasions. Compared to eternal objects, a proposition shares in the concrete particularity of actual occasions, and compared to actual occasions, a proposition shares in the abstract generality of eternal objects. Finally, it must be remembered that propositions enter into experience in other ways than through judgment feelings. A metaphysical proposition in the proper, general sense of the term metaphysical signifies a proposition which, I, has meaning for any actual occasion, as a subject entertaining it, and, 2, is general, in the sense that its predicate potentially relates any and every set of actual occasions, providing the suitable number of logical subjects for the predicative pattern, and, 3, has a uniform truth value, in the sense that, by reason of its form and scope, its truth value is identical with the truth value of each of the singular propositions to be obtained by restricting the application of the predicate to any one set of logical subjects. It is obvious that, if a metaphysical proposition be true, the third condition is unnecessary. For a general proposition can only be true if this condition be fulfilled. But if the general proposition be false, then it is only metaphysical when in addition each of the derivate singular propositions is false. The general proposition would be false, if any one of the derivate singular propositions were false. But the third condition is expressed in the proposition without any dependence upon the determination of the proposition's truth or falsehood. There can be no cosmic epoch for which the singular propositions derived from a metaphysical proposition differ in truth value from those of any other cosmic epoch. We certainly think that we entertain metaphysical propositions, but, having regard to the mistakes of the past respecting the principles of geometry, it is wise to 301 reserve some skepticism on this point. The propositions which seem to be most obviously metaphysical are the arithmetical theorems. I will therefore illustrate the justification both for the belief, and for the residual skepticism, by an examination of one of the simplest of such theorems, 1 and 1 make 2.2. Certainly, this proposition, construed in the sense one entity and another entity make two entities, seems to be properly metaphysical without any shadow of limitation upon its generality, or truth. But we must hesitate even here, when we notice that it is usually asserted, with equal confidence as to the generality of its metaphysical truth, in a sense which is certainly limited, and sometimes untrue. In our reference to the actual world, we rarely consider an individual actual entity. The objects of our thoughts are almost always societies, or looser groups of actual entities. Now, for the sake of simplicity, consider a society of the personal type. Such a society will be a linear succession of actual occasions forming a historical root in which some defining characteristic is inherited by each occasion from its predecessors. A society of this sort is an enduring object. Probably, a simple enduring object is simpler than anything which we ordinarily perceive or think about. It is the simplest type of society, and for any duration of its existence it requires that its environment be largely composed of analogous simple enduring objects. What we normally consider is the wider society in which many strands of enduring objects are to be found, a corpuscular society. Now consider two distinct enduring objects. They will be easier to think about if their defining characteristics are different. We will call these defining characteristics A and B, and also will use these letters, A and B, as the names of the two enduring objects. Now the proposition one entity and another entity make 302 entities is usually construed in the sense that, given two enduring objects, any act of attention which consciously comprehends an actual occasion from each of the two historic roots will necessarily discover two actual occasions, one from each of the two distinct roots. For example, suppose that a cup and a saucer are two such enduring objects, which of course they are not. We always assume that, so long as they are both in existence and are sufficiently close to be seen in one glance, any act of attention, whereby we perceive the cup and perceive the saucer, will thereby involve the perception of two actual entities, one the cup in one occasion of its existence and the other the saucer in one occasion of its existence. There can be no reasonable doubt as to the truth of this assumption in this particular example. But in making it, we are very far from the metaphysical proposition from which we started. We are in fact stating a truth concerning the wide societies of entities amid which our lives are placed. It is a truth concerning this cosmos, but not a metaphysical truth. Let us return to the two truly simple enduring objects, A and B. Also let us assume that their defining characteristics, A and B, are not contraries, so that both of them can qualify the same actual occasion. Then there is no general metaphysical reason why the distinct roots of A and B should not intersect in at least one actual occasion. Indeed, having regard to the extreme generality of the notion of a simple enduring object, it is practically certain that with the proper choice for the defining characteristics, A and B intersecting historic roots for A and B must have frequently come into existence. In such a contingency a being who could consciously distinguish the two distinct enduring objects A and B, so as to have knowledge of their distinct defining characteristics and their distinct historic roots, might find A and B exemplified in one actual entity. It is as though the cup and the saucer were at one instant identical, and then, later on, resumed their distinct existence. 303 We hardly ever apply arithmetic in its pure metaphysical sense, without the addition of presumptions which depend for their truth on the character of the societies dominating the cosmic epoch in which we live. It is hardly necessary to draw attention to the fact, that ordinary verbal statements make no pretense of discriminating the different senses in which an arithmetical statement can be understood. There is no difficulty in imagining a world, i.e., a cosmic epoch in which arithmetic would be an interesting fanciful topic for dreamers, but useless for practical people engrossed in the business of life. In fact, we seem to have been only barely rescued from such a state of things. For amid the actual occasions located in the wilds of so-called empty space, and well removed from the enduring objects which go to form the enduring material bodies, it is quite probable that the contemplation of arithmetic would not direct attention to any very important relations of things. It is, of course, a mere speculation that any actual entity, occurring in such an environment of faintly coordinated achievement, achieves the intricacy of constitution required for conscious mental operations. We ask the metaphysical question, what is there in the nature of things, whereby an inductive inference, or a judgment of general truth, can be significantly termed correct or incorrect? For example, we believe now July 1, 1927 that the railway timetables for the United States, valid for the previous months of May and June, represent the facts as to the past running of the trains, within certain marginal limits of unpunctuality, and allowing for a few individual breakdowns. Also we believe that the current timetables for July will be exemplified, subject to the same qualifications. On the evidence before us our beliefs are justified, provided that we introduce into our judgments some estimate of the 304 high probability, which is all that we mean to affirm. If we are considering astronomical events, our affirmations will include an estimate of a higher probability. Though even here some margin of uncertainty may exist. The computers of some famous observatory may have made an unprecedented error, or some unknown physical law may have important relevance to the condition of the star mainly concerned, leading to its unexpected explosion. Point 3. This astronomical contingency, and the beliefs which cluster round it, have been stated with some detail, because as thus expressed they illustrate the problem as it shapes itself in philosophy. Also the example of the railway timetables illustrates another point. For it is possible momentarily, in Vermont on July 1, 1927, to forget that the unprecedented Mississippi floods happened during that May and June, so that although the estimate as to error in punctuality was justified by the evidence consciously before us, it did not in fact allow for the considerable derangement of the traffic in some states in the Union. Point 4. The point of this illustration from railway trains is that there is a conformity to matter of fact which these judgments exhibit, even if the events concerned have not happened, or will not happen. These considerations introduce the fundamental principle concerning judgment. It is that all judgment is categorical, it concerns a proposition true or false in its application to the actual occasion which is the subject making the judgment. This doctrine is not so far from Bradley's doctrine of judgment, as explained in his Logic. According to Bradley, the ultimate subject of every judgment is the one ultimate substance, the absolute. Also, according to him, the judging subject is a mode of the absolute, self-contradictory if taken to be independently actual. For Bradley, the judging subject has only a 305 derivative actuality, which is the expression of its status as an affection of the absolute. Thus in Bradley's doctrine, a judgment is an operation by which the absolute, under the limitations of one of its affections, enjoys self-consciousness of its enjoyment of affections. It will be noticed that in this bald summary of Bradley's position, I am borrowing Spinoza's phrase, affections substantia. In the philosophy of organism, an actual occasion, as has been stated above, is the whole universe in process of attainment of a particular satisfaction. Bradley's doctrine of actuality is simply inverted. The final actuality is the particular process with its particular attainment of satisfaction. The actuality of the universe is merely derivative from its solidarity in each actual entity. It must be held that judgment concerns the universe as objectified from the standpoint of the judging subject. It concerns the universe through that subject. With this doctrine in mind, we pass to the discussion of the sense in which probability can be a positive fact in an actual entity, so that a proposition expressing the probability of some other proposition can in this respect agree or disagree with the constitution of the judging entity. The notion of probability, in the widest sense of that term, presents a puzzling philosophical problem. The mathematical theory of probability is based upon certain statistical assumptions. When these assumptions hold, the meaning of probability is simple, and the only remaining difficulties are concerned with the technical mathematical development. But it is not easy to understand how the statistical theory can apply to all cases to which the notion of more or less probability is habitually applied. For example, when we consider the probability of some scientific conjecture as to the internal constitution of the stars, or as to the future of human society after some unprecedented convulsion, we seem to be influenced by some analogy which it is very difficult to convert into an appeal to any definite statistical fact. We may consider that it is probable 306 that the judgment could be justified by some statistical appeal, if we only knew where to look. This is the belief that the statistical probability is itself probable. But here, evidently, there is an appeal to a wider meaning of probability in order to support the statistical probability applicable to the present case. It is arguable that this wider probability is itself another statistical probability as to the existence of the special statistics relevant to such types of scientific argument. But in this explanation puzzling questions are accumulating, and it is impossible to avoid the suspicion that we are being put off with one of those make-believe explanations, so useful to reasoners who are wedded to a theory. The philosophy of organism provides two distinct elements in the universe from which an intuition of probability can originate. One of them is statistical. In this and the next two sections an attempt will be made to justify the statistical theory. It is therefore the more imperative to survey carefully the difficulties which have to be met. In the first place, probability is always relative to evidence, so, on the statistical theory, the numerical probability will mean the numerical ratio of favorable to unfavorable cases in the particular class of cases selected as the ground for statistical comparison. But alternative grounds certainly exist. Accordingly, we must provide a reason not based upon probability, why one ground is selected rather than another. We may admit such a chain of vaguer and vaguer probabilities, in which our first ground is selected as statistically probable in respect to its superiority to other grounds of other types. We are thus driven back to a second-order ground of probability. We may logically proceed to third-order grounds, and so on. But if the statistical theory is to be substantiated, after a finite number of steps we must reach a ground which is not selected for any reason of probability. It must be selected because it is the ground presupposed in all our reasonings. 307 Apart from some such ultimate ground, the statistical theory, viewed as an ultimate explanation for all our uses of the notion of probability, must inevitably fail. This failure arises by reason of the complete arbitrariness of the ultimate ground upon which the whole estimate of probability finally rests. Secondly, the primary requisite for a ground suitable for statistical probability seems itself to appeal to probability. The members of the class, called the ground, must themselves be cases of equal probability, some favorable and some unfavorable, with the possibility of the limiting types of ground in which all members are favorable, or all members are unfavorable. The proposition in question, whose probability is to be estimated, must be known to be a member of the ground, but no other evidence, as to the set favorable or unfavorable to which the proposition belongs, enters into consideration. It is evident that, for the ultimate ground, the phrase cases of equal probability must be explicable without reference to any notion of probability. The principle of such an explanation is easily found by reference to the 6 faces of dice. A die is a given fact, and its faces do not differ, qua faces, in any circumstance relative to their fall with one face upwards or another face upwards. Also beyond this given fact, there is ignorance. Thus again we are driven to an ultimate fact, there must be an ultimate species, and the specific character must be irrelevant to the favorableness or unfavorableness of the members of the species in their capacity of cases. All this must be given in direct knowledge without any appeal to probability. Also there must be equally direct knowledge of the proportion of favorable or unfavorable cases within the species, at least within the limits of precision or vagueness presupposed in the conclusion. Thirdly, it is another requisite for a ground that the number of instances which it includes be finite. The whole theory of the ratios of cardinal numbers, on which 308 statistical probability depends, breaks down when the cardinal numbers are infinite. Fourthly, the method of sampling professes to evade two objections. One of them is the breakdown, mentioned above, when the number of cases in the ground is infinite. The other objection, thus evaded, is that in practice the case in question is novel and does not belong to the ground which is in fact examined. According to this second objection, unless there is some further evidence, the statistical state of the ground is bogus evidence as to the probability of the case in question. To sum up, the method of sampling professes to overcome, I, the difficulty arising from the infinity of the ground, and, 2, that arising from the novelty of the case in question, whereby it does not belong to the ground examined. In the discussion it must be remembered that we are considering that ultimate ground which must not require any appeal to probability beyond itself. Thus the statistical facts as to the ground must be given and not merely probable. When we have an infinite ground, containing an infinite number of favorable cases and an infinite number of unfavorable cases, random sampling can give no help towards the establishment of statistical probability, for one reason because no such notion of ratios can apply to these infinities, and for another reason, no sample is random, it has only followed a complex method. A finite number of samples each following some method of its own, however complex each method may be, will give a statistical result entirely dependent upon those methods. In so far as repetitions of so-called random samplings give concordant results, the only conclusion to be drawn is that there is a relevant, though concealed, analogy between the random methods. Thus a finite ground is essential for statistical probability. It must be understood that this argument implies no criticism on a properly interpreted method of sampling applied to a finite ground. 309. 2. When the case in question does not belong to the ground examined, there can, apart from further information, be no rational inference from the ground to the novel case. If probability be in truth purely statistical, and if there be no additional information, there can be no escape from this conclusion. But we certainly do unhesitatingly argue from a ground which does not include the case in question, to a probable conclusion concerning the case in question. Thus either such an inference is irrational, futile, useless, or, when there is justification, there is additional information. This is the famous dilemma which perplexes the theories of induction and of probability. It is evident that the ultimate ground to which all probable judgments must refer can be nothing else than the actual world as objectified in judging subjects. A judging subject is always passing a judgment upon its own data. Thus, if the statistical theory is to hold, the relations between the judging subject and its data must be such as to evade the difficulties which beset that theory. Every actual entity is in its nature essentially social, and this in two ways. First, the outlines of its own character are determined by the data which its environment provides for its process of feeling. Secondly, these data are not extrinsic to the entity, they constitute that display of the universe which is inherent in the entity. Thus the data upon which the subject passes judgment are themselves components conditioning the character of the judging subject. It follows that any general presupposition as to the character of the experiencing subject also implies a general presupposition as to the social environment providing the display for that subject. In other words, a species of subject requires a species of data as its preliminary phase of concrescence. but such data are nothing but the social environment under the 310 abstraction affected by objectification. Also, the character of the abstraction itself depends on the environment. The species of data requisite for the presumed judging subject presupposes an environment of a certain social character. Thus, according to the philosophy of organism, inductive reasoning gains its validity by reason of a suppressed premise. This tacit presupposition is that the particular future which is the logical subject of the judgment, inductively justified, shall include actualities which have close analogy to some contemporary subject enjoying assigned experience, for example, an analogy to the judging subject in question, or to some sort of actuality presupposed as in the actual world which is the logical subject of the inductive judgment. It is also presumed that this future is derived from the present by a continuity of inheritance in which this condition is maintained. There is thus the presupposition of the maintenance of the general social environment either by reference to judging subjects, or by more direct reference to the preservation of the general type of material world requisite for the presupposed character of one or more of the logical subjects of the proposition. In this connection, I can only repeat, as a final summary, a paragraph from my Science and the Modern World, ch. 3. You will observe that I do not hold induction to be in its essence the divination of general laws. It is the derivation of some characteristics of a particular future from the known characteristics of a particular past. The wider assumption of general laws holding for all cognizable occasions appears a very unsafe addendum to attach to this limited knowledge. All we can ask of the present occasion is that it shall determine a particular community of occasions, which are in some respects mutually qualified by reason of their inclusion within that same community. It is evident that, in this discussion of induction, the philosophy of organism 311 appears as an enlargement of the premise in ethical discussions, that man is a social animal. Analogously, every actual occasion is social, so that when we have presumed the existence of any persistent type of actual occasions, we have thereby made presumptions as to types of societies comprised in its environment. Another way of stating this explanation of the validity of induction is, that in every forecast there is a presupposition of a certain type of actual entities, and that the question then asked is, under what circumstances will these entities find themselves? The reason that an answer can be given is that the presupposed type of entities requires a presupposed type of data for the primary phases of these actual entities, and that a presupposed type of data requires a presupposed type of social environment. But the laws of nature are the outcome of the social environment. Hence, when we have presupposed a type of actual occasions, we have already some information as to the laws of nature in operation throughout the environment. In every inductive judgment, there is therefore contained a presupposition of the maintenance of the general order of the immediate environment, so far as concerns actual entities within the scope of the induction. The inductive judgment has regard to the statistical probabilities inherent in this given order. The anticipations are devoid of meaning apart from the definite cosmic order which they presuppose. Also, survival requires order, and to presuppose survival, apart from the type of order which that type of survival requires, is a contradiction. It is at this point that the organic philosophy differs from any form of Cartesian substance philosophy. For if a substance requires nothing but itself in order to exist, its survival can tell no tale as to the survival of order in its environment. Thus no conclusion can be drawn respecting the external relationships of the surviving substance to its future environment. For 312 the organic philosophy, anticipations as to the future of a piece of rock presuppose an environment with the type of order which that piece of rock requires. Thus the completely unknown environment never enters into an inductive judgment. The induction is about the statistical probabilities of this environment, or about the graded relevance to it of eternal objects. Thus the appeal to the mere unknown is automatically ruled out. The question, as to what will happen to an unspecified entity in an unspecified environment, has no answer. Induction always concerns societies of actual entities which are important for the stability of the immediate environment. In the preceding section there has been a covert appeal to probability. It is the purpose of this section to explain how the probability, thus invoked, can be explained according to the statistical theory. First, we have to note exactly where this appeal to probability enters into the notion of induction. An inductive argument always includes a hypothesis, namely, that the environment which is the subject matter considered contains a society of actual occasions analogous to a society in the present. But analogous societies require analogous data for their several occasions, and analogous data can be provided only by the objectifications provided by analogous environments. But the laws of nature are derived from the characters of the societies dominating the environment. Thus the laws of nature dominating the environment in question have some analogy to the laws of nature dominating the immediate environment. Now the notions of analogy and of dominance both leave a margin of uncertainty. We can ask, how far analogous? And how far dominant? If there were exact analogy, and complete dominance, there would be a mixture of certainty as to general conditions and of complete ignorance as to specific details. But such a descript 313 does not apply either to our knowledge of the immediate present, or of the past, or to our inductive knowledge of the future. Our conscious experience involves a baffling mixture of certainty, ignorance, and probability. Now it is evident that the theory of cosmic epochs, due to the dominance of societies of actual occasions, provides the basis for a statistical explanation of probability. In any one epoch there are a definite set of dominant societies in certain ordered interconnections. There is also an admixture of chaotic occasions which cannot be classified as belonging to any society. But, having regard to the enormous extension of any cosmic epoch, we are practically dealing with infinities, so that some method of sampling is required, rooted in the nature of the case and not arbitrarily adopted. This natural method of sampling is provided by the data which form the primary phase of any one actual occasion. Each actual occasion objectifies the other actual occasions in its environment. This environment can be limited to the relevant portion of the cosmic epoch. It is a finite region of the extensive continuum, so far as adequate importance is concerned in respect to individual differences among actual occasions. Also, in respect to the importance of individual differences, we may assume that there is a lower limit to the extension of each relevant occasion within this region. With these two presumptions, it follows that the relevant objectifications, forming the relevant data for any one occasion, refer to a finite sample of actual occasions in the environment. Accordingly, our knowledge of the external world, and of the conditions upon which its laws depend is, through and through, of that numerical character which a statistical theory of probability requires. Such a theory does not require that exact statistical calculations be made. All that is meant by such a theory is that our probability judgments are ultimately derivable from vague estimates of more or less in a numerical sense. 314 We have an unprecise intuition of the statistical basis of the sort of way in which things happen. Note by far the best discussion of the philosophical theory of probability is to be found in Mr. J. Maynard Keynes' book, A Treatise on Probability. This treatise must long remain the standard work on the subject. My conclusions in this chapter do not seem to me to differ fundamentally from those of Mr. Keynes as set out towards the conclusion of his chapter XXI. But Mr. Keynes here seems to revert to a view of probability very analogous to that form of the frequency theory which, as suggested by me, he criticized acutely, and rightly, so far as concerned that special form, in his chapter 8. So far the argument of the three preceding sections has been devoted to the explanation of the statistical ground for a probability judgment. But the same discussion also discloses an alternative non-statistical ground for such a judgment. The main line of thought has been, that each actual occasion has at the base of its own constitution the environment from which it springs, 2, that in this function of the environment abstraction has been made from its indefinite multiplicity of forms of definiteness, so as to obtain a concordant experience of the elements retained, 3, that any actual occasion belonging to an assigned species requires an environment adapted to that species, so that the presupposition of a species involves a presupposition concerning the environment, 4, that in every inductive judgment, and in every judgment of probability, there is a presupposition, implicit or explicit, of one, or more, species of actual occasions implicated in the situation considered, so that, by 3, there is a presupposition of some general type of environment. Thus the basis of all probability and induction is the fact of analogy between an environment presupposed and an environment directly experienced. The argument, as to the statistical basis of probability, then recurred to the doctrine of social order. According to this doctrine, all social order depends on the statistical dominance in the environment of occasions belonging 315 to the requisite societies. The laws of nature are statistical laws derived from this fact. Thus the judgment of probability can be derived from an intuition in general vague and unprecise as to the statistical basis of the presupposed environment. This judgment can be derived from the analogy with the experienced environment. There will be such factors in experience adequate to justify a judgment of the inductive type. But there is another factor from which, in combination with the four premises, a non-statistical judgment of probability can be derived. The principle of the graduated intensive relevance of eternal objects to the primary physical data of experience expresses a real fact as to the preferential adaptation of selected eternal objects to novel occasions originating from an assigned environment. This principle expresses the prehension by every creature of the graduated order of apathions constituting the primordial nature of God. There can thus be an intuition of an intrinsic suitability of some definite outcome from a presupposed situation. There will be nothing statistical in this suitability. It depends upon the fundamental graduation of apathions which lies at the base of things, and which solves all interminations of transition. In this way, there can be an intuition of probability respecting the origination of some novelty. It is evident that the statistical theory entirely fails to provide any basis for such judgments. It must not be thought that these non-statistical judgments are in any sense religious. They lie at a far lower level of experience than do the religious emotions. The secularization of the concept of God's functions in the world is at least as urgent a requisite of thought as is the secularization of other elements in experience. The concept of God is certainly one essential element in religious feeling. But the converse is not true. The concept of religious feeling is not an essential element in the con 316 sept of God's function in the universe. In this respect religious literature has been sadly misleading to philosophic theory, partly by attraction and partly by repulsion. Chapter X Process 317 That all things flow is the first vague generalization which the unsystematized, barely analyzed, intuition of men has produced. It is the theme of some of the best Hebrew poetry in the Psalms. It appears as one of the first generalizations of Greek philosophy in the form of the saying of Heraclitus. Amid the later barbarism of Anglo-Saxon thought it reappears in the story of the sparrow flitting through the banqueting hall of the Northumbrian king, and in all stages of civilization its recollection lends its pathos to poetry. Without doubt, if we are to go back to that ultimate, integral experience, unwarped by the sophistications of theory, that experience whose elucidation is the final aim of philosophy, the flux of things is one ultimate generalization around which we must weave our philosophical system. At this point we have transformed the phrase, all things flow, into the alternative phrase, the flux of things. In so doing, the notion of the flux has been held up before our thoughts as one primary notion for further analysis. But in the sentence all things flow, there are three words and we have started by isolating the last word of the three. We move backward to the next word things and ask, what sort of things flow? Finally we reach the first word all and ask, what is the meaning of the many things engaged in this common flux, and in what sense, if any, can the word all refer to a definitely indicated set of these many things? The elucidation of meaning involved in the phrase all things flow is one chief task of metaphysics. 318 But there is a rival notion, antithetical to the former. I cannot at the moment recall one immortal phrase which expresses it with the same completeness as that with which the alternative notion has been rendered by Heraclitus. This other notion dwells on permanences of things: the solid earth, the mountains, the stones, the Egyptian pyramids, the spirit of man, God. The best rendering of integral experience, expressing its general form divested of irrelevant details, is often to be found in the utterances of religious aspiration. One of the reasons of the thinness of so much modern metaphysics is its neglect of this wealth of expression of ultimate feeling. Accordingly, we find in the first two lines of a famous hymn a full expression of the union of the two notions in one integral experience. Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide. Here the first line expresses the permanences, abide, me and the being addressed, and the second line sets these permanences amid the inescapable flux. Here at length we find formulated the complete problem of metaphysics. Those philosophers who start with the first line have given us the metaphysics of substance, and those who start with the second line have developed the metaphysics of flux. But, in truth, the two lines cannot be torn apart in this way, and we find that a wavering balance between the two is a characteristic of the greater number of philosophers. Plato found his permanences in a static, spiritual heaven, and his flux in the entanglement of his forms amid the fluent imperfections of the physical world. Here I draw attention to the word imperfection. In any assertion as to Plato I speak under correction, but I believe that Plato's authority can be claimed for the doctrine that the things that flow are imperfect in the sense of limited and of definitely exclusive of much that they might be and are not. The lines quoted from the hymn are an almost perfect express 319 Zion of the direct intuition from which the main position of the Platonic philosophy is derived. Aristotle corrected his Platonism into a somewhat different balance. He was the apostle of substance and attribute, and of the classificatory logic which this notion suggests. But, on the other side, he makes a masterly analysis of the notion of generation. Aristotle in his own person expressed a useful protest against the Platonic tendency to separate a static spiritual world from a fluent world of superficial experience. The later Platonic schools stressed this tendency, just as the medieval Aristotelian thought allowed the static notions of Aristotle's logic to formulate some of the main metaphysical problems in terms which have lasted till today. On the whole, the history of philosophy supports Bergson's charge that the human intellect spatializes the universe, that is to say, that it tends to ignore the fluency, and to analyze the world in terms of static categories. Indeed, Bergson went further and conceived this tendency as an inherent necessity of the intellect. I do not believe this accusation, but I do hold that spatialization is the shortest route to a clear-cut philosophy expressed in reasonably familiar language. Descartes gave an almost perfect example of such a system of thought. The difficulties of Cartesianism with its three clear-cut substances, and with its duration and measured time well in the background, illustrate the result of the subordination of fluency. This subordination is to be found in the unanalyzed longing of the hymn, in Plato's vision of heavenly perfection, in Aristotle's logical concepts, and in Descartes' mathematical mentality. Newton, that Napoleon of the world of thought, brusquely ordered fluency back into the world, regimented into his absolute mathematical time, flowing equably without regard to anything external. He also gave it a mathematical uniform in the shape of his theory of flux ions. At this point the group of 17th and 18th 320th century philosophers practically made a discovery, which, although it lies on the surface of their writings, they only half realized. The discovery is that there are two kinds of fluency. One kind is the concrescence which, in Locke's language, is the real internal constitution of a particular existent. The other kind is the transition from particular existent to particular existent. This transition, again in Locke's language, is the perpetually perishing which is one aspect of the notion of time, and in another aspect the transition is the origination of the present in conformity with the power of the past. The phrase the real internal constitution of a particular existent, the description of the human understanding as a process of reflection upon data, the phrase perpetually perishing, and the word power together with its elucidation are all to be found in Locke's essay. Yet owing to the limited scope of his investigation Locke did not generalize or put his scattered ideas together. This implicit notion of the two kinds of flux finds further unconscious illustration in Hume. It is all but explicit in Kant, though as I think misdescribed. Finally, it is lost in the evolutionary monism of Hegel and of his derivative schools. With all his inconsistencies, Locke is the philosopher to whom it is most useful to recur, when we desire to make explicit the discovery of the two kinds of fluency, required for the description of the fluent world. One kind is the fluency inherent in the constitution of the particular existent. This kind I have called concrescence. The other kind is the fluency whereby the perishing of the process, on the completion of the particular existent, constitutes that existent as an original element in the constitutions of other particular existents elicited by repetitions of process. This kind I have called transition. Concrescence moves towards its final cause, which is its subjective aim. Transition is the vehicle of the efficient cause, which is the immortal past. The discussion of how the actual particular occasions become original elements for a new creation is termed 321 the theory of objectification. The objectified particular occasions together have the unity of a datum for the creative concrescence. But in acquiring this measure of connection, their inherent presuppositions of each other eliminate certain elements in their constitutions, and elicit into relevance other elements. Thus objectification is an operation of mutually adjusted abstraction, or elimination, whereby the many occasions of the actual world become one complex datum. This fact of the elimination by reason of synthesis is sometimes termed the perspective of the actual world from the standpoint of that concrescence. Each actual occasion defines its own actual world from which it originates. No two occasions can have identical actual worlds. Concrescence is the name for the process in which the universe of many things acquires an individual unity in a determinate relegation of each item of the many to its subordination in the constitution of the novel one. The most general term thing or, equivalently, entity means nothing else than to be one of the many which find their niches in each instance of concrescence. Each instance of concrescence is itself the novel individual thing in question. There are not the concrescence and the novel thing. When we analyze the novel thing we find nothing but the concrescence. Actuality means nothing else than this ultimate entry into the concrete, in abstraction from which there is mere nonentity. In other words, abstraction from the notion of entry into the concrete is a self-contradictory notion, since it asks us to conceive a thing as not a thing. An instance of concrescence is termed an actual entity or, equivalently, an actual occasion. There is not one completed set of things which are actual occasions. For the fundamental inescapable fact is the creativity 322 in virtue of which there can be no many things which are not subordinated in a concrete unity. Thus a set of all actual occasions is by the nature of things a standpoint for another concrescence which elicits a concrete unity from those many actual occasions. Thus we can never survey the actual world except from the standpoint of an immediate concrescence which is falsifying the presupposed completion. The creativity in virtue of which any relative complete actual world is, by the nature of things, the datum for a new concrescence is termed transition. Thus, by reason of transition, the actual world is always a relative term, and refers to that basis of presupposed actual occasions which is a datum for the novel concrescence. An actual occasion is analyzable. The analysis discloses operations transforming entities which are individually alien into components of a complex which is concretely one. The term feeling will be used as the generic description of such operations. We thus say that an actual occasion is a concrescence effected by a process of feelings. A feeling can be considered in respect to, I, the actual occasions felt, 2, the eternal objects felt, 3, the feelings felt, and, 4, its own subjective forms of intensity. In the process of concrescence the diverse feelings pass on to wider generalities of integral feeling. Such a wider generality is a feeling of a complex of feelings, including their specific elements of identity and contrast. This process of the integration of feeling proceeds until the concrete unity of feeling is obtained. In this concrete unity all intermination as to the realization of possibilities has been eliminated. The many entities of the universe, including those originating in the concrescence itself, find their respective roles in this final unity. This final unity is termed the satisfaction. The satisfaction is the culmination of the concrescence into a completely determinate matter of fact. In any of its antecedent stages the concrescence exhibits sheer in 323 termination as to the nexus between its many components. An actual occasion is nothing but the unity to be ascribed to a particular instance of concrescence. This concrescence is thus nothing else than the real internal constitution of the actual occasion in question. The analysis of the formal constitution of an actual entity has given 3 stages in the process of feeling: I, the responsive phase; 2, the supplemental stage; and 3, the satisfaction. The satisfaction is merely the culmination marking the evaporation of all intertermination, so that, in respect to all modes of feeling and to all entities in the universe, the satisfied actual entity embodies a determinate attitude of yes or no. Thus the satisfaction is the attainment of the private ideal, which is the final cause of the concrescence. But the process itself lies in the 2 former phases. The first phase is the phase of pure reception of the actual world in its guise of objective datum for aesthetic synthesis. In this phase there is the mere reception of the actual world as a multiplicity of private centers of feeling, implicated in a nexus of mutual presupposition. The feelings are felt as belonging to the external centers, and are not absorbed into the private immediacy. The second stage is governed by the private ideal, gradually shaped in the process itself, whereby the many feelings, derivatively felt as alien, are transformed into a unity of aesthetic appreciation immediately felt as private. This is the incoming of appetition, which in its higher exemplifications we term vision. In the language of physical science, the scalar form overwhelms the original vector form, the origins become subordinate to the individual experience. The vector form is not lost, but is submerged as the foundation of the scalar superstructure. In this second stage the feelings assume an emotional 324 character by reason of this influx of conceptual feelings. But the reason why the origins are not lost in the private emotion is that there is no element in the universe capable of pure privacy. If we could obtain a complete analysis of meaning, the notion of pure privacy would be seen to be self-contradictory. Emotional feeling is still subject to the third metaphysical principle, that to be somethings have the potentiality for acquiring real unity with other entities. Be a real component of an actual entity is in some way to realize this potentiality. Thus emotion is emotional feeling, and what is felt is the presupposed vector situation. In physical science this principle takes the form which should never be lost sight of in fundamental speculation, that scalar quantities are constructs derivative from vector quantities. In more familiar language, this principle can be expressed by the statement that the notion of passing on is more fundamental than that of a private individual fact. In the abstract language here adopted for metaphysical statement, passing on becomes creativity, in the dictionary sense of the verb creare, to bring forth, beget, produce. Thus, according to the third principle, no entity can be divorced from the notion of creativity. An entity is at least a particular form capable of infusing its own particularity into creativity. An actual entity, or a phase of an actual entity, is more than that, but, at least, it is that. Locke's particular ideas are merely the antecedent actual entities exercising their function of infusing with their own particularity the passing on, which is the primary phase of the real internal constitution of the actual entity in question. In obedience to a prevalent misconception, Locke termed this latter entity the mind, and discussed its furniture, when he should have discussed mental operations in their capacity of later phases in the constitutions of actual entities. Locke himself flittingly expresses this fundamental vector function of his ideas. In a paragraph, forming a portion of a quotation already 325 made, he writes, "I confess power includes in it some kind of relation, a relation to action or change, as, indeed, which of our ideas, of what kind soever, when attentively considered, does not, 1. The second phase, that of supplementation, divides itself into 2 subordinate phases. Both of these phases may be trivial, also they are not truly separable, since they interfere with each other by intensification or inhibition. If both phases are trivial, the whole second phase is merely the definite negation of individual origination, and the process passes passively to its satisfaction. The actual entity is then the mere vehicle for the transference of inherited constitutions of feeling. Its private immediacy passes out of the picture. Of these two subphases, the former, so far as there is an order, is that of aesthetic supplement, and the latter is that of intellectual supplement. In the aesthetic supplement there is an emotional appreciation of the contrasts and rhythms inherent in the unification of the objective content in the concrescence of one actual occasion. In this phase perception is heightened by its assumption of pain and pleasure, beauty and distaste. It is the phase of inhibitions and intensifications. It is the phase in which blue becomes more intense by reason of its contrasts, and shape acquires dominance by reason of its loveliness. What was received as alien, has been recreated as private. This is the phase of perceptivity, including emotional reactions to perceptivity. In this phase, private immediacy has welded the data into a new fact of blind feeling. Pure aesthetic supplement has solved its problem. This phase requires an influx of conceptual feelings and their integration with the pure physical feelings. But blindness of the process, so far, retains an intermination. There must be either a determinate -326tion of intellectual sight, or an admittance of intellectual sight. The negation of intellectual sight is the dismissal into irrelevance of eternal objects in their abstract status of pure potentials. What might be has the capability of relevant contrast with what is. If the pure potentials, in this abstract capacity, are dismissed from relevance, the second subphase is trivial. The process then constitutes a blind actual occasion, blind in the sense that no intellectual operations are involved, though conceptual operations are always involved. Thus there is always mentality in the form of vision, but not always mentality in the form of conscious intellectuality. But if some eternal objects, in their abstract capacity, are realized as relevant to actual fact, there is an actual occasion with intellectual operations. The complex of such intellectual operations is sometimes termed the mind of the actual occasion, and the actual occasion is also termed conscious. But the term mind conveys the suggestion of independent substance. This is not meant here. A better term is the consciousness belonging to the actual occasion. An eternal object realized in respect to its pure potentiality as related to determinate logical subjects is termed a prepositional feeling in the mentality of the actual occasion in question. The consciousness belonging to an actual occasion is its subphase of intellectual supplementation, when that subphase is not purely trivial. This subphase is the eliciting, into feeling, of the full contrast between mere prepositional potentiality and realized fact. To sum up, there are two species of process, macroscopic process, and microscopic process. The macroscopic process is the transition from attained actuality to actuality in attainment, while the microscopic process is the conversion of conditions which are merely real into determinate actuality. The former process affects the 327 transition from the actual to the merely real, and the latter process affects the growth from the real to the actual. The former process is efficient, the latter process is teleological. The future is merely real, without being actual, whereas the past is a nexus of actualities. The actualities are constituted by their real genetic phases. The present is the immediacy of teleological process whereby reality becomes actual. The former process provides the conditions which really govern attainment, whereas the latter process provides the ends actually attained. The notion of organism is combined with that of process in a twofold manner. The community of actual things is an organism, but it is not a static organism. It is an incompletion in process of production. Thus the expansion of the universe in respect to actual things is the first meaning of process, and the universe in any stage of its expansion is the first meaning of organism. In this sense, an organism is a nexus. Secondly, each actual entity is itself only describable as an organic process. It repeats in microcosm what the universe is in macrocosm. It is a process proceeding from phase to phase, each phase being the real basis from which its successor proceeds towards the completion of the thing in question. Each actual entity bears in its constitution the reasons why its conditions are what they are. These reasons are the other actual entities objectified for it. An object is a transcendent element characterizing that definiteness to which our experience has to conform. In this sense, the future has objective reality in the present, but no formal actuality. For it is inherent in the constitution of the immediate, present actuality that a future will supersede it. Also conditions to which that future must conform, including real relationships to the present, are really objective in the immediate actuality. Thus each actual entity, although complete so far as concerns its microscopic process, is yet incomplete by reason of its objective inclusion of the macroscopic 328 process. It really experiences a future which must be actual, although the completed actualities of that future are undetermined. In this sense, each actual occasion experiences its own objective immortality. Note the function here ascribed to an object is in general agreement with the paragraph, p. 249, 2nd edition, in Professor Kempsmith's commentary on Kant's Critique, where he is considering Kant's objective deduction as in the first edition of the Critique. When we examine the objective, we find that the primary characteristic distinguishing it from the subjective is that it lays a compulsion upon our minds, constraining us to think about it in a certain way. By an object is meant something which will not allow us to think at haphazard. There is of course the vital difference, among others, that where Kempsmith, expounding Kant, writes thinking, the philosophy of organism substitutes experiencing. Part 3 The Theory of Prehensions. Chapter I The Theory of Feelings. 334 The philosophy of organism is a cell theory of actuality. Each ultimate unit of fact is a cell complex, not analyzable into components with equivalent completeness of actuality. The cell can be considered genetically and morphologically. The genetic theory is considered in this part, 335. The morphological theory is considered in part 4, under the title of the extensive analysis of an actual entity. In the genetic theory, the cell is exhibited as appropriating for the foundation of its own existence, the various elements of the universe out of which it arises. Each process of appropriation of a particular element is termed a prehension. The ultimate elements of the universe, thus appropriated, are the already constituted actual entities, and the eternal objects. All the actual entities are positively prehended, but only a selection of the eternal objects. In the course of the integrations of these various prehensions, entities of other categorial types become relevant, and some new entities of these types, such as novel propositions and generic contrasts, come into existence. These relevant entities of these other types are also prehended into the constitution of the concrescent cell. This genetic process has now to be traced in its main outlines. An actual entity is a process in the course of which many operations with incomplete subjective unity terminate in a completed unity of operation, termed the satisfaction. The satisfaction is the contentment of the creative urge by the fulfillment of its categorial demands. The analysis of these categories is one aim of metaphysics. The process itself is the constitution of the actual entity. In Locke's phrase, it is the real internal constitution of the actual entity. In the older phraseology employed by Descartes, the process is what the actual entity is in itself, formaliter. The terms formal and formally are here used in this sense. The terminal unity of operation, here called the satisfaction, embodies what the actual entity is beyond itself. In Locke's phraseology, the powers of the actual entity are discovered in the analysis of the satisfaction. In Descartes' phraseology, the satisfaction is the actual entity considered as analyzable in respect to its existence. 336 Objective. It is the actual entity as a definite, determinate, settled fact, stubborn and with unavoidable consequences. The actual entity as described by the morphology of its satisfaction is the actual entity spatialized, to use Bergson's term. The actual entity, thus spatialized, is a given individual fact actuated by its own substantial form. Its own process, which is its own internal existence, has evaporated, worn out and satisfied, but its effects are all to be described in terms of its satisfaction. The effects of an actual entity are its interventions in concrescent processes other than its own. Any entity, thus intervening in processes transcending itself, is said to be functioning as an object. According to the fourth category of explanation, it is the one general metaphysical character of all entities of all sorts, that they function as objects. It is this metaphysical character which constitutes the solidarity of the universe. The peculiarity of an actual entity is that it can be considered both objectively and formally. The objective aspect is morphological so far as that actual entity is concerned. By this it is meant that the process involved is transcendent relatively to it, so that the esse of its satisfaction is sentire. The formal aspect is functional so far as that actual entity is concerned. By this it is meant that the process involved is immanent in it. But the objective consideration is pragmatic. It is the consideration of the actual entity in respect to its consequences. In the present chapter the emphasis is laid upon the formal consideration of an actual entity. But this formal consideration of one actual entity requires reference to the objective intervention of other actual entities. This objective intervention of other entities constitutes the creative character which conditions the concrescence in question. The satisfaction of each actual entity is an element in the givenness of the universe. It limits boundless, abstract possibility into the particular real potentiality from which each novel concrescence originates. The boundless, abstract possibility means the creativity 337 considered solely in reference to the possibilities of the intervention of eternal objects, and in abstraction from the objective intervention of actual entities belonging to any definite actual world, including God among the actualities abstracted from. The possibility of finite truths depends on the fact that the satisfaction of an actual entity is divisible into a variety of determinate operations. The operations are prehensions. But the negative prehensions, which consist of exclusions from contribution to the concrescence, can be treated in their subordination to the positive prehensions. These positive prehensions are termed feelings. The process of concrescence is divisible into an initial stage of many feelings, and a succession of subsequent phases of more complex feelings integrating the earlier simpler feelings, up to the satisfaction which is one complex unity of feeling. This is the genetic analysis of the satisfaction. Its coordinate analysis will be given later, in Part 4. Thus a component feeling in the satisfaction is to be assigned, for its origination, to an earlier phase of the concrescence. This is the general description of the divisible character of the satisfaction, from the genetic standpoint. The extensiveness which underlies the spatio-temporal relations of the universe is another outcome of this divisible character. Also the abstraction from its own full formal constitution involved in objectifications of one actual entity in the constitutions of other actual entities equally depends upon this same divisible character, whereby the actual entity is conveyed in the particularity of some one of its feelings. A feeling, i.e., a positive prehension, is essentially a transition affecting a concrescence. Its complex constitution is analyzable into 5 factors which express what that transition consists of, and affects. The factors are, I, the subject which feels, 2, the initial 338 data which are to be felt, 3, the elimination in virtue of negative prehensions, 4, the objective datum which is felt, v, the subjective form which is how that subject feels that objective datum. A feeling is in all respects determinate, with a determinate subject, determinate initial data, determinate negative prehensions, a determinate objective datum, and a determinate subjective form. There is a transition from the initial data to the objective datum effected by the elimination. The initial data constitute a multiplicity, or merely one proper entity, while the objective datum is a nexus, a proposition, or a proper entity of some categorical type. There is a concrescence of the initial data into the objective datum, made possible by the elimination, and effected by the subjective form. The objective datum is the perspective of the initial data. The subjective form receives its determination from the negative prehensions, the objective datum, and the conceptual origination of the subject. The negative prehensions are determined by the categorical conditions governing feelings, by the subjective form, and by the initial data. This mutual determination of the elements involved in a feeling is one expression of the truth that the subject of the feeling is causa sui. The partial nature of a feeling, other than the complete satisfaction, is manifest by the impossibility of understanding its generation without recourse to the whole subject. There is a mutual sensitivity of feelings in one subject, governed by categorical conditions. This mutual sensitivity expresses the notion of final causation in the guise of a pre-established harmony. A feeling cannot be abstracted from the actual entity entertaining it. This actual entity is termed the subject of the feeling. It is in virtue of its subject that the feeling is one thing. If we abstract the subject from the feeling, we are left with many things. Thus a feeling is 339 a particular in the same sense in which each actual entity is a particular. It is one aspect of its own subject. The term subject has been retained because in this sense it is familiar in philosophy. But it is misleading. The term superject would be better. The subject superject is the purpose of the process originating the feelings. The feelings are inseparable from the end at which they aim, and this end is the feeler. The feelings aim at the feeler, as their final cause. The feelings are what they are in order that their subject may be what it is. Then transcendently, since the subject is what it is in virtue of its feelings, it is only by means of its feelings that the subject objectively conditions the creativity transcendent beyond itself. In our own relatively high grade of human existence, this doctrine of feelings and their subject is best illustrated by our notion of moral responsibility. The subject is responsible for being what it is in virtue of its feelings. It is also derivatively responsible for the consequences of its existence because they flow from its feelings. If the subject-predicate form of statement be taken to be metaphysically ultimate, it is then impossible to express this doctrine of feelings and their superject. It is better to say that the feelings aim at their subject, than to say that they are aimed at their subject. For the latter mode of expression removes the subject from the scope of the feeling and assigns it to an external agency. Thus the feeling would be wrongly abstracted from its own final cause. This final cause is an inherent element in the feeling, constituting the unity of that feeling. An actual entity feels as it does feel in order to be the actual entity which it is. In this way an actual entity satisfies Spinoza's notion of substance, it is causa sui. The creativity is not an external agency with its own ulterior purposes. All actual entities share with God this characteristic of self-causation. For this reason every actual entity also shares with God the characteristic of transcending all other actual entities, including God. The 340 universe is thus a creative advance into novelty. The alternative to this doctrine is a static morphological universe. There are three main categorical conditions which flow from the final nature of things. These three conditions are, I, the category of subjective unity, 2, the category of objective identity, and 3, the category of objective diversity. Later we shall isolate 5 other categorical conditions. But the three conditions mentioned above have an air of ultimate metaphysical generality. The first category has to do with self-realization. Self-realization is the ultimate fact of facts. An actuality is self-realizing, and whatever is self-realizing is an actuality. An actual entity is at once the subject of self-realization, and the superject which is self-realized. The second and third categories have to do with objective determination. All entities, including even other actual entities, enter into the self-realization of an actuality in the capacity of determinants of the definiteness of that actuality. By reason of this objective functioning of entities there is truth and falsehood. For every actuality is devoid of a shadow of ambiguity, it is exactly what it is, by reason of its objective definition at the hands of other entities. In abstraction from actualization, truth and falsehood are meaningless, we are in the region of nonsense, a limbo where nothing has any claim to existence. But definition is the soul of actuality, the attainment of a peculiar definiteness is the final cause which animates a particular process, and its attainment halts its process, so that by transcendence it passes into its objective immortality as a new objective condition added to the riches of definiteness attainable, the real potentiality of the universe. A distinction must here be made. Each task of creation is a social effort, employing the whole universe. Each novel actuality is a new partner adding a new con 341 condition. Every new condition can be absorbed into additional fullness of attainment. On the other hand, each condition is exclusive, intolerant of diversities, except so far as it finds itself in a web of conditions which convert its exclusions into contrasts. A new actuality may appear in the wrong society, amid which its claims to efficacy act mainly as inhibitions. Then a weary task is set for creative function, by an epoch of new creations to remove the inhibition. Insistence on birth at the wrong season is the trick of evil. In other words, the novel fact may throw back, inhibit, and delay. But the advance, when it does arrive, will be richer in content, more fully conditioned, and more stable. For in its objective efficacy an actual entity can only inhibit by reason of its alternative positive contribution. A chain of facts is like a barrier reef. On one side there is wreckage, and beyond it harborage and safety. The categories governing the determination of things are the reasons why there should be evil, and are also the reasons why, in the advance of the world, particular evil facts are finally transcended. Category I. The many feelings which belong to an incomplete phase in the process of an actual entity, though unintegrated by reason of the incompleteness of the phase, are compatible for synthesis by reason of the unity of their subject. This is the category of subjective unity. This category is one expression of the general principle that the one subject is the final end which conditions each component feeling. Thus the superject is already present as a condition, determining how each feeling conducts its own process. Although in any incomplete phase there are many unsynthesized feelings, yet each of these feelings is conditioned by the other feelings. The process of each feeling is such as to render that feeling integrable with the other feelings. 342 This category of subjective unity is the reason why no feeling can be abstracted from its subject. For the subject is at work in the feeling, in order that it may be the subject with that feeling. The feeling is an episode in self-production, and is referent to its aim. This aim is a certain definite unity with its companion feelings. This doctrine of the inherence of the subject in the process of its production requires that in the primary phase of the subjective process there be a conceptual feeling of subjective aim. The physical and other feelings originate as steps towards realizing this conceptual aim through their treatment of initial data. This basic conceptual feeling suffers simplification in the successive phases of the concrescence. It starts with conditioned alternatives, and by successive decisions is reduced to coherence. The doctrine of responsibility is entirely concerned with this modification. In each phase the corresponding conceptual feeling is the subjective end characteristic of that phase. The many feelings, in any incomplete phase, are necessarily compatible with each other by reason of their individual conformity to the subjective end evolved for that phase. This category of subjective unity is a doctrine of pre-established harmony, applied to the many feelings in an incomplete phase. If we recur therefore to the 7 kinds of proper entities, and ask how to classify an incomplete phase, we find that it has the unity of a proposition. In abstraction from the creative urge by which each such phase is merely an incident in a process, this phase is merely a proposition about its component feelings and their ultimate superject. The pre-established harmony is the self-consistency of this proposition, that is to say, its capacity for realization. But such abstraction from the process does violence to its nature, for the phase is an incident in the process. When we try to do justice to this aspect of the phase, we must say that it is a proposition seeking truth. It is a lure to the supervention of those integrating feelings by which the mere 343 potentiality of the proposition, with its outstanding interminations as to its setting amid the details of the universe, is converted into the fully determinate actuality. The ground, or origin, of the concrescent process is the multiplicity of data in the universe, actual entities, and eternal objects and propositions and nexus. Each new phase in the concrescence means the retreat of mere propositional unity before the growing grasp of real unity of feeling. Each successive propositional phase is a lure to the creation of feelings which promote its realization. Each temporal entity, in one sense, originates from its mental pole, analogously to God himself. It derives from God its basic conceptual aim, relevant to its actual world, yet with terminations awaiting its own decisions. This subjective aim, in its successive modifications, remains the unifying factor governing the successive phases of interplay between physical and conceptual feelings. These decisions are impossible for the nascent creature antecedently to the novelties in the phases of its concrescence. But this statement in its turn requires amplification. With this amplification, the doctrine, that the primary phase of a temporal actual entity is physical, is recovered. A physical feeling is here defined to be the feeling of another actuality. If the other actuality be objectified by its conceptual feelings, the physical feeling of the subject in question is termed hybrid. Thus the primary phase is a hybrid physical feeling of God, in respect to God's conceptual feeling, which is immediately relevant to the universe given for that concrescence. There is then, according to the category of conceptual valuation, i.e., categorical obligation for, a derived conceptual feeling which reproduces for the subject the data and valuation of God's conceptual feeling. This conceptual feeling is the initial conceptual aim referred to in the preceding statement. In this sense, God can be termed the creator of each temporal actual entity. But the phrase is apt to be misleading by 340 for its suggestion that the ultimate creativity of the universe is to be ascribed to God's volition. The true metaphysical position is that God is the aboriginal instance of this creativity, and is therefore the aboriginal condition which qualifies its action. It is the function of actuality to characterize the creativity, and God is the eternal primordial character. But of course, there is no meaning to creativity apart from its creatures, and no meaning to God apart from the creativity and the temporal creatures, and no meaning to the temporal creatures apart from creativity and God. Category 2. There can be no duplication of any element in the objective datum of the satisfaction of an actual entity, so far as concerns the function of that element in that satisfaction. This is the category of objective identity. This category asserts the essential self-identity of any entity as regards its status in each individualization of the universe. In such a concrescence, one thing has one role, and cannot assume any duplicity. This is the very meaning of self-identity, that, in any actual confrontation of thing with thing, one thing cannot confront itself in alien roles. Any one thing remains obstinately itself, playing a part with self-consistent unity. This category is one ground of incompatibility. Category 3. There can be no coalescence of diverse elements in the objective datum of an actual entity, so far as concerns the functions of those elements in that satisfaction. This is the category of objective diversity. Here the term coalescence means the self-contradictory notion of diverse elements exercising an absolute identity of function, devoid of the contrasts inherent in their diversities. In other words, in a real complex unity, each particular component imposes its own particularity on its status. No entity can have an abstract status in a real unity. Its status must be such that only it can fill and only that actuality can supply. 345 The neglect of this category is a prevalent error in metaphysical reasoning. This category is another ground of incompatibility. The importance of these categories can only be understood by considering each actual world in the light of a medium leading up to the concrescence of the actual entity in question. It will be remembered that the phrase actual world has always reference to some one concrescence. Any actual entity, which we will name A, feels other actual entities which we will name B, C, and D. Thus B, C, and D all lie in the actual world of A. But C and D may lie in the actual world of B, and are then felt by it. Also D may lie in the actual world of C and be felt by it. This example might be simplified, or might be changed to one of any degree of complication. Now B, as an initial datum for A's feeling, also presents C and D for A to feel through its mediation. Also C, as an initial datum for A's feeling, also presents D for A to feel through its mediation. Thus, in this artificially simplified example, A has D presented for feeling through three distinct sources, I, directly as a crude datum, 2, by the mediation of B, and 3, by the mediation of C. This threefold presentation is D, in its function of an initial datum for A's feeling of it, so far as concerns the mediation of B and C. But, of course, the artificial simplification of the medium to two intermediaries is very far from any real case. The medium between D and A consists of all those actual entities which lie in the actual world of A and not in the actual world of D. For the sake of simplicity, the explanation will continue in terms of this threefold presentation. There are thus three sources of feeling: D direct, D in its nexus with C, and D in its nexus with B. Thus in the basic phase of A's concrescence there arise three prehensions of the datum D. According to the first category 346, these prehensions are not independent. This subjective unity of the concrescence introduces negative prehensions, so that D in the direct feeling is not felt in its formal completeness, but objectified with the elimination of such of its prehensions as are inconsistent with D felt through the mediation of B, and through the mediation of C. Thus the three component feelings of the first phase are consistent, so as to pass into the integration of the second phase, in which there is A's one feeling of a coherent objectification of D. Since D is necessarily self-consistent, the inconsistencies must arise from the subjective forms of the prehensions of D by B directly, by C directly, and by A directly. These inconsistencies lead to the eliminations in A's total prehension of D. In this process, the negative prehensions which affect the elimination are not merely negligible. The process through which a feeling passes in constituting itself also records itself in the subjective form of the integral feeling. The negative prehensions have their own subjective forms which they contribute to the process. A feeling bears on itself the scars of its birth, it recollects as a subjective emotion its struggle for existence, it retains the impress of what it might have been, but is not. It is for this reason that what an actual entity has avoided as a datum for feeling may yet be an important part of its equipment. The actual cannot be reduced to mere matter of fact in divorce from the potential. The same principle of explanation also holds in the case of a conceptual prehension, in which the datum is an eternal object. In the first phase of this conceptual prehension, there is this eternal object to be felt as a mere abstract capacity for giving definiteness to a physical feeling. But also there are the feelings of the objectifications of innumerable actual entities. Some of these physical feelings illustrate this same eternal object as an element providing their definiteness. There are in this way diverse prehensions of the same eternal object, and by the first category these various prehensions must be 347 consistent, so as to pass into the integration of the subsequent phase in which there is one coherent complex feeling, namely, a conceptual feeling of that eternal object. This subjective insistence on consistency may, from the beginning, replace the positive feelings by negative prehensions. In the explanations of the preceding section, only the first category has been explicitly alluded to. It must now be pointed out how the other categories have been tacitly presupposed. The fact that there is integration at all arises from the condition expressed by the category of objective identity. The same entity, be it actual entity or be it eternal object, cannot be felt twice in the formal constitution of one concrescence. The incomplete phases with their many feelings of one object are only to be interpreted in terms of the final satisfaction with its one feeling of that one object. Thus objective identity requires integration of the many feelings of one object into the one feeling of that object. The analysis of an actual entity is only intellectual, or, to speak with a wider scope, only objective. Each actual entity is a cell with atomic unity. But in analysis it can only be understood as a process, it can only be felt as a process, that is to say, as in passage. The actual entity is divisible, but is in fact undivided. The divisibility can thus only refer to its objectifications in which it transcends itself. But such transcendence is self-revelation. 348. The third category is concerned with the antithesis to oneness, namely, diversity. An actual entity is not merely one, it is also definitely complex. But, to be definitely complex is to include definite diverse elements in definite ways. The category of objective diversity expresses the inexorable condition that a complex unity must provide for each of its components a real diversity of status, with a reality which bears the same sense as its own reality and is peculiar to itself. In other words, a real unity cannot provide sham diversities of status for its diverse components. This category is in truth only a particular application of the second category. For a status is after all something, and, according to the category of objective identity, it cannot duplicate its role. Thus if the status be the status of this, it cannot in the same sense be the status of that. The prohibition of sham diversities of status sweeps away the class theory of particular substances, which was waveringly suggested by Locke. 2, XXIII, 1, was more emphatically endorsed by Hume, Treatise, BK. I Part I, Sec 6, and has been adopted by Hume's followers. For the essence of a class is that it assigns no diversity of function to the members of its extension. The members of a class are diverse members in virtue of mere logical disjunction. The class, thus appealed to, is a mere multiplicity. But in the prevalent discussion of classes, there are illegitimate transitions to the notions of a nexus and of a proposition. The appeal to a class to perform the services of a proper entity is exactly analogous to an appeal to an imaginary terrier to kill a real rat. Thus the process of integration, which lies at the very heart of the concrescence, is the urge imposed on the concrescent unity of that universe by the three categories of subjective unity, of objective identity, and of objective diversity. The oneness of the universe, and the oneness of each element in the universe, repeat themselves to the crack of doom in the creative advance from creature to creature, each creature including in itself the whole of history and exemplifying the self-identity of things and their mutual diversities. This diversity of status, combined with the real unity of the components, means that the real synthesis of two component elements in the objective datum of a feeling 349 must be infected with the individual particularities of each of the relata. Thus the synthesis in its completeness expresses the joint particularities of that pair of relata, and can relate no others. A complex entity with this individual definiteness, arising out of determinateness of eternal objects, will be termed a contrast. A contrast cannot be abstracted from the contrasted relata. The most obvious examples of a contrast are to be found by confining attention purely to eternal objects. The contrast between blue and red cannot be repeated as that contrast between any other pair of colors, or any pair of sounds, or between a color and a sound. It is just the contrast between blue and red, that and nothing else. Certain abstractions from that contrast, certain values inherent in it, can also be got from other contrasts. But they are other contrasts, and not that contrast, and the abstractions are not contrasts of the same categorial type. In another sense, a nexus falls under the meaning of the term contrast, though we shall avoid this application of the term. What are ordinarily termed relations are abstractions from contrasts. A relation can be found in many contrasts, and when it is so found, it is said to relate the things contrasted. The term multiple contrast will be used when there are or may be more than two elements jointly contrasted, and it is desired to draw attention to that fact. A multiple contrast is analyzable into component dual contrasts. But a multiple contrast is not a mere aggregation of dual contrasts. It is one contrast, over and above its component contrasts. This doctrine that a multiple contrast cannot be conceived as a mere disjunction of dual contrasts is the basis of the doctrine of emergent evolution. It is the doctrine of real unities being more than a mere collective disjunction of component elements. This doctrine has the same ground as the objection to the class theory of particular substances. The doctrine is a commonplace of art. Bradley's discussions of relations are confused by his 350 failure to distinguish between relations and contrasts. A relation is a genus of contrasts. He is then distressed, or would have been distressed if he had not been consoled by the notion of merriness as in mere appearance, to find that a relation will not do the work of a contrast. It fails to contrast. Thus Bradley's argument proves that relations, among other things, are mere, that is to say, are indiscretions of the absolute, apings of reality without self-consistency. One use of the term contrast is to mean that particularity of conjointment unity which arises from the realized togetherness of eternal objects. But there is another, and more usual, sense of particularity. This is the sense in which the term particular is applied to an actual entity. One actual entity has a status among other actual entities, not expressible wholly in terms of contrasts between eternal objects. For example, the complex nexus of ancient imperial Rome to European history is not wholly expressible in universals. It is not merely the contrast of a sort of city, imperial, Roman, ancient, with a sort of history of a sort of continent, sea indented, river diversified, with alpine divisions, begirt by larger continental masses and oceanic wastes, civilized, barbarized, Christianized, commercialized, industrialized. The nexus in question does involve such a complex contrast of universals. But it involves more. For it is the nexus of that Rome with that Europe. We cannot be conscious of this nexus purely by the aid of conceptual feelings. This nexus is implicit, below consciousness, in our physical feelings. In part we are conscious of such physical feelings, and of that particularity of the nexus between particular actual entities. This consciousness takes the form of our consciousness of particular spatial and temporal relations between things directly perceived. But, as in the case of Rome and Europe, so far as Con 351 concerns the mass of our far-reaching knowledge, the particular nexus between the particular actualities in question is only indicated by constructive reference to the physical feelings of which we are conscious. This peculiar particularity of the nexus between actual entities can be put in another way. Owing to the disastrous confusion, more especially by Hume, of conceptual feelings with perceptual feelings, the truism that we can only conceive in terms of universals has been stretched to mean that we can only feel in terms of universals. This is untrue. Our perceptual feelings feel particular existence, that is to say, a physical feeling, belonging to the percipient, feels the nexus between two other actualities, A and B. It feels feelings of A which feel B, and feels feelings of B which feel A. It integrates these feelings, so as to unify their identity of elements. These identical elements form the factor defining the nexus between A and B, a nexus also retaining the particular diversity of A and B in its uniting force. Also the more complex multiple nexus between many actual entities in the actual world of a percipient is felt by that percipient. But this nexus, as thus felt, can be abstracted from that particular percipient. It is the same nexus for all percipients which include those actual entities in their actual worlds. The multiple nexus is how those actual entities are really together in all subsequent unifications of the universe, by reason of the objective immortality of their real mutual prehensions of each other. We thus arrive at the notion of the actual world of any actual entity, as a nexus whose objectification constitutes the complete unity of objective datum for the physical feeling of that actual entity. This actual entity is the original percipient of that nexus. But any other actual entity which includes in its own actual world that original percipient also includes that previous nexus as a portion of its own actual world. Thus each actual world is a nexus which in this sense is independent of its original 352 percipient. It enjoys an objective immortality in the future beyond itself. Every nexus is a component nexus, first accomplished in some later phase of concrescence of an actual entity, and ever afterwards having its status in actual worlds as an unalterable fact, dated and located among the actual entities connected in itself. If in a nexus there be a realized contrast of universals, This contrast is located in that actual entity to which it belongs as first originated in one of its integrative feelings. Thus every realized contrast has a location, which is particular with the particularity of actual entities. It is a particular complex matter of fact, realized, and, because of its reality, a standing condition in every subsequent actual world from which creative advance must originate. It is this complete individual particularity of each actuality, and of each nexus, and of each realized contrast, which is the reason for the three categorical conditions of subjective unity, of objective identity, and of objective diversity. The word event is used sometimes in the sense of a nexus of actual entities, and sometimes in the sense of a nexus as objectified by universals. In either sense, it is a definite fact with a date. The initial data of a complex feeling, as mere data, are many, though as felt they are one in the objective unity of a pattern. Thus a nexus is a realized pattern of the initial data, though this pattern is merely relative to the feeling, expressive of those factors in the many data by reason of which they can acquire their unity in the feeling. This is the second use of the term nexus, mentioned above. Thus, just as the feeling as one cannot bear the abstraction from it of the subject, so the data as one cannot bear the abstraction from it of every feeling which feels it as such. According to the ontological principle, the impartial nexus is an objective datum in the consequent nature of God, since it is somewhere and yet not by any necessity of its own nature implicated in the 353 feelings of any determined actual entity of the actual world. The nexus involves realization somewhere. This is the first use of the term nexus. In two extreme cases the initial data of a feeling have a unity of their own. In one case, the data reduce to a single actual entity, other than the subject of the feeling, and in the other case the data reduce to a single eternal object. These are called primary feelings. A particular feeling divorced from its subject is nonsense. There are thus two laws respecting the feelings constituting the complex satisfaction of an actual entity, I. An entity can only be felt once, and, 2. The diverse feelings, in the same subject, of the same entity as datum which are to be unified into one feeling, must be compatible in their treatment of the entity felt. In conformity with this pre-established harmony, incompatibility would have dictated from the beginning that some feeling be replaced by a negative prehension. The subjective forms of feelings are best discussed in connection with the different types of feelings which can arise. This classification into types has regard to the differences among feelings in respect to their initial data, their objective data, and their subjective forms. But these sources of difference cannot wholly be kept separate. A feeling is the appropriation of some elements in the universe to be components in the real internal constitution of its subject. The elements are the initial data, they are what the feeling feels. But they are felt under an abstraction. The process of the feeling involves negative prehensions which affect elimination. Thus the initial data are felt under a perspective which is the objective datum of the feeling. In virtue of this elimination the components of the complex objective datum have become objects intervening in the constitution of the subject of the feeling. In the phraseology of mathematical physics a feeling has a 354 vector character. A feeling is the agency by which other things are built into the constitution of its one subject in process of concrescence. Feelings are constitutive of the nexus by reason of which the universe finds its unification ever renewed bv novel concrescence. The universe is always one, since there is no surveying it except from an actual entity which unifies it. Also the universe is always new, since the immediate actual entity is the superject of feelings which are essentially novelties. The essential novelty of a feeling attaches to its subjective form. The initial data, and even the nexus which is the objective datum, may have served other feelings with other subjects. But the subjective form is the immediate novelty, it is how that subject is feeling that objective datum. There is no tearing this subjective form from the novelty of this concrescence. It is enveloped in the immediacy of its immediate present. The fundamental example of the notion quality inhering in particular substance is afforded by subjective form inhering in feeling. If we abstract the form from the feeling, we are left with an eternal object as the remnant of subjective form. A feeling can be genetically described in terms of its process of origination, with its negative prehensions whereby its many initial data become its complex objective datum. In this process the subjective form originates, and carries into the feeling its own history transformed into the way in which the feeling feels. The way in which the feeling feels expresses how the feeling came into being. It expresses the purpose which urged it forward, and the obstacles which it encountered, and the interminations which were dissolved by the originative decisions of the subject. There are an indefinite number of types of feeling according to the complexity of the initial data which the feeling integrates, and according to the complexity of the objective datum which it finally feels. But there are three primary types of feeling which enter into the forma 355 of all the more complex feelings. These types are, I, that of simple physical feelings, 2, that of conceptual feelings, and 3, that of transmuted feelings. In a simple physical feeling, the initial datum is a single actual entity. In a conceptual feeling, the objective datum is an eternal object. In a transmuted feeling, the objective datum is a nexus of actual entities. Simple physical feelings and transmuted feelings make up the class of physical feelings. In none of these feelings, taken in their original purity devoid of accretions from later integrations, does the subjective form involve consciousness. Although in a propositional feeling the subjective form may involve judgment, this element in the subjective form is not necessarily present. One final remark must be added to the general description of a feeling. A feeling is a component in the concrescence of a novel actual entity. The feeling is always novel in reference to its data, since its subjective form, though it must always have reproductive reference to the data, is not wholly determined by them. The process of the concrescence is a progressive integration of feelings controlled by their subjective forms. In this synthesis, feelings of an earlier phase sink into the components of some more complex feeling of a later phase. Thus each phase adds its element of novelty, until the final phase in which the one complex satisfaction is reached. Thus the actual entity, as viewed morphologically through its satisfaction, is novel in reference to any one of its component feelings. It presupposes those feelings. But conversely, no feeling can be abstracted either from its data, or its subject. It is essentially a feeling aiming at that subject, and motivated by that aim. Thus the subjective form embodies the pragmatic aspect of the feeling, for the datum is felt with that subjective form in order that the subject may be the superject which it is. In the analysis of a feeling, whatever presents itself as also anti-rem is a datum, whatever presents itself as 356 exclusively in re is subjective form, whatever presents itself in re and post-rem is subject superject. This doctrine of feeling is the central doctrine respecting the becoming of an actual entity. In a feeling the actual world, selectively appropriated, is the presupposed datum, not formless but with its own realized form selectively germane, in other words objectified. The subjective form is the angrazion of novel form peculiar to the new particular fact, and with its peculiar mode of fusion with the objective datum. The subjective form in abstraction from the feeling is merely a complex eternal object. In the becoming, it meets the data which are selected from the actual world. In other words, the data are already in being. There the term in being is for the moment used as equivalent to the term in realization. A subjective form has two factors, its qualitative pattern and its pattern of intensive quantity. But these two factors of pattern cannot wholly be considered in abstraction from each other. For the relative intensities of the qualitative elements in the qualitative pattern are among the relational factors which constitute that qualitative pattern. Also conversely, there are qualitative relations among the qualitative elements and they constitute an abstract qualitative pattern for the qualitative relations. The pattern of intensities is not only the variety of qualitative elements with such and such intensities, but it is also the variety of qualitative elements, as in such and such an abstract qualitative pattern, with such and such intensities. Thus the two patterns are not really separable. It is true that there is an abstract qualitative pattern, and an abstract intensive pattern, but in the fused pattern the abstract qualitative pattern lends itself to the intensities, and the abstract intensive pattern lends itself to the qualities. Further, the subjective form cannot be absolutely dis 357 joined from the pattern of the objective datum. Some elements of the subjective form can be thus disjoined, and they form the subjective form as in abstraction from the patterns of the objective datum. But the full subjective form cannot be abstracted from the pattern of the objective datum. The intellectual disjunction is not a real separation. Also the subjective form, amid its own original elements, always involves reproduction of the pattern of the objective datum. As a simple example of this description of a feeling, consider the audition of sound. In order to avoid unnecessary complexity, let the sound be one definite note. The audition of this note is a feeling. This feeling has first an auditor, who is the subject of the feeling. But the auditor would not be the auditor that he is apart from this feeling of his. Secondly, there is the complex ordered environment composed of certain other actual entities which, however vaguely, is felt by reason of this audition. This environment is the datum of this feeling. It is the external world, as grasped systematically in this feeling. In this audition it is felt under the objectification of vague spatial relations, and as exhibiting musical qualities. But the analytic discrimination of this datum of the feeling is in part vague and conjectural. So far as consciousness is concerned, there is the antecedent physiological functioning of the human body, and the presentational immediacy of the presented locus. There is also an emotional sensory pattern, the subjective form, which is more definite and more easily analyzable. The note, in its capacity of a private sensation, has pitch, quality, and intensity. It is analyzable into its fundamental tone, and a selection of its overtones. This analysis reveals an abstract qualitative pattern which is the complex relatedness of the fundamental tone quality with the tone qualities of its select overtones. This qualitative pattern may, or may not, include relations of a spatial type, if some of the overtones come 358 from instruments spatially separate, for example, from a spatial pattern of tuning forks. The fundamental tone, and its overtones, have, each of them, their own intensities. This pattern of intensities can be analyzed into the relative intensities of the various tones and the absolute intensity which is the total loudness. The scale of relative intensities enters into the final quality of the note, with some independence of its absolute loudness. Also the spatial pattern of the tuning forks and the resonance of the music chamber enter into this quality. But these also concern the datum of the feeling. Also in this integration of feeling we must include the qualitative and quantitative auditory contributions derived from various nerve roots of the body. In this way the animal body, as part of the external world, takes a particularly prominent place in the pattern of the datum of the feeling. Also in the subjective form we must reckon qualities of joy and distaste, of adversion and of aversion, which attach integrally to the audition, and also differentially to various elements of the audition. In an earlier phase of the auditor, there is audition divested of such joy and distaste. This earlier, bare audition does not in its own nature determine this additional qualification. It originates as the audition becomes an element in a higher synthesis, and yet it is an element in the final component feeling. Thus the audition gains complexity of subjective form by its integration with other feelings. Also, though we can discern three patterns, namely, the pattern of the datum, the pattern of emotional quality, and the pattern of emotional intensity, we cannot analyze either of the latter patterns in complete separation either from the pattern of the datum, or from each other. The final concrete component in the satisfaction is the audition with its subject, its datum, and its emotional pattern as finally completed. It is a particular fact not to be torn away from any of its elements. 359 prehensions are not atomic, they can be divided into other prehensions and combined into other prehensions. Also prehensions are not independent of each other. The relation between their subjective forms is constituted by the one subjective aim which guides their formation. This correlation of subjective forms is termed the mutual sensitivity of prehensions, cf. Part I, ch. 2, Sect 3, Categorial Obligation 7, the category of subjective harmony. The prehensions in disjunction are abstractions, each of them is its subject viewed in that abstract objectification. The actuality is the totality of prehensions with subjective unity in process of concrescence into concrete unity. There are an indefinite number of prehensions, overlapping, subdividing, and supplementary to each other. The principle, according to which a prehension can be discovered, is to take any component in the objective datum of the satisfaction. In the complex pattern of the subjective form of the satisfaction there will be a component with direct relevance to this element in the datum. Then in the satisfaction, there is a prehension of this component of the objective datum with that component of the total subjective form as its subjective form. The genetic growth of this prehension can then be traced by considering the transmission of the various elements of the datum from the actual world, and in the case of eternal objects their origination in the conceptual prehensions. There is then a growth of prehensions, with integrations, eliminations, and determination of subjective forms. But the determination T of successive phases of subjective forms, whereby the integrations have the characters that they do have, depends on the unity of the subject imposing a mutual sensitivity upon the prehensions. Thus a prehension, considered genetically, can never free itself from the incurable atomicity 360 of the actual entity to which it belongs. The selection of a subordinate prehension from the satisfaction as described above involves a hypothetical, propositional point of view. The fact is the satisfaction as one. There is some arbitrariness in taking a component from the datum with a component from the subjective form, and in considering them, on the ground of congruity, as forming a subordinate prehension. The justification is that the genetic process can be thereby analyzed. If no such analysis of the growth of that subordinate prehension can be given, then there has been a faulty analysis of the satisfaction. This relation between the satisfaction and the genetic process is expressed in the 8th and 9th categories of explanation, cf. Part I, ch. 2, Sect 2. Chapter 2 The Primary Feelings. 361 A simple physical feeling entertained in one subject is a feeling for which the initial datum is another single actual entity, and the objective datum is another feeling entertained by the latter actual entity. Thus in a simple physical feeling there are two actual entities concerned. One of them is the subject of that feeling, and the other is the initial datum of the feeling. A second feeling is also concerned, namely, the objective datum of the simple physical feeling. This second feeling is the objectification of its subject for the subject of the simple physical feeling. The initial datum is objectified as being the subject of the feeling which is the objective datum. The objectification is the perspective of the initial datum. A simple physical feeling is an act of causation. The actual entity which is the initial datum is the cause, the simple physical feeling is the effect, and the subject entertaining the simple physical feeling is the actual entity conditioned by the effect. This conditioned actual entity will also be called the effect. All complex causal action can be reduced to a complex of such primary components. Therefore simple physical feelings will also be called causal feelings. But it is equally true to say that a simple physical feeling is the most primitive type of an act of perception, devoid of consciousness. The actual entity which is the initial datum is the actual entity perceived, the objective datum is the perspective under which that actual entity is perceived, and the subject of the simple physical feeling 362 is the perceiver. This is not an example of conscious perception. For the subjective form of a simple physical feeling does not involve consciousness, unless acquired in subsequent phases of integration. It seems as though in practice, for human beings at least, only transmuted feelings acquire consciousness, never simple physical feelings. Consciousness originates in the higher phases of integration and illuminates those phases with the greater clarity and distinctness. Thus a simple physical feeling is one feeling which feels another feeling. But the feeling felt has a subject diverse from the subject of the feeling which feels it. A multiplicity of simple physical feelings entering into the propositional unity of a phase constitutes the first phase in the concrescence of the actual entity, which is the common subject of all these feelings. The limitation, whereby the actual entities felt are severally reduced to the perspective of one of their own feelings, is imposed by the categorical condition of subjective unity, requiring a harmonious compatibility in the feelings of each incomplete phase. Thus the negative prehensions, involved in the production of any one feeling, are not independent of the other feelings. The subjective forms of feelings depend in part on the negative prehensions. This primary phase of simple physical feelings constitutes the machinery by reason of which the creativity transcends the world already actual, and yet remains conditioned by that actual world in its new impersonation. Owing to the vagueness of our conscious analysis of complex feelings, perhaps we never consciously discriminate one simple physical feeling in isolation. But all our physical relationships are made up of such simple physical feelings, as their atomic bricks. Apart from inhibitions or additions, weakenings or intensifications, due to the history of its production, the subjective form of a physical feeling is reenaction of the subjective form of the feeling felt. Thus the cause passes on its feeling to be reproduced by the new subject as its own, and yet 363 as inseparable from the cause. There is a flow of feeling. But the reenaction is not perfect. The categorical demands of the concrescence require adjustments of the pattern of emotional intensities. The cause is objectively in the constitution of the effect, in virtue of being the feeler of the feeling reproduced in the effect with partial equivalence of subjective form. Also the cause's feeling has its own objective datum, and its own initial datum. Thus this antecedent initial datum has now entered into the datum of the effect's feeling at second hand through the mediation of the cause. The reason why the cause is objectively in the effect is that the cause's feeling cannot, as a feeling, be abstracted from its subject, which is the cause. This passage of the cause into the effect is the cumulative character of time. The irreversibility of time depends on this character. Note that in the satisfaction there is an integration of simple physical feelings. No simple physical feeling need be distinguished in consciousness. Physical feelings may be merged with feelings of any type, and of whatever complexity. A simple physical feeling has the dual character of being the cause's feeling reenacted for the effect as subject. But this transference of feeling affects a partial identification of cause with effect, and not a mere representation of the cause. It is the cumulation of the universe and not a stage play about it. In a simple feeling there is a double particularity in reference to the actual world, the particular cause and the particular effect. In Locke's language, 3:3:6, and with his limitation of thought, a simple feeling is an idea in one mind determined to this or that particular existent. Locke is here expressing what only metaphysicians can doubt. By reason of this duplicity in a simple feeling there is a vector character which transfers the cause into the effect. It is a feeling from the cause which acquires the subjectivity of the new effect without loss of its original 364 subjectivity in the cause. Simple physical feelings embody the reproductive character of nature, and also the objective immortality of the past. In virtue of these feelings, time is the conformation of the immediate present to the past. Such feelings are conformal feelings. The novel actual entity, which is the effect, is the reproduction of the many actual entities of the past. But in this reproduction there is abstraction from their various totalities of feeling. This abstraction is required by the categorical conditions for compatible synthesis in the novel unity. This abstractive objectification is rendered possible by reason of the divisible character of the satisfactions of actual entities. By reason of this divisible character, causation is the transfer of a feeling, and not of a total satisfaction. The other feelings are dismissed by negative prehensions, owing to their lack of compliance with categorical demands. A simple physical feeling enjoys a characteristic which has been variously described as reenaction, reproduction, and conformation. This characteristic can be more accurately explained in terms of the eternal objects involved. There are eternal objects determinant of the definiteness of the objective datum which is the cause, and eternal objects determinant of the definiteness of the subjective form belonging to the effect. When there is reenaction, there is one eternal object with two-way functioning, namely, as partial determinant of the objective datum, and as partial determinant of the subjective form. In this two-way role, the eternal object is functioning relationally between the initial data on the one hand and the concrescent subject on the other. It is playing one self-consistent role in obedience to the category of objective identity. Physical science is the science investigating spatiotemporal and quantitative characteristics of simple physical feelings. The actual entities of the actual world are bound together in a nexus of these feelings. Also in the creative advance, the nexus proper to an antecedent 365 actual world is not destroyed. It is reproduced and added to, by the new bonds of feeling with the novel actualities which transcend it and include it. But these bonds have always their vector character. Accordingly, the ultimate physical entities for physical science are always vectors indicating transference. In the world there is nothing static. But there is reproduction, and hence the permanence which is the result of order, and the cause of it. And yet there is always change, for time is cumulative as well as reproductive, and the cumulation of the many is not their reproduction as many. This section on simple physical feelings lays the foundation of the treatment of cosmology in the philosophy of organism. It contains the discussion of the ultimate elements from which a more complete philosophical discussion of the physical world, that is to say, of nature, must be derived. In the first place, an endeavor has been made to do justice alike to the aspect of the world emphasized by Descartes and to the atomism of the modern quantum theory. Descartes saw the natural world as an extensive spatial plenum, enduring through time. Modern physicists see energy transferred in definite quanta. This quantum theory also has analogues in recent neurology. Again, fatigue is the expression of cumulation, it is physical memory. Further, causation and physical memory spring from the same root, both of them are physical perception. Cosmology must do equal justice to atomism, to continuity, to causation, to memory, to perception, to qualitative and quantitative forms of energy, and to extension. But so far there has been no reference to the ultimate vibratory characters of organisms and to the potential element in nature. Conceptual feelings and simple causal feelings constitute the two main species of primary feelings. All other feelings of whatever complexity arise out of a process of integration which starts with a phase of these 366 primary feelings. There is, however, a difference between the species. An actual entity in the actual world of a subject must enter into the concrescence of that subject by some simple causal feeling, however vague, trivial, and submerged. Negative prehensions may eliminate its distinctive importance. But in some way, by some trace of causal feeling, the remote actual entity is prehended positively. In the case of an eternal object, there is no such necessity. In any given concrescence, it may be included positively by means of a conceptual feeling, but it may be excluded by a negative prehension. The actualities have to be felt, while the pure potentials can be dismissed. So far as concerns their functionings as objects, this is the great distinction between an actual entity and an eternal object. The one is stubborn matter of fact, and the other never loses its accent of potentiality. In each concrescence there is a twofold aspect of the creative urge. In one aspect there is the origination of simple causal feelings, and in the other aspect there is the origination of conceptual feelings. These contrasted aspects will be called the physical and the mental poles of an actual entity. No actual entity is devoid of either pole, though their relative importance differs in different actual entities. Also, conceptual feelings do not necessarily involve consciousness, though there can be no conscious feelings which do not involve conceptual feelings as elements in the synthesis. Thus an actual entity is essentially dipolar, with its physical and mental poles, and even the physical world cannot be properly understood without reference to its other side, which is the complex of mental operations. The primary mental operations are conceptual feelings. A conceptual feeling is feeling an eternal object in the primary metaphysical character of being an object, that is to say, feeling its capacity for being a realized determinant of process. Immanence and transcendence are the characteristics of an object. As a realized determinant it 367 is immanent, as a capacity for determination it is transcendent. In both roles it is relevant to something not itself. There is no character belonging to the actual apart from its exclusive determination by selected eternal objects. The definiteness of the actual arises from the exclusiveness of eternal objects in their function as determinants. If the actual entity be this, then by the nature of the case it is not that or that. The fact of incompatible alternatives is the ultimate fact in virtue of which there is definite character. A conceptual feeling is the feeling of an eternal object in respect to its general capacity as a determinant of character, including thereby its capacity of exclusiveness. In the technical phraseology of these lectures, a conceptual feeling is a feeling whose datum is an eternal object. Analogously, a negative prehension is termed conceptual when its datum is an eternal object. In a conceptual feeling there is no necessary progress from the initial data to the objective datum. The two may be identical, except in so far as conceptual feelings with diverse sources of origination acquire integration. Conceptual prehensions, positive or negative, constitute the primary operations among those belonging to the mental pole of an actual entity. The subjective form of a conceptual feeling has the character of evaluation, and this notion must now be explained. A conceptual feeling arises in some incomplete phase of its subject and passes into a supervening phase in which it has found integration with other feelings. In this supervening phase, the eternal object, which is the datum of the conceptual feeling, is an ingredient in some sort of datum in which the other components are the objective data of other feelings in the earlier phase. This new datum is the integrated datum. It will be some sort of contrast. By the first categorical condition the feelings 368 of the earlier phase are compatible for integration. Thus the supervention of the later phase does not involve elimination by negative prehensions. Such eliminations of positive prehensions in the concrescent subject would divide that subject into many subjects, and would divide these many subjects from the superject. But, though there can be no elimination from the supervening phase as a whole, there may be elimination from some new integral feeling which is merely one component of that phase. But in the formation of this integrated datum there must be determination of exactly how this eternal object has ingress into that datum conjointly with the remaining eternal objects and actual entities derived from the other feelings. This determination is effected by the subjective forms of the component conceptual feelings. Again, it is to be remembered that, by the first categorical condition, this subjective form is not independent of the other feelings in the earlier phase, and thus is such as to effect this determination. Also, the integral feeling has its subjective form with its pattern of intensiveness. This patterned intensiveness regulates the distinctive relative importance of each element of the datum as felt in that feeling. This intensive regulation of that eternal object as felt in the integrated datum, is determined by the subjective form of the conceptual feeling. Yet again, by reference to the first, and seventh, categorical conditions, this intensive form of the conceptual feeling has dependence also in this respect on the other feelings of the earlier phase. Thus, according as the valuation of the conceptual feeling is a valuation up or a valuation down, the importance of the eternal object as felt in the integrated feeling is enhanced, or attenuated. Thus the valuation is both qualitative, determining how the eternal object is to be utilized, and is also intensive, determining what importance that utilization is to assume. Thus evaluation has three characteristics. According to the categories of subjective unity, and 369 of subjective harmony, the valuation is dependent on the other feelings in its phase of origination. The valuation determines in what status the eternal object has angrazien into the integrated nexus physically felt. The valuation values up, or down, so as to determine the intensive importance accorded to the eternal object by the subjective form of the integral feeling. These three characteristics of an integral feeling, derived from its conceptual components, are summed up in the term valuation. But though these three characteristics are included in a valuation, they are merely the outcome of the subjective aim of the subject, determining what it is itself integrally to be, in its own character of the subject of its own process. Consciousness concerns the subjective form of a feeling. But such a subjective form requires a certain type of objective datum. A subjective form in abstraction loses its reality, and sinks into an eternal object capable of determining a feeling into that distinctive type of definiteness. But when the eternal object informs a feeling, it can only so operate in virtue of its conformation to the other components which jointly constitute the definiteness of the feeling. The moral of this slight discussion must now be applied to the notion of consciousness. Consciousness is an element in feeling which belongs to its subjective form. But there can only be that sort of subjective form when the objective datum has an adequate character. Further, the objective datum can only assume this character when it is derived from initial data which carry in their individual selves the reciprocal possibilities of this objective synthesis. A pure conceptual feeling in its first mode of origination never involves consciousness. In this respect, a pure mental feeling, conceptual or propositional, is analogous 370 to a pure physical feeling. A primary feeling of either type, or a prepositional feeling, can enrich its subjective form with consciousness only by means of its alliances. Whenever there is consciousness, there is some element of recollection. It recalls earlier phases from the dim recesses of the unconscious. Long ago this truth was asserted in Plato's doctrine of reminiscence. No doubt Plato was directly thinking of glimpses of eternal truths lingering in a soul derived from a timeless heaven of pure form. Be that as it may, then in a wider sense consciousness enlightens experience which precedes it, and could be without it if considered as a mere datum. Hume, with opposite limitations to his meaning, asserts the same doctrine. He maintains that we can never conceptually entertain what we have never antecedently experienced through impressions of sensation. The philosophy of organism generalizes the notion of impressions of sensation into that of pure physical feeling. Even then Hume's assertion is too unguarded according to Hume's own showing. But the immediate point is the deep-seated alliance of consciousness with recollection both for Plato and for Hume. Here we maintain the doctrine that, in the analysis of the origination of any conscious feeling, some component physical feelings are to be found, and conversely, whenever there is consciousness, there is some component of conceptual functioning. For the abstract element in the concrete fact is exactly what provokes our consciousness. The consciousness is what arises in some process of synthesis of physical and mental operations. In his doctrine of ideas, Locke goes further than Hume and is, as I think, more accurate in expressing the facts, though Hume adds something which Locke omits. Locke upholds the direct conscious apprehension of things without, e.g. SA, 2, XXI, 1, otherwise termed exterior things, 2, XXIII, 1, or this or that particular existence, 3, 6, and illustrated by an individual nurse and an individual mother, 3, 7. 371 In the philosophy of organism, the nexus, which is the basis for such direct apprehension, is provided by the physical feelings. The philosophy of organism here takes the opposite road to that taken alike by Descartes and by Kant. Both of these philosophers accepted, Descartes with hesitations, and Kant without question, the traditional subjectivist sensationalism, and assigned the intuition of things without peculiarly to the intelligence. Hume's addition consists in expressing and discussing, with the utmost clarity, the traditional sensationalist dogma. Thus for Hume, as for Locke when he remembers to speak in terms of this doctrine, an impression is the conscious apprehension of a universal. For example, he writes, Treatise, B.K. I part I, ch. I, that idea of red, which we form in the dark, and that impression which strikes our eyes in sunshine, differ only in degree, not in nature. This means that a consistent sensationalism cannot distinguish between a percept and a concept. Hume had not in his mind, at least when philosophizing, though he admits it for other sorts of practice, the fourth category of explanation, that no entity can be abstracted from its capacity to function as an object in the process of the actual world. To function as an object is to be a determinant of the definiteness of an actual occurrence. According to the philosophy of organism, a pure concept does not involve consciousness, at least in our human experience. Consciousness arises when a synthetic feeling integrates physical and conceptual feelings. Traditional philosophy in its account of conscious perception has exclusively fixed attention on its pure conceptual side, and thereby has made difficulties for itself in the theory of knowledge. Locke, with his naive good sense, assumes that perception involves more than this conceptual side, though he fails to grasp the inconsistency of this assumption with the extreme subjectivist sensational doctrine. Physical feelings form the non-conceptual element in our awareness of 372 nature. Point 1 Also, all awareness, even awareness of concepts, requires at least the synthesis of physical feelings with conceptual feeling. In awareness, actuality, as a process in fact, is integrated with the potentialities which illustrate either what it is and might not be, or what it is not and might be. In other words, there is no consciousness without reference to definiteness, affirmation, and negation. Also, affirmation involves its contrast with negation, and negation involves its contrast with affirmation. Further, affirmation and negation are alike meaningless apart from reference to the definiteness of particular actualities. Consciousness is how we feel the affirmation-negation contrast. Conceptual feeling is the feeling of an unqualified negation, that is to say, it is the feeling of a definite eternal object with the definite extrusion of any particular realization. Consciousness requires that the objective datum should involve, as one side of a contrast, a qualified negative determined to some definite situation. It will be found later, cf. 4, that this doctrine implies that there is no consciousness apart from propositions as one element in the objective datum. Chapter 3 The Transmission of Feelings. 373 According to the ontological principle, there is nothing which floats into the world from nowhere. Everything in the actual world is referable to some actual entity. It is either transmitted from an actual entity in the past, or belongs to the subjective aim of the actual entity to whose concrescence it belongs. This subjective aim is both an example and a limitation of the ontological principle. It is an example, in that the principle is here applied to the immediacy of concrescent fact. The subject completes itself during the process of concrescence by a self-criticism of its own incomplete phases. In another sense, the subjective aim limits the ontological principle by its own autonomy. But the initial stage of its aim is an endowment which the subject inherits from the inevitable ordering of things, conceptually realized in the nature of God. The immediacy of the concrescent subject is constituted by its living aim at its own self-constitution. Thus the initial stage of the aim is rooted in the nature of God, and its completion depends on the self-causation of the subject subject. This function of God is analogous to the remorseless working of things in Greek and in Buddhist thought. The initial aim is the best for that impasse. But if the best be bad, then the ruthlessness of God can be personified as Ate, the goddess of mischief. The chaff is burnt. What is inexorable in God, is valuation as an aim towards order, and order means society permissive of actualities with patterned intensity of feeling arising from adjusted con 374 trasts. In this sense, God is the principle of concretion, namely, He is that actual entity from which each temporal concrescence receives that initial aim from which its self-causation starts. That aim determines the initial gradations of relevance of eternal objects for conceptual feeling, and constitutes the autonomous subject in its primary phase of feelings with its initial conceptual valuations, and with its initial physical purposes. Thus the transition of the creativity from an actual world to the correlate novel concrescence is conditioned by the relevance of God's all-embracing conceptual valuations to the particular possibilities of transmission from the actual world, and by its relevance to the various possibilities of initial subjective form available for the initial feelings. In this way there is constituted the concrescent subject in its primary phase with its dipolar constitution, physical and mental, indissoluble. If we prefer the phraseology, we can say that God and the actual world jointly constitute the character of the creativity for the initial phase of the novel concrescence. The subject, thus constituted, is the autonomous master of its own concrescence into subject superject. It passes from a subjective aim in concrescence into a superject with objective immortality. At any stage it is subject superject. According to this explanation, self-determination is always imaginative in its origin. The deterministic efficient causation is the inflow of the actual world in its own proper character of its own feelings, with their own intensive strength, felt and reenacted by the novel concrescent subject. But this reenaction has a mere character of conformation to pattern. The subjective valuation is the work of novel conceptual feeling, and in proportion to its importance, acquired in complex processes of integration and reintegration, this autonomous conceptual element modifies the subjective forms throughout the whole range of feeling in that concrescence and thereby guides the integrations. Insofar as there is negligible autonomous energy, the 375 subject merely receives the physical feelings, confirms their valuations according to the order of that epoch, and transmits by reason of its own objective immortality. Its own flash of autonomous individual experience is negligible for the science which is tracing transmissions up to the conscious experience of a final observer. But as soon as individual experience is not negligible, the autonomy of the subject in the modification of its initial subjective aim must be taken into account. Each creative act is the universe incarnating itself as one, and there is nothing above it by way of final condition. The general doctrine of the previous section requires an examination of principles regulating the transmission of feelings into data for novel feelings in a new concrescence. Since no feeling can be abstracted from its subject, this transmission is merely another way of considering the objectification of actual entities. A feeling will be called physical when its datum involves objectifications of other actual entities. In the previous chapter, the special case of simple physical feelings was discussed. A feeling belonging to this special case has as its datum only one actual entity, and this actual entity is objectified by one of its feelings. All the more complex kinds of physical feelings arise in subsequent phases of concrescence, in virtue of integrations of simple physical feelings with each other and with conceptual feelings. But before proceeding to these more complex physical feelings, a subdivision of simple physical feelings must be considered. Such feelings are subdivided into pure physical feelings and hybrid physical feelings. In a pure physical feeling, the actual entity which is the datum is objectified by one of its own physical feelings. Thus, having regard to the reenaction which is characteristic of the subjective form of a simple physical feeling, we have in the case of the simpler actual entities an example of the transference of energy in the physical 376 world. When the datum is an actual entity of a highly complex grade, the physical feeling by which it is objectified as a datum may be of a highly complex character, and the simple notion of a transference of some form of energy to the new subject may entirely fail to exhaust the important aspects of the pure physical feeling in question. In a hybrid physical feeling, the actual entity forming the datum is objectified by one of its own conceptual feelings. Thus, having regard to the element of autonomy which is characteristic of the subjective form of a conceptual feeling, we have in the case of the more complex actual entities an example of the origination and direction of energy in the physical world. In general, this simplified aspect of a hybrid physical feeling does not exhaust its role in the concrescence of its subject. The disastrous separation of body and mind, characteristic of philosophical systems which are in any important respect derived from Cartesianism, is avoided in the philosophy of organism by the doctrines of hybrid physical feelings and of the transmuted feelings. In these ways, conceptual feelings pass into the category of physical feelings. Also conversely, physical feelings give rise to conceptual feelings, and conceptual feelings give rise to other conceptual feelings according to the doctrines of the categories of conceptual valuation, category 4, and of conceptual reversion, category V, to be discussed in the subsequent sections of this chapter. One important characteristic of a hybrid feeling is the intensity of the conceptual feeling which originates from it, according to the category of subjective valuation. In the next section, This categorical condition of conceptual valuation is considered in relation to all physical feelings, pure and hybrid alike. The present section will only anticipate that discussion so far as hybrid feelings are concerned. Thus the part of the general category now relevant can be formulated. 377 A hybrid physical feeling originates for its subject a conceptual feeling with the same datum as that of the conceptual feeling of the antecedent subject. But the two conceptual feelings in the two subjects respectively may have different subjective forms. There is an autonomy in the formation of the subjective forms of conceptual feelings, conditioned only by the unity of the subject as expressed in categorical conditions I, 7, and 8. These conditions for unity correlate the sympathetic subjective form of the hybrid feeling with the autonomous subjective form of the derivative conceptual feeling with the same subject. There are evidently two subspecies of hybrid feelings, I, those which feel the conceptual feelings of temporal actual entities, and, 2, those which feel the conceptual feelings of God. The objectification of God in a temporal subject is effected by the hybrid feelings with God's conceptual feelings as data. Those of God's feelings which are positively prehended are those with some compatibility of contrast, or of identity, with physical feelings transmitted from the temporal world. But when we take God into account, then we can assert without any qualification Hume's principle, that all conceptual feelings are derived from physical feelings. The limitation of Hume's principle introduced by the consideration of the category of conceptual reversion, cf. Sect 3 of this chapter, is to be construed as referring merely to the transmission from the temporal world, leaving God out of account. Apart from the intervention of God, there could be nothing new in the world, and no order in the world. The course of creation would be a dead level of ineffectiveness, with all balance and intensity progressively excluded by the cross-currents of incompatibility. The novel hybrid feelings derived from God, with the derivative sympathetic conceptual valuations, are the foundations of progress. 378. Conceptual feelings are primarily derived from physical feelings, and secondarily from each other. In this statement, the consideration of God's intervention is excluded. When this intervention is taken into account, all conceptual feelings must be derived from physical feelings. Unfettered conceptual valuation, infinite in Spinoza's sense of that term, is only possible once in the universe, since that creative act is objectively immortal as an inescapable condition characterizing creative action. But, unless otherwise stated, only the temporal entities of the actual world will be considered. We have to discuss the categorical conditions for such derivation of conceptual feelings from the physical feelings relating to the temporal world. By the categorical condition of subjective unity category I, the initial phase of physical feelings has the propositional unity of feelings compatible for integration into one feeling of the actual world. But the completed determination of the subjective form of this final satisfaction awaits the origination of conceptual feelings whose subjective forms introduce the factor of valuation, that is, valuation up or valuation down. Thus a supplementary phase succeeds to the initial purely physical phase. This supplementary phase starts with two subordinate phases of conceptual origination, and then passes into phases of integration, and of reintegration, in which propositional feelings, and intellectual feelings, may emerge. In the present chapter we are concerned with the first two phases of merely conceptual origination. These are not phases of conceptual analysis, but of conceptual valuation. The subsequent analytic phases involve propositional feelings, and in certain circumstances issue in consciousness. But in this chapter we are merely concerned with blind conceptual valuation, and with the effect of such valuation upon physical feel 379ings which lie in the future beyond the actual entities in which such valuations occur. The initial problem is to discover the principles according to which some eternal objects are prehended positively and others are prehended negatively. Some are felt and others are eliminated. In the solution of this problem 5 additional categorical conditions must be added to the three such conditions which have already been explained. The conditions have regard to the origination, and coordination, of conceptual feelings. They govern the general process of conceptual imagination, so far as concerns its origination from physical experience. Category 4. The category of conceptual valuation. From each physical feeling there is the derivation of a purely conceptual feeling whose datum is the eternal object exemplified in the definiteness of the actual entity, or of the nexus, physically felt. This category maintains the old principle that mentality originates from sensitive experience. It lays down the principle that all sensitive experience originates mental operations. It does not, however, mean that there is no origination of other mental operations derivative from these primary mental operations. Nor does it mean that these mental operations involve consciousness, which is the product of intricate integration. The mental pole originates as the conceptual counterpart of operations in the physical pole. The two poles are inseparable in their origination. The mental pole starts with the conceptual registration of the physical pole. This conceptual registration constitutes the sole datum of experience according to the sensationalist school. Writers of this school entirely neglect physical feelings, originating in the physical pole. Hume's impressions of sensation and Kant's sensational data are considered in terms only applicable to conceptual registration. Hence Kant's notion of the chaos of such ulti-380 mate data. Also Hume, at least, in his treatise, can only find differences of force and vivacity. The subjective form of a conceptual feeling is valuation. These valuations are subject to the category of subjective unity. Thus the conceptual registration is conceptual valuation, and conceptual valuation introduces creative purpose. The mental pole introduces the subject as a determinant of its own concrescence. The mental pole is the subject determining its own ideal of itself by reference to eternal principles of valuation autonomously modified in their application to its own physical objective datum. Every actual entity is in time so far as its physical pole is concerned, and is out of time so far as its mental pole is concerned. It is the union of two worlds, namely, the temporal world, and the world of autonomous valuation. The integration of each simple physical feeling with its conceptual counterpart produces in a subsequent phase a physical feeling whose subjective form of reenaction has gained or lost subjective intensity according to the valuation up, or the valuation down, in the conceptual feeling. So far there is merely subjective readjustment of the subjective forms. This is the phase of physical purpose. The effect of the conceptual feeling is thus, so far, merely to provide that the modified subjective form is not merely derived from the reenaction of the objectified actual entity. Also, in the complex subsequent integrations, we find that the conceptual counterpart has a role in detachment from the physical feeling out of which it originates. Category V. The category of conceptual reversion. There is secondary origination of conceptual feelings with data which are partially identical with, and partially diverse from, the eternal objects forming the data in the primary phase of the mental pole, the determination of identity and diversity depending on the subjective aim at attaining depth of intensity by reason of contrast. Thus the first phase of the mental pole is conceptual 381 reproduction, and the second phase is a phase of conceptual reversion. In this second phase the proximate novelties are conceptually felt. This is the process by which the subsequent enrichment of subjective forms, both in qualitative pattern, and in intensity through contrast, is made possible by the positive conceptual prehension of relevant alternatives. Point 1. There is a conceptual contrast of physical incompatibles. This is the category which, as thus stated, seems to limit the strict application of Plato's principle of reminiscence, and of Hume's principle of recollection. Probably it does not contradict anything that Plato meant by his principle. But it does limit the rigid application of Hume's principle. Indeed, Hume himself admitted exceptions. It is the category by which novelty enters the world, so that even amid stability there is never undifferentiated endurance. But, as the category states, reversion is always limited by the necessary inclusion of elements identical with elements in feelings of the antecedent phase. By the category of subjective unity, and by the seventh category of subjective harmony, to be explained later, all origination of feelings is governed by the subjective imposition of aptitude for final synthesis. Also by the category of objective identity, this aptitude always has its ground in the two-way functionings of self-identical elements. Then in synthesis there must always be a ground of identity and an aim at contrast. The aim at contrast arises from the depth of intensity promoted by contrast. The joint necessity of this ground of identity, and this aim at contrast, is partially expressed in this category of conceptual reversion. This aim at contrast is the expression of the ultimate creative purpose that each unification shall achieve some maximum depth of intensity of feeling, subject to the conditions of its concrescence. This ultimate purpose is formulated in Category 8. The question, how, and in what sense, one unrealized 382 eternal object can be more, or less, proximate to an eternal object in realized Angrezion, that is to say, in comparison with any other unfelt eternal object, is left unanswered by this category of reversion. In conformity with the ontological principle, this question can be answered only by reference to some actual entity. Every eternal object has entered into the conceptual feelings of God. Thus, a more fundamental account must ascribe the reverted conceptual feeling in a temporal subject to its conceptual feeling derived, according to Category 4, from the hybrid physical feeling of the relevancies conceptually ordered in God's experience. In this way, by the recognition of God's characterization of the creative act, a more complete rational explanation is attained. The category of reversion is then abolished, and Hume's principle of the derivation of conceptual experience from physical experience remains without any exception. The two categories of the preceding section concern the efficacy of physical feelings, pure or hybrid, for the origination of conceptual feelings in a later phase of their own subject. The present section considers analogous feelings with diverse subjects scattered throughout members of a nexus. It considers a single subject, subsequent to the nexus, prehending this multiplicity of scattered feelings as the data for a corresponding multiplicity of its own simple physical feelings, some pure and some hybrid. It then formulates the process by which in that subject an analogy between these various feelings constituted by one eternal object, of whatever complexity, implicated in the various analogous data of these feelings is, by a supervening process of integration, converted into one feeling having for its datum the specific contrast between the nexus as one entity and that eternal object. This contrast is what is familiarly known as the qualification of the nexus by that eternal object. An inter 383 mediate stage in this process of integration is the formation in the final subject of one conceptual feeling with that eternal object as its datum. This conceptual feeling has an impartial relevance to the above-mentioned various simple physical feelings of the various members of the nexus. It is this impartiality of the conceptual feeling which leads to the integration in which the many members of the nexus are collected into the one nexus which they form, and in which that nexus is set in contrast to the one eternal object which has emerged from their analogies. Thus pure, and hybrid, physical feelings, issuing into a single conceptual feeling, constitute the preliminary phase of this transmutation in the prehending subject. The integration of these feelings in that subject leads to the transmuted physical feeling of a nexus as qualified by that eternal object which is the datum of the single conceptual feeling. In this way the world is physically felt as a unity, and is felt as divisible into parts which are unities, namely, nexus. Each such unity has its own characteristics arising from the undiscriminated actual entities which are members of that nexus. In some cases objectification of the nexus has only indirect reference to the characteristics of its individual atomic actualities. In such a case the objectification may introduce new elements into the world, fortunate or unfortunate. Usually the objectification gives direct information, so that the prehending subject shapes itself as the direct outcome of the order prevalent in the prehended nexus. Transmutation is the way in which the actual world is felt as a community, and is so felt in virtue of its prevalent order. For it arises by reason of the analogies between the various members of the prehended nexus, and eliminates their differences. Apart from transmutation our feeble intellectual operations would fail to penetrate into the dominant characteristics of things. We can only understand by discarding. Transmutation depends upon a categorical condition. 384 Category 6. The category of transmutation. When, in accordance with Category 4, or with Categories 4 and V, one and the same conceptual feeling is derived impartially by apprehending subject from its analogous simple physical feelings of various actual entities, then in a subsequent phase of integration of these simple physical feelings together with the derivate conceptual feeling, the prehending subject may transmute the datum of this conceptual feeling into a contrast with the nexus of those prehended actual entities, or of some part of that nexus, so that the nexus, or its part, thus qualified, is the objective datum of a feeling entertained by this prehending subject. Such a transmutation of simple physical feelings of many actualities into one physical feeling of a nexus as one, is called a transmuted feeling. The origination of such a feeling depends upon intensities, valuations, and eliminations conjointly favorable. In order to understand this categorical condition, it must be noted that the integration of simple physical feelings into a complex physical feeling only provides for the various actual entities of the nexus being felt as separate entities requiring each other. We have to account for the substitution of the one nexus in place of its component actual entities. This is Leibniz's problem, which arises in his monadology. He solves the problem by an unanalyzed doctrine of confusion. Some category is required to provide a physical feeling of a nexus as one entity with its own categorical type of existence. This one physical feeling in the final subject is derived by transmutation from the various analogous physical feelings entertained by the various members of the nexus, together with their various analogous conceptual feelings, with these various members as subjects, originated from these physical feelings, either directly according to Category 4, or indirectly according to Category V. The analogy of the physical feelings consists in the fact that their definite character exhibits the same ingredient 385 eternal object. The analogy of the conceptual feelings consists in the fact that this one eternal object, or one reversion from this eternal object, is the datum for the various relevant conceptual feelings entertained respectively by members of the nexus. The final prehending subject prehends the members of the nexus, I, by pure physical feelings in which the members are severally objectified by these analogous physical feelings, and, 2, by hybrid physical feelings in which the members are severally objectified by these analogous conceptual feelings. In the prehending subject, these analogous, pure physical feelings originate a conceptual feeling, according to Category 4, and, according to Category V, there may be a reverted conceptual feeling. There will be only one direct conceptual feeling, for the simple physical feelings, in the final subject, are analogous in the sense of exemplifying the same eternal object. If there be no reversion, this analogy extends over the pure and the hybrid physical feelings. If there be important reversion, this analogy only extends over the hybrid feelings with the reverted conceptual feelings as data. This latter case is only important when the reverted feelings involve the predominantly intense valuation. Thus these many physical feelings of diverse actualities originate in the final subject one conceptual feeling. This single conceptual feeling has therefore an impartial reference throughout the actualities of the nexus. Also reverted conceptual feelings in the nexus are, in this connection, negligible unless they preserve this impartiality of reference throughout the nexus. Excluding for the moment the consideration of reverted feelings in the actualities of the nexus, the hybrid physical feelings in the prehending subject also, by Category 4, generate one conceptual feeling with impartial reference, also it is the same conceptual feeling as that generated by the pure physical feelings, in the final subject. Thus, with no reversion, the influence of the hybrid physical feelings 386 is to enhance the intensity of the conceptual feeling derived from the pure physical feelings. But there may be reversions to be considered, that is to say, reversions with impartial reference throughout the nexus. The reversion may originate in the separate actualities of the nexus, or in the final prehending subject, or there may be a double reversion involving both sources. Thus we must allow for the possibility of diverse reverted feelings, each with impartial reference. Insofar as there is concordance and the reversions are dominant, there will issue one conceptual feeling of enhanced intensity. When there is discordance among these various conceptual feelings, there will be elimination, and in general no transmutation. But when, from some, or all, of these sources of impartial conceptual feelings, one dominant impartial conceptual feeling emerges with adequate intensity, transmutation will supervene. This impartiality of reference has then been transmuted into the physical feeling of that nexus, whole or partial, contrasted with some one eternal object. It will be noted that this one impartial conceptual feeling is an essential element of the process, whereby an impartial reference to the whole nexus is introduced. Otherwise there would be no element to transmute particular relevancies to the many members into general relevance to the whole. The eternal object which characterizes the nexus in this physical feeling may be an eternal object characterizing the analogous physical feelings, belonging to all, or some, of the members of the nexus. In this case, the nexus as a whole derives a character which in some way belongs to its various members. Again, in the transmuted feeling only part of the original nexus may be objectified, and the eternal object may have been derived from members of the other part of the original nexus. This is the case for perception in the mode of presentational immediacy, to be further discussed in a later chapter, Part 4, CHV, cf. also 387 Part 2, CH2, Sect. I, and Part 2, CH. 4, Sect. 7, and Part 2, ch. 8. Also the eternal object may be the datum of a reverted conceptual feeling, only indirectly derived from the members of the original nexus. In this case, the transmuted feeling of the nexus introduces novelty, and in unfortunate cases this novelty may be termed error. But all the same, the transmuted feeling, whatever be its history of transmutation, is a definite physical fact whereby the final subject prehends the nexus. For example, considering the example of presentational immediacy, colorblindness may be called error, but nevertheless, it is a physical fact. A transmuted feeling comes under the definition of a physical feeling. Our usual way of consciously prehending the world is by these transmuted physical feelings. It is only when we are consciously aware of alien mentalities that we even approximate to the conscious prehension of a single actual entity. It will be found that transmuted feelings are very analogous to propositional feelings, and to conscious perceptions and judgments in their sequence of integration. Vagueness has its origin in transmuted feelings. For a quality, characterizing the mutual prehensions of all the members of a nexus, is transmuted into a predicate of the nexus. The intensity arising from the force of repetition makes this transmuted perception to be the prominent type of those feelings which in further integrations acquire consciousness as an element in their subjective forms. It represents a simplification of physical feeling, effected in the course of integration. According to this category, the conceptual feelings entertained in any nexus modify the future role of that nexus as a physical objective datum. This category governs the transition from conceptual feelings in one actual entity to physical feelings either in a supervening phase of itself or in a later actual entity. What is conceptual earlier is felt physically later in an extended role. Thus, for instance, a new form has its emergent angryzion con 388 septually by reversion, and receives delayed exemplification physically when the other categorial conditions permit. This joint operation of categories 4 and 6 produces what has been termed adversion and aversion. For the conceptual feelings in the actualities of the nexus, produced according to category 4, have data identical with the pattern exemplified in the objective data of the many physical feelings. If in the conceptual feelings there is valuation upward, then the physical feelings are transmitted to the new concrescence with enhanced intensity in its subjective form. This is adversion. But if in the conceptual feelings there is valuation downward, then the physical feelings are, in the later concrescence, either eliminated, or are transmitted to it with attenuated intensity. This is aversion. Thus adversion and aversion are types of decision. Thus the conceptual feeling with its valuation has primarily the character of purpose, since it is the agent whereby the decision is made as to the causal efficacy of its subject in its objectifications beyond itself. But it only achieves this character of purpose by its integration with the physical feeling from which it originates. This integration is considered in Chapter V on comparative feelings. It is evident that adversion and aversion, and also the category of transmutation, only have importance in the case of high-grade organisms. They constitute the first step towards intellectual mentality, though in themselves they do not amount to consciousness. But an actual entity which includes these operations must have an important intensity of conceptual feelings able to mask and fuse the simple physical feelings. Also, the examination of the category of transmutation shows that the approach to intellectuality consists in the gain of a power of abstraction. The irrelevant multiplicity of detail is eliminated, and emphasis is laid on the elements of systematic order in the actual world. In 389, so far as there is trivial order, there must be trivialized actual entities. The right coordination of the negative prehensions is one secret of mental progress, but unless some systematic scheme of relatedness characterizes the environment, there will be nothing left whereby to constitute vivid prehension of the world. The low-grade organism is merely the summation of the forms of energy which flow in upon it in all their multiplicity of detail. It receives, and it transmits, but it fails to simplify into intelligible system. The physical theory of the structural flow of energy has to do with the transmission of simple physical feelings from individual actuality to individual actuality. Thus some sort of quantum theory in physics, relevant to the existing type of cosmic order, is to be expected. The physical theory of alternative forms of energy, and of the transformation from one form to another form, ultimately depends upon transmission conditioned by some exemplification of the categories of transmutation and reversion. The seventh categorial condition governs the efficacy of conceptual feelings both in the completion of their own subjects, and also in the objectifications of their subjects in subsequent concrescence. It is the category of subjective harmony. Category 7. The category of subjective harmony. The valuations of conceptual feelings are mutually determined by their adaptation to be joint elements in a satisfaction aimed at by the subject. This categorial condition should be compared with the category of subjective unity, and also with the category of conceptual reversion. In the former category, the intrinsic inconsistencies, termed logical, are the formative conditions in the pre-established harmony. In this seventh category, and in the category of reversion, aesthetic adaptation for an end is the formative condition in the pre-established harmony. These three categories 390 express the ultimate particularity of feelings. For the subject which is their outcome is also the subject which is operative in their production. They are the creation of their own creature. The point to be noticed is that the actual entity, in a state of process during which it is not fully definite, determines its own ultimate definiteness. This is the whole point of moral responsibility. Such responsibility is conditioned by the limits of the data, and by the categorial conditions of concrescence. But autonomy is negligible unless the complexity is such that there is great energy in the production of conceptual feelings according to the category of reversion. This category of reversion has to be considered in connection with the category of aesthetic harmony, for the contrasts produced by reversion are contrasts required for the fulfillment of the aesthetic ideal. Unless there is complexity, ideal diversities lead to physical impossibilities, and thence to impoverishment. It requires a complex constitution to stage diversities as consistent contrasts. It is only by reason of the categories of subjective unity, and of subjective harmony, that the process constitutes the character of the product, and that conversely the analysis of the product discloses the process. Chapter 4: Propositions and Feelings. 391. The nature of consciousness has not yet been adequately analyzed. The initial basic feelings, physical and conceptual, have been mentioned, and so also has the final synthesis into the affirmation-negation contrast. But between the beginning and the end of the integration into consciousness, there lies the origination of a propositional feeling. A propositional feeling is a feeling whose objective datum is a proposition. Such a feeling does not in itself involve consciousness. But all forms of consciousness arise from ways of integration of propositional feelings with other feelings, either physical feelings or conceptual feelings. Consciousness belongs to the subjective forms of such feelings. A proposition enters into experience as the entity forming the datum of a complex feeling derived from the integration of a physical feeling with a conceptual feeling. Point 1. Now a conceptual feeling does not refer to the actual world, in the sense that the history of this actual world has any peculiar relevance to its datum. This datum is an eternal object, and an eternal object refers only to the purely general any among undetermined actual entities. In itself an eternal object evades any selection among actualities or epochs. You cannot know what is red by merely thinking of redness. You can only find red things by adventuring amid physical experiences in this actual world. This doctrine is the ultimate ground of empiricism, namely, that eternal objects tell no tales as to their engroscience. 392. But now a new kind of entity presents itself. Such entities are the tales that perhaps might be told about particular actualities. Such entities are neither actual entities, nor eternal objects, nor feelings. They are propositions. A proposition must be true or false. Herein a proposition differs from an eternal object, for no eternal object is ever true or false. This difference between propositions and eternal objects arises from the fact that truth and falsehood are always grounded upon a reason. But according to the ontological principle, the 18th category of explanation, a reason is always a reference to determinate actual entities. Now an eternal object, in itself, abstracts from all determinate actual entities, including even God. It is merely referent to any such entities, in the absolutely general sense of any. Then there can be no reason upon which to found the truth or falsehood of an eternal object. The very diversity of eternal objects has for its reason their diversity of functioning in this actual world. Thus the endeavor to understand eternal objects in complete abstraction from the actual world results in reducing them to mere undifferentiated non-entities. This is an exemplification of the categorial principle, that the general metaphysical character of being an entity is to be a determinant in the becoming of actualities. Accordingly, the differentiated relevance of eternal objects to each instance of the creative process requires their conceptual realization in the primordial nature of God. He does not create eternal objects, for his nature requires them in the same degree that they require him. This is an exemplification of the coherence of the categorial types of existence. The general relationships of eternal objects to each other, relationships of diversity and of pattern, are their relationships in God's conceptual realization. Apart from this realization, there is mere isolation indistinguishable from nonentity. But a proposition, while preserving the indeterminateness of an eternal object, makes an incomplete abstract 393 from determinate actual entities. It is a complex entity, with determinate actual entities among its components. These determinate actual entities, considered formaliter and not as in the abstraction of the proposition, do afford a reason determining the truth or falsehood of the proposition. But the proposition in itself, apart from recourse to these reasons, tells no tale about itself, and in this respect it is indeterminate like the eternal objects. A prepositional feeling, as has been stated, arises from a special type of integration synthesizing a physical feeling with a conceptual feeling. The objective datum of the physical feeling is either one actual entity, if the feeling be simple, or is a determinate nexus of actual entities, if the physical feeling be more complex. The datum of the conceptual feeling is an eternal object which is referent, qua possibility, to any actual entities, where the any is absolutely general and devoid of selection. In the integrated objective datum, the physical feeling provides its determinate set of actual entities, indicated by their felt physical relationships to the subject of the feeling. These actual entities are the logical subjects of the proposition. The absolute generality of the notion of any, inherent in an eternal object, is thus eliminated in the fusion. In the proposition, the eternal object, in respect to its possibilities as a determinant of nexus is restricted to these logical subjects. The proposition may have the restricted generality of referring to any among these provided logical subjects, or it may have the singularity of referring to the complete set of provided logical subjects as potential relata, each with its assigned status, in the complex pattern which is the eternal object. The proposition is the potentiality of the eternal object, as a determinant of definiteness, in some determinate mode of restricted reference to the logical subjects. This eternal object is the predicative pattern of the proposition. The set of logical subjects is either completely singled out as these logical subjects in this predicative pattern or is collect 394 tivally singled out as any of these logical subjects in this pattern, or as some of these logical subjects in this pattern. Thus the physical feeling indicates the logical subjects and provides them respectively with that individual definition necessary to assign the hypothetic status of each in the predicative pattern. The conceptual feeling provides the predicative pattern. Thus in a proposition the logical subjects are reduced to the status of food for a possibility. Their real role in actuality is abstracted from, they are no longer factors in fact, except for the purpose of their physical indication. Each logical subject becomes a bare-it among actualities, with its assigned hypothetical relevance to the predicate point too. It is evident that the datum of the conceptual feeling reappears as the predicate in the proposition which is the datum of the integral, prepositional feeling. In this synthesis the eternal object has suffered the elimination of its absolute generality of reference. The datum of the physical feeling has also suffered elimination. For the peculiar objectification of the actual entities, really affected in the physical feeling, is eliminated, except in so far as it is required for the services of the indication. The objectification remains only to indicate that definiteness which the logical subjects must have in order to be hypothetical food for that predicate. This necessary indication of the logical subjects requires the actual world as a systematic environment. For there can be no definite position in pure abstraction. The proposition is the possibility of that predicate applying in that assigned way to those logical subjects. In every proposition, as such and without going beyond it, there is complete indeterminateness so far as concerns its own realization in a propositional feeling, and as regards its own truth. The logical subjects are, nevertheless, in fact actual entities which are definite in their realized mutual relatedness. Thus the proposition is in fact true, or false. But its own 395 truth, or its own falsity, is no business of a proposition. That question concerns only a subject entertaining a propositional feeling with that proposition for its datum. Such an actual entity is termed a prehending subject of the proposition. Even a prehending subject is not necessarily judging the proposition. That particular case has been discussed earlier in Chapter 9 of Part 2. In that chapter the term judging subject was used in place of the wider term prehending subject. To summarize this discussion of the general nature of a proposition shares with an eternal object the character of indeterminateness, in that both are definite potentialities for actuality with undetermined realization in actuality. But they differ in that an eternal object refers to actuality with absolute generality, whereas a proposition refers to indicated logical subjects. Truth and falsehood always require some element of sheer givenness. Eternal objects cannot demonstrate what they are except in some given fact. The logical subjects of a proposition supply the element of givenness requisite for truth and falsehood. A proposition has neither the particularity of a feeling, nor the reality of a nexus. It is at datum for feeling, awaiting a subject feeling it. Its relevance to the actual world by means of its logical subjects makes it a lure for feeling. In fact, many subjects may feel it with diverse feelings, and with diverse sorts of feelings. The fact that propositions were first considered in connection with logic, and the moralistic preference for true propositions, have obscured the role of propositions in the actual world. Logicians only discuss the judgment of propositions. Indeed, some philosophers fail to distinguish propositions from judgments, and most logicians consider propositions as merely appunages to judgments. The result is that false propositions have fared badly, thrown into the dust heap, neglected. But in the real world it is more important 396 that a proposition be interesting than that it be true. The importance of truth is, that it adds to interest. The doctrine here maintained is that judgment feelings form only one subdivision of propositional feelings, and arise from the special sort of integration of propositional feelings with other feelings. Propositional feelings are not, in their simplest examples, conscious feelings. Consciousness only arises in some integrations in which propositional feelings are among the components integrated. Another point to notice is that the physical feeling, which is always one component in the history of an integral propositional feeling, has no unique relation to the proposition in question, nor has the subject of that feeling, which is also a subject prehending the proposition. Any subject with any physical feeling which includes in its objective datum the requisite logical subjects can in a supervening phase entertain a propositional feeling with that proposition as its datum. It has only to originate a conceptual feeling with the requisite predicative pattern as its datum, and then to integrate the two feelings into the required propositional feeling. Evidently new propositions come into being with the creative advance of the world. For every proposition involves its logical subjects, and it cannot be the proposition which it is, unless those logical subjects are the actual entities which they are. Thus no actual entity can feel a proposition, if its actual world does not include the logical subjects of that proposition. The proposition Caesar crossed the Rubicon could not be felt by Hannibal in any occasion of his existence on earth. Hannibal could feel propositions with certain analogies to this proposition, but not this proposition. It is, further, to be noticed that the form of words in which propositions are framed also includes an incitement to the origination of an affirmative judgment feeling. In imaginative literature, this incitement is inhibited by the general context, and even by the form and makeup of the material book. Sometimes there is even a form of words designed 397 to inhibit the formation of a judgment feeling, such as once upon a time. The verbal statement also includes words and phrases to symbolize the sort of physical feelings necessary to indicate the logical subjects of the proposition. But language is always elliptical, and depends for its meaning upon the circumstances of its publication. For example, the word Caesar may mean a puppy dog, or a Negro slave, or the first Roman emperor. The actual entities whose actual worlds include the logical subjects of a proposition will be said to fall within the locus of that proposition. The proposition is prehensible by them. Of those actual entities which fall within the locus of a proposition, only some will prehend it positively. There are two kinds of pure propositional feelings, namely, imaginative feelings and perceptive feelings. These kinds are not sharply distinguished, but their extreme instances function very differently. A propositional feeling can arise only in a late phase of the process of the prehending subject. For it requires, in earlier phases, alpha, a physical feeling whose objective datum includes the requisite logical subjects, and beta, a physical feeling involving a certain eternal object among the determinants of the definiteness of its datum, and gamma, the conceptual feeling of this eternal object, necessarily derivate from the physical feeling under heading beta, according to categorical condition 4, and perhaps delta, some conceptual feeling which is a reversion from the former conceptual feeling. According to categorical condition V, involving another eternal object as its datum. The physical feeling under the heading alpha will be termed the indicative feeling. The physical feeling under heading beta will be called the physical recognition. The physical recognition is the physical basis of the conceptual feeling which provides the predicative pattern. 398 The predicative pattern is either the eternal object which is the datum of the conceptual feeling under the heading gamma, or it is the eternal object which is the datum of the conceptual feeling under the heading delta. In the former case, the second conceptual feeling, namely, that under the heading delta, is irrelevant to the consideration of the propositional feeling. In either case, that conceptual feeling whose datum is the predicative pattern is called the predicative feeling. In this account of the origin of the predicative feeling, we are in general agreement with Locke and Hume, who hold that every conceptual feeling has a physical basis. But Hume lays down the principle that all eternal objects are first felt physically, and thus would only allow of the origination of the predicative feeling under heading, gamma. However, he makes two concessions which ruin his general principle. For he allows the independent origination of intermediate shades in a scale of shades, and also of new manners of pattern. Both of these cases are allowed for by the principle of reversion, which is appealed to under heading, delta. The propositional feeling arises in the later phase in which there is integration of the indicative feeling with the predicative feeling. In this integration the two data are synthesized by a double elimination involving both data. The actual entities involved in the datum of the indicative feeling are reduced to a bare multiplicity in which each is a bare it with the elimination of the eternal object really constituting the definiteness of that nexus. But the integration rescues them from this mere multiplicity by placing them in the unity of a proposition with the given predicative pattern. Thus the actualities, which were first felt as sheer matter of fact, have been transformed into a set of logical subjects with the potentiality for realizing an assigned predicative pattern. The predicative pattern has also been limited by elimination. For as a datum in the conceptual feeling, it held its possibility for realization in respect to absolutely any actual entities, but in 399 the proposition its possibilities are limited to just these logical subjects. The subjective form of the propositional feeling will depend on circumstances, according to categorical condition 7. It may, or may not, involve consciousness, it may, or may not, involve judgment. It will involve aversion, or adversion, that is to say, decision. The subjective form will only involve consciousness when the affirmation-negation contrast has entered into it. In other words, consciousness enters into the subjective forms of feelings, when those feelings are components in an integral feeling whose datum is the contrast between a nexus which is, and a proposition which in its own nature negates the decision of its truth or falsehood. The logical subjects of the proposition are the actual entities in the nexus. Consciousness is the way of feeling that particular real nexus, as in contrast with imaginative freedom about it. The consciousness may confer importance upon what the real thing is, or upon what the imagination is, or upon both. A proposition, as such, is impartial between its prehending subjects, and in its own nature it does not fully determine the subjective forms of such prehensions. But the different propositional feelings, with the same proposition as datum, in different prehending subjects, are widely different according to differences of their histories in these subjects. They can be divided into two main types, here termed, respectively, perceptive feelings and imaginative feelings. This difference is founded on the comparison between the indicative feeling from which the logical subjects are derived, and the physical recognition from which the predicative pattern is derived. 400 These physical feelings are either identical or different. If they be one and the same feeling, the derived propositional feeling is here called a perceptive feeling. For in this case, as will be seen, the proposition predicates of its logical subjects a character derived from the way in which they are physically felt by that prehending subject. If the physical feelings be different, the derived propositional feeling is here called an imaginative feeling. For in this case, as will be seen, the proposition predicates of its logical subjects a character without any guarantee of close relevance to the logical subjects. Since these physical feelings are complex, there are degrees of difference between them. Two physical feelings may be widely diverse or almost identical. Thus the distinction between the two types of propositional feelings is not as sharp-cut as it might be. This distinction is still further blurred by noting that three distinct cases arise which differentiate perceptive feelings into three species, which in their turn shade off into each other. Since we are now dealing with perceptive feelings, we have on hand only one physical feeling which enjoys the role both of the indicative feeling, and of the physical recognition. In the first place, suppose that the predicative pattern is derived straight from the physical recognition under the heading, gamma, so that there is no reversion and the heading, delta, is irrelevant. In this case the derived propositional feeling will be termed an authentic perceptive feeling. Such a feeling, by virtue of its modes of origination, has as its datum a proposition whose predicate is in some way realized in the real nexus of its 401 logical subjects. Thus the proposition felt proposes a predicate derived from the real nexus, and not refracted by the prehending subject. But nevertheless the proposition need not be true, so far as concerns the way in which it implicates the logical subjects with the predicate. For the primary physical feeling of that nexus by the prehending subject may have involved transmutation according to categorical condition 6. In this case, the proposition ascribes to its logical subjects the physical enjoyment of a nexus with the definition of its predicate, whereas that predicate may have only been enjoyed conceptually by these logical subjects. Thus, what the proposition proposes as a physical fact in the nexus, was in truth only a mental fact. Unless it is understood for what it is, error arises. Such understanding belongs to the subjective form. But if the primary physical feeling involves no reversion in any stage, then the predicate of the proposition is that eternal object which constitutes the definiteness of that nexus. In this case, the proposition is, without qualification, true. The authentic perceptive feeling will then be termed direct. Thus there are indirect perceptive feelings, when reversion is involved, and direct perceptive feelings, and feelings of both these species are termed authentic. In the case of these authentic feelings, the predicate has realization in the nexus, physically or ideally, apart from any reference to the prehending subject. Thirdly, and lastly, the predicative feeling may have arisen in the prehending subject by reversion, according to the heading, delta, of the previous section. In this case the predicate has in it some elements which really contribute to the definiteness of the nexus, but it has also some elements which contrast with corresponding elements in the nexus. These latter elements have been introduced in the concrescence of the prehending subject. The predicate is thus distorted from the truth by the subjectivity of the prehending subject. Such a perceptive feeling will be termed unauthentic. Unauthentic feelings are feelings derived from a tied imagination, in the sense that there is only one physical basis for the whole origination, namely, that physical feeling which is both the indicative feeling and the physical recognition. The imagination is tied to one ultimate fact. Imaginative feelings belong to the general case when the indicative feeling and the physical recognition differ. 402 But there are degrees of difference, which can vary from the case when the two nexus, forming the objective data of the two feelings respectively, enjoy the extreme of remote disconnection, to the case at the other extreme when the two nexus are almost identical. But insofar as there is diversity between the feelings, there is some trace of a free imagination. The proposition which is the objective datum of an imaginative feeling has a predicate derived, with or without reversions, from a nexus which in some respects differs from the nexus providing the logical subjects. Thus the proposition is felt as an imaginative notion concerning its logical subjects. The proposition in its own nature gives no suggestion as to how it should be felt. In one prehending subject it may be the datum of a perceptive feeling, and in another prehending subject it may be the datum of an imaginative feeling. But the subjective forms of the two feelings will differ according to the differences in the histories of the origination of those feelings in their respective subjects. The subjective forms of propositional feelings are dominated by valuation, rather than by consciousness. In a pure propositional feeling the logical subjects have preserved their indicated particularity, but have lost their own real modes of objectification. The subjective form lies in the twilight zone between pure physical feeling and the clear consciousness which apprehends the contrast between physical feeling and imagined possibility. A propositional feeling is a lure to creative emergence in the transcendent future. When it is functioning as a lure, the propositional feeling about the logical subjects of the proposition may in some subsequent phase promote decision involving intensification of some physical feeling of those subjects in the nexus. Thus, according to the various categorical conditions, propositions intensify, attenuate, inhibit, or transmute, without necessarily entering into clear consciousness, or encountering judgment. It follows that in the pursuit of truth even physical 403 feelings must be criticized, since their evidence is not final apart from an analysis of their origination. This conclusion merely confirms what is a commonplace in all scientific investigation, that we can never start from dogmatic certainty. Such certainty is always an ideal to which we approximate as the result of critical analysis. When we have verified that we depend upon an authentic perceptive feeling, whose origination involves no reversions, then we know that the proposition which is the datum of that feeling is true. Thus there can be no immediate guarantee of the truth of a proposition, by reason of the mode of origination of the propositional feeling, apart from a critical scrutiny of that mode of origination. The feeling has to be, I, perceptive, 2, authentic, and 3, direct, where a definite meaning has, in the preceding section, been assigned to each of these conditions. There is, however, always this limitation to the security of direct knowledge, based on direct physical feeling, namely, that the creative emergence can import into the physical feelings of the actual world pseudo-determinants which arise from the concepts entertained in that actual world, and not from the physical feelings in that world. This possibility of error is peculiarly evident in the case of that special class of physical feelings which belong to the mode of presentational immediacy. The proposition which is the datum of an imaginative feeling may be true. The two questions of the origination of consciousness in the subjective forms of feelings, and of the intuitive judgment of a proposition, apart from the mode of origination of the feeling of it, must now be considered. Language, as usual, is always ambiguous as to the exact proposition which it indicates. Spoken language is merely a series of squeaks. Its function is, alpha, to arouse in the prehending subject some physical feeling indicative of the logical subjects of the proposition, beta, to arouse in the prehending subject some physical feeling which plays the part of the physical recognition. Gamma, to promote the sublimation of the physical recognition into the conceptual predicative feeling, delta, to promote the integration of the indicative feeling and the predicative feeling into the required propositional feeling. But in this complex function there is always a tacit reference to 404, the environment of the occasion of utterance. Consider the traditional example, Socrates is mortal. This proposition may mean it is mortal. In this case the word Socrates in the circumstances of its utterance merely promotes a physical feeling indicating the it which is mortal. The proposition may mean it is Socratic and mortal, where Socratic is an additional element in the predicative pattern. We now turn to the words denoting the predicative pattern, namely, either mortal, or Socratic and mortal. The slightest consideration discloses the fact that it is pure convention to suppose that there is only one logical subject to the proposition. The word mortal means a certain relationship to the general nexus of actual entities in this world which is possible for any one of the actual entities. Mortal does not mean mortal in any possible world, it means mortal in this world. Thus there is a general reference to this actual world as exemplifying a scheme of things which render mortality realizable in it. The word Socratic means realizing the Socratic predicate in Athenian society. It does not mean Socratic, in any possible world, nor does it mean Socratic, anywhere in this world, it means Socratic, in Athens. Thus Socratic, as here used, refers to a society of actual entities realizing certain general systematic properties such that the Socratic predicate is realizable in that environment. Also the Athenian society requires that this actual world exemplifies a certain systematic scheme, amid which Athenianism is realizable. Thus in the one meaning of the phrase Socrates is mortal, the logical subjects are one singular it, Socrates, and the actual entities of this actual world, forming a society amid which mortality is realizable, and including the former it in the other meaning, there are also included among the logical subjects the actual entities forming the Athenian society. These actual entities are 405 required for the realization of the predicative pattern Socratic and mortal, and are the definitely indicated logical subjects. They also require that the general scheme of this actual world be such as to support Athenianism in conjunction with mortality. Chapter V: The Higher Phases of Experience. 406 Comparative feelings are the result of integrations not yet considered, their data are generic contrasts. The infinite variety of the more complex feelings come under the heading comparative feelings. We have now to examine two simple types of comparative feelings. One type arises from the integration of a prepositional feeling with the indicative feeling from which it is partly derived. Feelings of this type will be termed intellectual feelings. This type of comparative feelings is subdivided into two species. One species consists of conscious perceptions, and the other species consists of intuitive judgments. The subjective forms of intuitive judgments also involve consciousness. Thus conscious perceptions and intuitive judgments are alike intellectual feelings. Comparative feelings of the other type are termed physical purposes. Such a feeling arises from the integration of a conceptual feeling with the basic physical feeling from which it is derived, either directly according to categorical condition 4, the category of conceptual valuation, or indirectly according to categorical condition V, the category of conceptual reversion. But this integration is a more primitive type of integration than that which produces, from the same basic physical feeling, the species of propositional feelings termed perceptive. The subjective forms of these physical purposes are either adversions or aversions. The subjective forms of physical purposes do not involve consciousness unless these feelings acquire integration with conscious perceptions or intuitive judgments. 407. In an intellectual feeling, the datum is the generic contrast between a nexus of actual entities and a proposition with its logical subjects, members of the nexus. In every generic contrast, its unity arises from the two-way functioning of certain entities which are components in each of the contrasted factors. This unity expresses the conformation to the second categorical condition, the category of objective identity. The common subject entertaining the two feelings affects an integration whereby each of these actual entities obtains its one role of a two-way functioning in the one generic contrast. As an element in the subject, no objectified actual entity can play two disconnected parts. There can only be one analyzable part. Thus what in origination is describable as a pair of distinct ways of functioning of each actual entity in the two factors of the generic contrast respectively is realized in the subject as one role with a two-way aspect. This two-way aspect is unified as contrast. This one analyzable part involves in itself the contrast between the sheer matter of fact, namely, what the objectified actual entity in question contributes to the objectified nexus in the physical feeling, and the mere potentiality of the same actual entity for playing its assigned part in the predicative pattern of the proposition, in the eventuality of the proposition's realization. This contrast is what has been termed the affirmation-negation contrast. It is the contrast between the affirmation of objectified fact in the physical feeling, and the mere potentiality, which is the negation of such affirmation, in the propositional feeling. It is the contrast between in fact and might be, in respect to particular instances in this actual world. The subjective form of the feeling of this contrast is consciousness. Thus in experience, consciousness arises by reason of intellectual feelings, and in proportion to the variety and intensity of such feelings. But, in conformity with the 7th 408 categorical condition, the category of subjective harmony, subjective forms, which arise as factors in any feeling, are finally in the satisfaction shared in the unity of all feelings. All feelings acquire their quota of irradiation in consciousness. This account agrees with the plain facts of our conscious experience. Consciousness flickers, and even at its brightest, there is a small focal region of clear illumination, and a large penumbral region of experience which tells of intense experience in dim apprehension. The simplicity of clear consciousness is no measure of the complexity of complete experience. Also, this character of our experience suggests that consciousness is the crown of experience, only occasionally attained, not its necessary base. A feeling is termed a belief, or is said to include an element of belief, when its datum is a proposition, and its subjective form includes, as the defining element in its emotional pattern, a certain form, or eternal object, associated with some gradation of intensity. This eternal object is belief character. When this character enters into the emotional pattern, then, according to the intensity involved, the feeling, whatever else it be, is to some degree a belief. This variation in the intensity of belief character is insisted on by Locke in his essay. He writes, 4:15:3. The entertainment the mind gives this sort of propositions is called belief, assent, or opinion, which is the admitting or receiving any proposition for true, upon arguments or proofs that are found to persuade us to receive it as true, without certain knowledge that it is so. And herein lies the difference between probability and certainty, faith and knowledge, that in all the parts of knowledge there is intuition, each immediate idea, each step has its visible and certain connection, in belief not so. 409 Locke's distinction between certainty and uncertain belief is admirable. But it is not nearly so important as it looks. For it is not the immediate intuition that we are usually concerned with. We only have its recollection recorded in words. Whether the verbal record of a recollection recalls to our minds a true proposition must always be a matter of great uncertainty. Accordingly, our attitude towards an immediate intuition must be that of the gladiators, morituri te salutamus, as we pass into the limbo where we rely upon the uncertain record. It must be understood that we are not speaking of the objective probability of a proposition, expressing its relation to certain other propositions. Comparative firmness of belief is a psychological fact which may, or may not, be justified by the objective evidence. This belief character takes various forms from its fusion with consciousness derived from the various types of intellectual feelings. Conscious perception is the feeling of what is relevant to immediate fact in contrast with its potential irrelevance. This general description must now be explained in detail. Conscious perceptions are of such importance that it is worthwhile to rehearse the whole sequence of their origination. It will be seen that alternative modes of origination are involved, and that some of these modes produce erroneous perceptions. Thus the criticism of conscious perceptions has the same importance as the criticism of judgments, intuitive and inferential. In the first place, there is one basic physical feeling, from which the whole sequence of feelings originates for the subject in question. From this physical feeling, the propositional feeling of the sort termed perceptive arises. The conscious perception is the comparative feeling arising from the integration of the perceptive feeling with this original physical feeling. 410 In the account of the origination of the perceptive feeling, Part 3, ch. 4, Sect 4, the various species of such feelings are analyzed first into authentic feelings and unauthentic feelings, and secondly, authentic feelings are analyzed into direct feelings and indirect feelings. Without qualification, a direct perceptive feeling feels its logical subjects as potentially invested with a predicate expressing an intrinsic character of the nexus which is the initial datum of the physical feeling. With qualification, this statement is also true of an indirect feeling. The qualification is that the secondary conceptual feelings, entertained in the nexus by reason of reversion, cf. categorical condition V, have been transmuted so as to be felt in the subject, the final subject of the conscious perception, as if they had been physical facts in the nexus. Of course, such transmutation of physical feeling only arises when no incompatibilities are involved. Thus, in general, a transmuted physical feeling only arises as the outcome of a complex process of incompatibilities and inhibitions. Apart from exceptional circumstances only to be found in few high-grade organisms, transmutation only accounts for physical feelings of negligible intensity. It is, however, important to note that even authentic physical feelings can distort the character of the nexus felt by transmuting felt concept into felt physical fact. In this way, authentic perceptive feelings can introduce error into thought, and transmuted physical feelings can introduce novelty into the physical world. Such novelty may be either fortunate or disastrous. But the point is that novelty in the physical world, and error in authentic perceptive feeling, arise by conceptual functioning, according to the category of reversion. Putting aside the case when these transmuted perceptive feelings have importance, consider the prehending subject with its direct perceptive feeling. The subject has its concrescent phase involving two factors, the Orig 411 inal physical feeling, and the derived perceptive feeling. In the earlier factor the nexus, physically, felt, is objectified through its own proper physical bonds. There are no incompatibilities between fact and reverted concept to produce attenuation. The objective datum is therefore felt with its own proper intensities, transmitted to the subjective form of the physical feeling. The other factor in the integration is the perceptive feeling. The datum of this feeling is the proposition with the actual entities of the nexus as its logical subjects, and with its predicate also derived from the nexus. The whole origination of this perceptive feeling has its sole basis in the physical feeling, which plays the part both of indicative feeling and of physical recognition, cf. Part 3, ch. 4, Sect 3. The integration of the two factors into the conscious perception thus confronts the nexus as fact, with the potentiality derived from itself, limited to itself, and exemplified in itself. This confrontation is the generic contrast which is the objective datum of the integral feeling. The subjective form thus assumes its vivid immediate consciousness of what the nexus really is in the way of potentiality realized. In Hume's phraseology, there is an impression of the utmost force and vivacity. There are therefore two immediate guarantees of the correctness of a conscious perception, one is Hume's test of force and vivacity, and the other is the illumination by consciousness of the various feelings involved in the process. Thus the fact, that the physical feeling has not transmuted concept into physical bond, lies open for inspection. Neither of these tests is infallible. There is also the delayed test, that the future conforms to expectations derived from this assumption. This latter test can be realized only by future occasions in the life of an enduring object, the enduring percipient. It is to be observed that what is in doubt is not the immediate perception of a nexus which is a fragment of 412 the actual world. The dubitable element is the definition of this nexus by the observed predicate. An unauthentic perceptive feeling arises in the subject when its own conceptual origination from its own basic physical feeling passed on to the secondary stage of producing a reverted conceptual feeling to play the part of predicative feeling. The physical feeling may, or may not, have also suffered loss of direct relevance by reason of derivation from conceptual reversions in the nexus. But anyhow the subject by its own process of reversion has produced for the logical subjects a predicate which has no immediate relevance to the nexus, either as physical fact or as conceptual functioning in the nexus. Thus the comparative feeling which integrates the physical feeling with the unauthentic perceptive feeling has for its datum the generic contrast of the nexus with a proposition, whose logical subjects comprise the actualities in the nexus, and whose predicate partly agrees with the complex pattern exemplified in the nexus and partly disagrees with it. This case is really the conscious perception of a proposition imaginatively arrived at, which concerns the nexus and disagrees with the facts. The case is in fact more analogous to intellectual feelings of the second species, namely, to intuitive judgments. But by reason of the use of one basic physical feeling, in the double function of indicative feeling and of physical recollection, the proposition in the comparative feeling will have some of the vivid relevance to the nexus in the same feeling, which arises in the case of authentic perceptions. Practically, however, this case is an intuitive judgment in which there is consciousness of a proposition as erroneous. The term judgment refers to three species among the comparative feelings with which we are concerned. In each of these feelings the datum is the generic contrast between an objectified nexus and a proposition whose logical subjects make up the nexus. The three species 413 are composed of I. Those feelings in the yes form, 2. Those feelings in the no form, and 3. Those feelings in the suspense form. In all three species of felt contrast, the datum obtains its unity by reason of the objective identity of the actual entities on both sides of the contrast. In the yes form there is the further ground of unity by reason of the identity of the pattern of the objectified nexus with the predicate. In the no form this latter ground of unity is replaced by a contrast involving incompatible diversity. In the suspense form the predicate is neither identical, nor incompatible, with the pattern. It is diverse from, and compatible with, the pattern in the nexus as objectified, the nexus, in its own formal existence, may, or may not, in fact exemplify both the pattern and the predicate. In this species of comparative feeling there is therefore contrast between pattern and predicate, without incompatibility. In intuitive judgments, as has been stated, the comparative feeling is the integration of the physical feeling of a nexus with a propositional feeling whose logical subjects are the actual entities in the nexus. So far as this general description is concerned, intuitive judgments and conscious perceptions do not differ, and are therefore classed together as intellectual feelings. But in the case of intuitive judgments there is a more complex process of origination. There are two distinct physical feelings, the indicative feeling and the physical recollection, Part 3, ch. 4, Sect 3. The predicative feeling originates from the physical recollection, either immediately according to categorical condition 4 or mediately according to categorical condition V. The integration of the predicative feeling with the indicative feeling produces the imaginative feeling, cf. Part 3, ch. 4, Sect V. This is a propositional feeling with the logical subjects of its datum derived from the indicative feeling and with the predicative pattern derived from the physical recollection. These two physical feelings may be relatively 414 disconnected in their origination. Thus the imaginative feeling may have in its subjective form no bias as to belief or disbelief, or, if there be such bias, the intensity of the emotion may be slight. The intuitive judgment is the comparative feeling with its datum constituted by the generic contrast between the nexus involved in the indicative feeling and the proposition involved in the imaginative feeling. In this generic contrast each actual entity has its contrast of two-way functioning. One way is its functioning in the exemplified pattern of the nexus, and the other way is its functioning in the potential pattern of the proposition. If in addition to the contrast between exemplification and potentiality, there be identity as to pattern and predicate, then by the category of objective unity there is also the single complex eternal object in its two-way functioning, namely, as exemplified and as potential. In this case, the proposition coheres with the nexus and this coherence is its truth. Thus truth is the absence of incompatibility or of any material contrast in the patterns of the nexus and of the proposition in their generic contrast. The sole contrast, involving the category of objective diversity, is merely that between exemplification and potentiality, and in all other respects the coherence is governed by the category of objective identity. If a contrast arise in any respect other than that between exemplification and potentiality, then the two patterns are not identical. Then the proposition in some sense, important or unimportant, is not felt as true. It will be noted that the intuitive judgment in its subjective form conforms to what there is to feel in its datum. Thus error cannot arise from the subjective form of the integration constituting the judgment. But it can arise because the indicative feeling, which is one of the factors integrated, may in its origin have involved 415 reversion. Thus error arises by reason of operations which lie below consciousness, though they may emerge into consciousness and lie open for criticism. Finally, what differentiates an intuitive judgment from a conscious perception is that a conscious perception is the outcome of an originative process which has its closest possible restriction to the fact, thus consciously perceived. But the distinction between the two species is not absolute. Among the conscious perceptions we find transmutations by which concepts entertained in the nexus are transmuted into physical feelings in the nexus, and also the unauthentic prepositional feelings in which a proposition with a reverted predicate has arisen. These are cases in which conscious perceptions take on the general character of intuitive judgments. On the other hand, the diversity between the two physical feelings when they are diverse may be trivial. The nexus which is the datum of the one may be practically identical with the nexus which is the datum of the other. In such a case an intuitive judgment approximates to a conscious perception. The condensed analysis of the stages of origination of an intuitive judgment is, I, the physical recollection and the indicative feeling, 2, the predicative feeling, derived from the physical recollection, 3, the imaginative feeling, derived by integration of the predicative feeling with the indicative feeling, 4, the intuitive judgment, derived by integration of the imaginative feeling with the indicative feeling. It is a great mistake to describe the subjective form of an intuitive judgment as necessarily including definite belief or disbelief in the proposition. Three cases arise. The generic contrast, which is the datum of the intuitive judgment, may exhibit the predicate of the proposition as exemplified in the objectified nexus. In this case, the subjective form will include definite belief. Secondly, the predicate may be exhibited as incompatible with the 416 eternal objects exemplified in the objectified nexus. In this case, the subjective form will include definite disbelief. But there is a third case, which is in fact the more usual one. The predicate may be exhibited as irrelevant, wholly or partially, to the eternal objects exemplified in the objectified nexus. In this case, the subjective form need exhibit neither belief nor disbelief. It may include one or the other of these decisions, but it need not do so. This third case will be termed the case of suspended judgment. Thus an intuitive judgment may be a belief, or a disbelief, or a suspended judgment. It is the task of the inferential process sometimes to convert a suspended judgment into a belief, or a disbelief, so far as the final satisfaction is concerned. But the main function of intellectual feelings is neither belief, nor disbelief, nor even suspension of judgment. The main function of these feelings is to heighten the emotional intensity accompanying the valuations in the conceptual feelings involved, and in the mere physical purposes which are more primitive than any intellectual feelings. They perform this function by the sharp-cut way in which they limit abstract valuation to express possibilities relevant to definite logical subjects. In so far as these logical subjects, by reason of other prehensions, are topics of interest, the proposition becomes a lure for the conditioning of creative action. In other words, its prehension affects a modification of the subjective aim. Intellectual feelings, in their primary function, are concentration of attention involving increase of importance. This concentration of attention also introduces the criticism of physical purposes, which is the intellectual judgment of truth or falsehood. But intellectual feelings are not to be understood unless it be remembered that they already find at work physical purposes more primitive than themselves. Consciousness follows, and does not precede, the entry of the conceptual prehensions of the relevant universals. 417. It is evident that an affirmative intuitive judgment is very analogous to a conscious perception. A conscious perception is a very simplified type of affirmative intuitive judgment, and a direct affirmative intuitive judgment is a very sophisticated case of conscious perception. The difference between the two has its origin in the fact that one involves a perceptive feeling, and the other involves an imaginative feeling. Only one set of actual entities is involved in the formation of the perceptive feeling. These actual entities are the logical subjects of the proposition which is felt. But two sets of actual entities are involved in the formation of an imaginative feeling. Only one of these sets provides the logical subjects of the proposition which is felt, the other set is finally eliminated in the process of origination. The difference between the two feelings, the perceptive feeling and the imaginative feeling, does not therefore lie in the proposition which is felt. It lies in the emotional patterns of the two feelings. In either case, this emotional pattern is derivative from the process of origination. In the case of the perceptive feeling, the emotional pattern reflects the close connection of the predicate with the logical subjects, throughout the process of origination. In the case of the imaginative feeling, this emotional pattern reflects the initial disconnection of the predicate from the logical subjects. This example illustrates that in the integration of feelings, components which are eliminated from the matter of the integral feeling may yet leave their mark on its emotional pattern. The triumph of consciousness comes with the negative intuitive judgment. In this case there is a conscious feeling of what might be, and is not. The feeling directly concerns the definite negative prehensions enjoyed by its subject. It is the feeling of absence, and it feels this absence as produced by the definite exclusiveness of what is really present. Thus, the explicitness of negation, 418, which is the peculiar characteristic of consciousness, is here at its maximum. The two cases of intuitive judgment, namely, the affirmative intuitive judgment and the negative intuitive judgment, are comparatively rare. These two cases of intuitive judgment, together with conscious perception, correspond to what Locke calls knowledge. Locke's section 4 on this subject is short enough to be quoted in full. Judgment is the presuming things to be so without perceiving it. Thus the mind has two faculties conversant about truth and falsehood. First, knowledge, whereby it certainly perceives, and is undoubtedly satisfied of the agreement or disagreement of any ideas. Secondly, judgment, which is the putting ideas together, or separating them from one another in the mind, when their certain agreement or disagreement is not perceived, but presumed to be so, which is, as the word imports, taken to be so before it certainly appears. And if it so unites or separates them as in reality things are, it is right judgment. What Locke calls judgment is here termed inferential judgment. The process of origination of a suspended judgment consists in I, the physical recollection and the indicative feeling, 2, the conceptual imagination, derivative from the physical recollection, 3, the propositional imagination, derived by integration of the indicative feeling with the conceptual imagination, 4, the suspended judgment, derived by integration of the indicative feeling with the propositional imagination, the relation between the objectifying predicate and the imagined predicate being such as to preclude either case of direct judgment. The suspended judgment thus consists of the integration of the imaginative feeling with the indicative feeling, in the case where the imagined predicate fails to find identification with the objectifying predicate, or with 419 any part of it, but docs find compatible contrast with it. It is the feeling of the contrast between what the logical subjects evidently are, and what the same subjects in addition may be. This suspended judgment is our consciousness of the limitations involved in objectification. If, in the comparison of an imaginative feeling with fact, we merely knew what is and what is not, then we should have no basis for discovering the work of objectification in effecting omissions from the formal constitutions of things. It is this additional knowledge of the compatibility of what we imagine with what we physically feel, that gives this information. We must not oversimplify the formal constitutions of the higher grade of acts of concrescence by construing a suspended judgment as though it were a negative judgment. Our whole progress in scientific theory, and even in subtlety of direct observation, depends on the use of suspended judgments. It is to be noted that a suspended judgment is not a judgment of probability. It is a judgment of compatibility. The judgment tells us what may be additional information respecting the formal constitutions of the logical subjects, information which is neither included nor excluded by our direct perception. This is a judgment of fact concerning ourselves. Suspended judgments are weapons essential to scientific progress. But in intuitive judgments the emotional pattern may be dominated by indifference to truth or falsehood. We have then conscious imagination. We are feeling the actual world with the conscious imputation of imagined predicates, be they true or false. When we compare these three cases of intuitive judgment, involving attention to truth, with conscious imagination, involving inattention to truth, that is to say, with imputative feeling, we note that, except in the case of negative judgments, the datum of the conscious imagination is identical with the datum of the corresponding judgment. Nevertheless, the feelings are very different in their emotional patterns. One emotional 420 pattern is dominated by indifference to truth, and the other emotional pattern by attention to truth. This indifference to truth is otherwise to be expressed as readiness to eliminate the true objectifying pattern exemplified in the objective datum of the physical feeling in question, while the attention to truth is merely the refusal to eliminate this pattern. But these emotional elements in the subjective forms are not dictated by any diversity of data in the two feelings. For except in the case of the direct negative judgment, the datum is the same in both types of feeling. The emotional form of a feeling cannot be merely deduced from datum felt, though it has close relation to it. The emotional pattern in the subjective form of any one feeling arises from the subjective aim dominating the entire concrescent process. The other feelings of the subject may be conceived as catalytic agents. they are intellectually separable from the feeling in question. But that feeling is in fact the outcome of the subjective aim of the subject, which is its locus, and the emotional pattern is the peculiar way in which the subject asserts itself in its feeling. This explanation of the status of the emotional pattern is merely an application of the doctrine that a feeling appropriates elements of the universe, which in themselves are other than the subject, and absorbs these elements into the real internal constitution of its subject by synthesizing them in the unity of an emotional pattern expressive of its own subjectivity. This mutual dependence of the emotional pattern of a feeling on the other feelings of the same subject may be termed the mutual sensitivity of feelings. It is also one aspect of the incurable particularity of a feeling, in the sense that no feeling can be abstracted from its subject. Physical purposes constitute a type of comparative feelings more primitive than the type of intellectual feel 421ings. In general, it seems as though intellectual feelings are negligible, so as only to obtain importance in exceptional actual entities. We have no means of testing this assumption in any crucial way. It is, however, the assumption usually made, and therefore it may be presumed that there is some evidence which persuades people to embrace the doctrine. But in fact no evidence, one way or the other, has ever been produced. We know that there are some few entities on the surface of this earth with intellectual feelings, and there are knowledge ends, so far as temporal entities are concerned. In the more primitive type of comparative feelings, intermination as to its own angrazion so prominent in intellectual feelings is the aspect of the eternal object which is pushed into the background. In such a type of physical purposes, the integration of a physical feeling and a conceptual feeling does not involve the reduction of the objective datum of the physical feeling to a multiplicity of bare logical subjects. The objective datum remains the nexus that it is, exemplifying the eternal objects whose angrazion constitutes its definiteness. Also the indeterminateness as to its own angrazions is eliminated from the eternal object which is the datum of the conceptual feeling. In the integral comparative feeling, the datum is the contrast of the conceptual datum with the reality of the objectified nexus. The physical feeling is feeling a real fact, the conceptual feeling is valuing an abstract possibility. The new datum is the compatibility or incompatibility of the fact as felt with the eternal object as a datum in feeling. This synthesis of a pure abstraction with a real fact, as in feeling, is a generic contrast. In respect to physical purposes, the cosmological scheme which is here being developed requires us to hold that all actual entities include physical purposes. The constancy of physical purposes explains the persistence of the order of nature, and in particular of enduring objects. 422 The chain of stages in which a physical purpose originates is simpler than in the case of intellectual feelings. There is a physical feeling. 2. The primary conceptual correlate of the physical feeling is generated, according to categorical condition 4. 3. This physical feeling is integrated with its conceptual correlate to form the physical purpose. Such physical purposes are called physical purposes of the first species. In such a physical purpose, the datum is the generic contrast between the nexus, felt in the physical feeling, and the eternal object valued in the conceptual feeling. This eternal object is also exemplified as the pattern of the nexus. Thus the conceptual valuation now closes in upon the feeling of the nexus as it stands in the generic contrast, exemplifying the valued eternal object. This valuation accorded to the physical feeling endows the transcendent creativity with the character of adversion, or of aversion. The character of adversion secures the reproduction of the physical feeling, as one element in the objectification of the subject beyond itself. Such reproduction may be thwarted by incompatible objectification derived from other feelings. But a physical feeling, whose valuation produces adversion, is thereby an element with some force of persistence into the future beyond its own subject. It is felt and reenacted down a route of occasions, forming an enduring object. Finally, this chain of transmission meets with incompatibilities, and is attenuated, or modified, or eliminated from further endurance. When there is aversion, instead of adversion, the transcendent creativity assumes the character that it inhibits, or attenuates, the objectification of that subject in the guise of that feeling. Thus aversion tends to eliminate one possibility by which the subject may itself be objectified in the future. Thus adversions promote stability, and aversions promote change without any indication of the sort of change. In itself an aversion 423 promotes the elimination of content, and the lapse into triviality. The bare character of mere responsive reenaction constituting the original physical feeling in its first phase is enriched in the second phase by the valuation accruing from integration with the conceptual correlate. In this way, the dipolar character of concrescent experience provides in the physical pole for the objective side of experience, derivative from an external actual world, and provides in the mental pole for the subjective side of experience, derivative from the subjective conceptual valuations correlate to the physical feelings. The mental operations have a double office. They achieve, in the immediate subject, the subjective aim of that subject as to the satisfaction to be obtained from its own initial data. In this way the decision derived from the actual world, which is the efficient cause, is completed by the decision embodied in the subjective aim which is the final cause. Secondly, the physical purposes of a subject by their valuations determine the relative efficiency of the various feelings to enter into the objectifications of that subject in the creative advance beyond itself. In this function, the mental operations determine their subject in its character of an efficient cause. Thus the mental pole is the link whereby the creativity is endowed with the double character of final causation, and efficient causation. The mental pole is constituted by the decisions in virtue of which matters of fact enter into the character of the creativity. It has no necessary connection with consciousness, though, where there is origination of intellectual feelings, consciousness does in fact enter into the subjective forms. The second species of physical purposes is due to the origination of reversions in the mental pole. It is due to this second species that vibration and rhythm have a 424 dominating importance in the physical world. Reversions are the conceptions which arise by reason of the lure of contrast, as a condition for intensity of experience. This lure is expressible as a categorial condition. Categorial condition 8. The category of subjective intensity. The subjective aim, whereby there is origination of conceptual feeling, is at intensity of feeling, alpha, in the immediate subject, and, beta, in the relevant future. We first note, that intensity of feeling due to any realized angryzion of an eternal object is heightened when that eternal object is one element in a realized contrast between eternal objects, and, 2, that two or more contrasts may be incompatible for joint angryzion, or may jointly enter into a higher contrast. It follows that balanced complexity is the outcome of this category of subjective aim. Here complexity means the realization of contrasts, and so on, and balance means the absence of attenuations due to the elimination of contrasts which some elements in the pattern would introduce and other elements inhibit. Thus there is the urge towards the realization of the maximum number of eternal objects subject to the restraint that they must be under conditions of contrast. But this limitation to conditions of contrast is the demand for balance. For balance here means that no realized eternal object shall eliminate potential contrasts between other realized eternal objects. Such eliminations attenuate the intensities of feeling derivable from the angryzions of the various elements of the pattern. Thus so far as the immediate present subject is concerned, the origination of conceptual valuation according to category 4 is devoted to such a disposition of emphasis as to maximize the integral intensity derivable from the most favorable balance. The subjective aim is the selection of the balance amid the given materials. But one element in the immediate feelings of the concrescent 425 subject is comprised of the anticipatory feelings of the transcendent future in its relation to immediate fact. This is the feeling of the objective immortality inherent in the nature of actuality. Such anticipatory feelings involve realization of the relevance of eternal objects as decided in the primordial nature of God. In so far as these feelings in the higher organisms rise to important intensities, there are affective feelings of the more remote alternative possibilities. Such feelings are the conceptual feelings which arise in accordance with the category of reversion, category V. But there must be balance, and balance is the adjustment of identities and diversities for the introduction of contrast with the avoidance of inhibitions by incompatibilities. Thus this secondary phase, involving the future, introduces reversion and is subject to category 8. Each reverted conceptual feeling has its datum largely identical with that of its correlate primary feeling of the same pole. In this way, readiness for synthesis is promoted. But the introduction of contrast is obtained by the differences, or reversions, in some elements of the complex data. The category expresses the rule that what is identical, and what is reverted, are determined by the aim at a favorable balance. The reversion is due to the aim at complexity as one condition for intensity. When this reverted conceptual feeling acquires a relatively high intensity of upward valuation in its subjective form, the resulting integration of physical feeling, primary conceptual feeling, and secondary conceptual feeling, produces a more complex physical purpose than in the former case when the reverted conceptual feeling was negligible. There is now the physical feeling as valued by its integration with the primary conceptual feeling, the integration with the contrasted secondary conceptual feeling, the heightening of the scale of subjective intensity by the introduction of conceptual contrast, and the concentration of this heightened intensity upon the reverted 426 feeling in virtue of its being the novel factor introducing the contrast. The physical purpose thus provides the creativity with a complex character, which is governed, I, by the category of conceptual reversion, in virtue of which the secondary conceptual feeling arises, 2, by the category of transmutation, in virtue of which conceptual feeling can be transmitted as physical feeling, 3, by the category of subjective harmony, in virtue of which the subjective forms of the two conceptual feelings are adjusted to procure the subjective aim, and 4, by the category of subjective intensity, in virtue of which the aim is determined to the attainment of balanced intensity from feelings integrated in virtue of near identity, and contrasted in virtue of reversions. Thus in the successive occasions of an enduring object in which the inheritance is governed by this complex physical purpose, the reverted conceptual feeling is transmitted into the next occasion as physical feeling, and the pattern of the original physical feeling now reappears as the datum in the reverted conceptual feeling. Thus along the route of the life history there is a chain of contrasts in the physical feelings of the successive occasions. This chain is inherited as a vivid contrast of physical feelings, and in each occasion there is the physical feeling with its primary valuation in contrast with the reverted conceptual feeling. Thus an enduring object gains the enhanced intensity of feeling arising from contrast between inheritance and novel effect, and also gains the enhanced intensity arising from the combined inheritance of its stable rhythmic character throughout its life history. It has the weight of repetition, the intensity of contrast, and the balance between the two factors of the contrast. In this way the association of endurance with rhythm and physical vibration is to be explained. They arise out of the conditions for intensity and stability. The subjective aim is seeking width with its contrasts, within the unity of a general design. An intense experience is an aesthetic fact, and 427 its categorial conditions are to be generalized from aesthetic laws in particular arts. The categorial conditions, appealed to above, can be summarized thus: 1. The novel consequent must be graded in relevance so as to preserve some identity of character with the ground. The novel consequent must be graded in relevance so as to preserve some contrast with the ground in respect to that same identity of character. These two principles are derived from the doctrine that an actual fact is a fact of aesthetic experience. All aesthetic experience is feeling arising out of the realization of contrast under identity. In the expansion of this account which has been given here, a third principle has been added, that new forms enter into positive realizations first as conceptual experience, and are then transmuted into physical experience. But conceptual experience does not in itself involve consciousness, its essence is valuation. Between physical purposes and the conscious purposes introduced by the intellectual feelings there lie the propositional feelings which have not acquired consciousness in their subjective forms by association with intellectual feelings. Such propositional feelings mark a stage of existence intermediate between the purely physical stage and the stage of conscious intellectual operations. The propositions are lures for feelings, and give to feelings a definiteness of enjoyment and purpose which is absent in the blank evaluation of physical feeling into physical purpose. In this blank evaluation we have merely the determination of the comparative creative efficacies of the component feelings of actual entities. In a propositional feeling there is the hold-up or, in its original sense, the epoch of the valuation of the predicative pattern in its relevance to the definite logical subjects which are otherwise felt as definite elements in experience. 428 There is the arrest of the emotional pattern round this sheer fact as a possibility, with the corresponding gain in distinctness of its relevance to the future. The particular possibility for the transcendent creativity in the sense of its advance from subject to subject, this particular possibility has been picked out, held up, and clothed with emotion. The stage of existence in which propositional feelings are important, apart from intellectual feelings, may be identified with Bergson's stage of pure and instinctive intuition. There are thus three stages: the stage of pure physical purpose, the stage of pure instinctive intuition, and the stage of intellectual feelings. But these stages are not sharply distinguished. There are stages in which there are propositional feelings with every degree of importance or of unimportance, there are stages in which there are intellectual feelings with every degree of importance or of unimportance. Also, even in a higher stage, there are whole recesses of feeling which in the final satisfaction acquire merely the characteristics of their own proper stage, physical or propositional. Part 4: The Theory of Extension. Chapter I: Coordinate Division. 433 There are two distinct ways of dividing the satisfaction of an actual entity into component feelings, genetically and coordinately. Genetic division is division of the concrescence, coordinate division is division of the concrete. In the genetic mode, the prehensions are exhibited in their genetic relationship to each other. The actual entity is seen as a process. There is a growth from phase to phase, there are processes of integration and of 434 reintegration. At length a complex unity of objective datum is obtained, in the guise of a contrast of actual entities, eternal objects, and propositions, felt with corresponding complex unity of subjective form. This genetic passage from phase to phase is not in physical time. The exactly converse point of view expresses the relationship of concrescence to physical time. It can be put shortly by saying, that physical time expresses some features of the growth, but not the growth of the features. The final complete feeling is the satisfaction. Physical time makes its appearance in the coordinate analysis of the satisfaction. The actual entity is the enjoyment of a certain quantum of physical time. But the genetic process is not the temporal succession. Such a view is exactly what is denied by the epochal theory of time. Each phase in the genetic process presupposes the entire quantum, and so does each feeling in each phase. The subjective unity dominating the process forbids the division of that extensive quantum which originates with the primary phase of the subjective aim. The problem dominating the concrescence is the actualization of the quantum in solido. The quantum is that standpoint in the extensive continuum which is consonant with the subjective aim in its original derivation from God. Here God is that actuality in the world, in virtue of which there is physical law. There is a spatial element in the quantum as well as a temporal element. Thus the quantum is an extensive region. This region is the determinate basis which the concrescence presupposes. This basis governs the objectifications of the actual world which are possible for the novel concrescence. The coordinate divisibility of the satisfaction is the satisfaction considered in its relationship to the divisibility of this region. The concrescence presupposes its basic region, and not the region its concrescence. Thus the subjective unity of the concrescence is irrelevant to the divisibility of the 435 region. In dividing the region we are ignoring the subjective unity which is inconsistent with such division. But the region is, after all, divisible, although in the genetic growth it is undivided. So this divisible character of the undivided region is reflected into the character of the satisfaction. When we divide the satisfaction coordinately, we do not find feelings which are separate, but feelings which might be separate. In the same way, the divisions of the region are not divisions which are, they are divisions which might be. Each such mode of division of the extensive region yields extensive quanta. Also an extensive quantum has been termed a standpoint. This notion of a standpoint must now be briefly explained. The notion has reference to three allied doctrines. First, there is the doctrine of the actual world as receiving its definition from the immediate concrescent actuality in question. Each actual entity arises out of its own peculiar actual world. Secondly, there is the doctrine of each actual world as a medium. According to this doctrine, if S be the concrescent subject in question, and A and B be two actual entities in its actual world, then either A is in the actual world of B, or B is in the actual world of A, or A and B are contemporaries. If, for example, A be in the actual world of B, then for the immediate subject S there are, 1. The direct objectification of A in S, and, 2. The indirect objectification by reason of the chain of objectification, A in B and B in S. Such chains can be extended to any length by the inclusion of many intermediate actualities between A and S. Thirdly, it is to be noticed that decided conditions are never such as to banish freedom. They only qualify it. There is always a contingency left open for immediate decision. This consideration is exemplified by an intermination respecting the actual world which is to decide the conditions for an immediately novel concrescence. There are alternatives as to its determination, which are left over for immediate decision. Some actual 436 entities may be either in the settled past, or in the contemporary nexus, or even left to the undecided future, according to immediate decision. Also the indirect chains of successive objectifications will be modified according to such choice. These alternatives are represented by the indecision as to the particular quantum of extension to be chosen for the basis of the novel concrescence. The sense in which the coordinate divisions of the satisfaction are feelings which might be separate has now to be discussed. Each such coordinate division corresponds to a definite subregion of the basic region. It expresses that component of the satisfaction which has the character of a unified feeling of the actual world from the standpoint of that subregion. In so far as the objectification of the actual world from this restricted standpoint is concerned, there is nothing to distinguish this coordinate division from an actual entity. But it is only the physical pole of the actual entity which is thus divisible. The mental pole is incurably one. Thus the subjective form of this coordinate division is derived from the origination of conceptual feelings which have regard to the complete region, and are not restricted to the subregion in question. In other words, the conceptual feelings have regard to the complete actual entity, and not to the coordinate division in question. Thus the whole course of the genetic derivation of the coordinate division is not explicable by reference to the categorial conditions governing the concrescence of feeling arising from the mere physical feeling of the restricted objective datum. The originative energy of the mental pole constitutes the urge whereby its conceptual prehensions adjust and readjust subjective forms and thereby determine the specific modes of integration terminating in the satisfaction. It is obvious that insofar as the mental pole is trivial 437 as to originality, what is inexplicable in the coordinate division, taken as actually separate, becomes thereby trivial. Thus for many abstractions concerning low-grade actual entities, the coordinate divisions approach the character of being actual entities on the same level as the actual entity from which they are derived. It is thus an empirical question to decide in relation to special topics, whether the distinction between a coordinate division and a true actual entity is, or is not, relevant. Insofar as it is not relevant, we are dealing with an indefinitely subdivisible extensive universe. A coordinate division is thus to be classed as a generic contrast. The two components of the contrast are, I, the parent actual entity, and, 2, the proposition which is the potentiality of that subject having arisen from the physical standpoint of the restricted subregion. The proposition is thus the potentiality of eliminating from the physical pole of the parent entity all the objectified actual world, except those elements derivable from that standpoint, and yet retaining the relevant elements of the subjective form. The unqualified proposition is false, because the mental pole, which is in fact operative, would not be the mental pole under the hypothesis of the proposition. But, for many purposes, the falsity of the proposition is irrelevant. The proposition is very complex, and with the relevant qualifications depending on the topic in question, it expresses the truth. In other words, the unqualified false proposition is a matrix from which an indefinite number of true qualified propositions can be derived. The requisite qualification depends on the special topic in question, and expresses the limits of the application of the unqualified proposition relevantly to that topic. The unqualified proposition expresses the indefinite divisibility of the actual world. The qualifications express the features of the world which are lost sight of by the 438 unguarded use of this principle. The actual world is atomic, but in some senses it is indefinitely divisible. The atomic actual entities individually express the genetic unity of the universe. The world expands through recurrent unifications of itself, each, by the addition of itself, automatically recreating the multiplicity anew. The other type of indefinite multiplicity, introduced by the indefinite coordinate divisibility of each atomic actuality, seems to show that, at least for certain purposes, the actual world is to be conceived as a mere indefinite multiplicity. But this conclusion is to be limited by the principle of extensive order which steps in. The atomic unity of the world, expressed by a multiplicity of atoms, is now replaced by the solidarity of the extensive continuum. This solidarity embraces not only the coordinate divisions within each atomic actuality, but also exhibits the coordinate divisions of all atomic actualities from each other in one scheme of relationship. In an earlier chapter, Part 2, ch. 4, Sec. 4-9, the sense in which the world can be conceived as a medium for the transmission of influences has been discussed. This orderly arrangement of a variety of routes of transmission, by which alternative objectifications of an antecedent actuality A can be indirectly received into the constitution of a subsequent actuality B, is the foundation of the extensive relationship among diverse actual entities. But this scheme of external extensive relationships links itself with the schemes of internal division which are internal to the several actual entities. There is, in this way, one basic scheme of extensive connection which expresses on one uniform plan, I, the general conditions to which the bonds, uniting the atomic actualities into a nexus, conform, and, 2, the general conditions to which the bonds, uniting the infinite number 439 of coordinate subdivisions of the satisfaction of any actual entity, conform. As an example of, 2, suppose that P is a coordinate division of an actual occasion A. Then P can be conceived as an actual occasion with its own actual world forming its initial datum in its first phase of genetic origination. In fact, P is the hypothetical satisfaction of a hypothetical process of concrescence with this standpoint. The other coordinate divisions of A are either in the actual world for P, or are contemporary with P, or are coordinate divisions of P, or have a complex relation to P expressed by the property that each one of them is coordinately divisible into prehensions Q1 Q2, such that each of them has one or other of the three above-mentioned relations to P. Further, in addition to the merely potential subdivisions of a satisfaction into coordinate feelings, there is the merely potential aggregation of actual entities into a superactuality in respect to which the true actualities play the part of coordinate subdivisions. In other words, just as for some purposes, one atomic actuality can be treated as though it were many coordinate actualities, in the same way, for other purposes a nexus of many actualities can be treated as though it were one actuality. This is what we habitually do in the case of the span of life of a molecule, or of a piece of rock, or of a human body. This extensiveness is the pervading generic form to which the morphological structures of the organisms of the world conform. These organisms are of two types. One type consists of the individual actual entities, the other type consists of nexus of actual entities. Both types are correlated by their common extensiveness. If we confine our attention to the subdivision of an actual entity into coordinate parts, we shall conceive of extensiveness as purely derived from the notion of whole and part, that is to say, extensive whole and extensive part. This was the view taken by me in my two earlier investigations of the 440 subject. Point 1. This defect of starting point revenged itself in the fact that the method of extensive abstraction developed in those works was unable to define a point without the intervention of the theory of duration. Thus what should have been a property of durations became the definition of a point. By this mode of approach the extensive relations of actual entities mutually external to each other were pushed into the background, though they are equally fundamental. Since that date Professor T. de Laguna too has shown that the somewhat more general notion of extensive connection can be adopted as the starting point for the investigation of extension, and that the more limited notion of whole and part can be defined in terms of it. In this way, as Professor de Laguna has shown, my difficulty in the definition of a point, without recourse to other considerations, can be overcome. This whole question is investigated in the succeeding chapters of this part. Also I there give a definition of a straight line, and of flat loci generally, in terms of purely extensive principles without reference to measurement or to durations. An actual entity, in its character of being a physical occasion, is an act of blind perceptivity of the other physical occasions of the actual world. When we consider such an occasion morphologically, as a given entity, its perceptive bonds are divisible by reason of the extensive divisibility of its own standpoints, and by reason of the extensive divisibility of the other actual occasions. Thus we reach perceptive bonds involving one subregion of the basic region of the perceiver, and one subdivision of the basic region of the perceived. The relationship between these subregions involves the status of inter 441 mediate regions functioning as agents in the process of transmission. In other words, the perspective of one subregion from the other is dependent on the fact that the extensive relations express the conditions laid on the actual world in its function of a medium. These extensive relations do not make determinate what is transmitted, but they do determine conditions to which all transmission must conform. They represent the systematic scheme which is involved in the real potentiality from which every actual occasion arises. This scheme is also involved in the attained fact which every actual occasion is. The extensive scheme is nothing else than the generic morphology of the internal relations which bind the actual occasions into a nexus, and which bind the prehensions of any one actual occasion into a unity, coordinately divisible. For Descartes the primary attribute of physical bodies is extension, for the philosophy of organism the primary relationship of physical occasions is extensive connection. This ultimate relationship is sui generis, and cannot be defined or explained. But its formal properties can be stated. Also in view of these formal properties, there are definable derivative notions which are of importance in expressing the morphological structure. Some general character of coordinate divisibility is probably an ultimate metaphysical character, persistent in every cosmic epoch of physical occasions. Thus some of the simpler characteristics of extensive connection, as here stated, are probably such ultimate metaphysical necessities. But when we examine the characteristics considered in the next chapter, it is difficult to draw the line distinguishing characteristics so general that we cannot conceive any alternatives, from characteristics so special that we imagine them to belong merely to our cosmic epoch. Such an epoch may be, relatively to our powers, of immeasurable extent, temporally and spatially. But in reference to the ultimate nature of things, it is a limited nexus. Beyond that nexus, entities with new relationships, unrealized in our experiences and unforeseen by our imagi 442 nations, will make their appearance, introducing into the universe new types of order. But, for our epoch, extensive connection with its various characteristics is the fundamental organic relationship whereby the physical world is properly described as a community. There are no important physical relationships outside the extensive scheme. To be an actual occasion in the physical world means that the entity in question is a relatum in the scheme of extensive connection. In this epoch, the scheme defines what is physically actual. The more ultimate side of this scheme, perhaps that side which is metaphysically necessary, is at once evident by the consideration of the mutual implication of extensive whole and extensive part. If you abolish the whole, you abolish its parts, and if you abolish any part, then that whole is abolished. In this general description of the states of extension, nothing has been said about physical time or physical space, or of the more general notion of creative advance. These are notions which presuppose the more general relationship of extension. They express additional facts about the actual occasions. The extensiveness of space is really the spatialization of extension, and the extensiveness of time is really the temporalization of extension. Physical time expresses the reflection of genetic divisibility into coordinate divisibility. So far as mere extensiveness is concerned, space might as well have 333 dimensions, instead of the modest 3 dimensions of our present epoch. The 3 dimensions of space form an additional fact about the physical occasions. Indeed, the sheer dimensionality of space, apart from the precise number of dimensions, is such an additional fact, not involved in the mere notion of extension. Also, the seriality of time, unique or multiple, cannot be derived from the sole notion of extension. 443 The notion of nature as an organic extensive community omits the equally essential point of view that nature is never complete. It is always passing beyond itself. This is the creative advance of nature. Here we come to the problem of time. The immediately relevant point to notice is that time and space are characteristics of nature which presuppose the scheme of extension. But extension does not in itself determine the special facts which are true respecting physical time and physical space. The consideration of coordination and genesis raises a question wider than any yet discussed in this chapter. The theory of prehensions embodies a protest against the bifurcation of nature. It embodies even more than that, its protest is against the bifurcation of actualities. In the analysis of actuality, the antithesis between publicity and privacy obtrudes itself at every stage. There are elements only to be understood by reference to what is beyond the fact in question, and there are elements expressive of the immediate, private, personal, individuality of the fact in question. The former elements express the publicity of the world, the latter elements express the privacy of the individual. An actual entity considered in reference to the publicity of things is a subject, namely, it arises from the publicity which it finds, and it adds itself to the publicity which it transmits. It is a moment of passage from decided public facts to a novel public fact. Public facts are, in their nature, coordinate. An actual entity considered in reference to the privacy of things is a subject, namely, it is a moment of the genesis of self-enjoyment. It consists of a purposed self-creation out of materials which are at hand in virtue of their publicity. Eternal objects have the same dual reference. An eternal object considered in reference to the publicity 444 of things is a universal, namely, in its own nature it refers to the general public facts of the world without any disclosure of the empirical details of its own implication in them. Its own nature as an entity requires ingression positive or negative in every detailed actuality, but its nature does not disclose the private details of any actuality. An eternal object considered in reference to the privacy of things is a quality or characteristic, namely, in its own nature, as exemplified in any actuality, it constitutes an element in the private definiteness of that actuality. It refers itself publicly, but it is enjoyed privately. The theory of prehensions is founded upon the doctrine that there are no concrete facts which are merely public, or merely private. The distinction between publicity and privacy is a distinction of reason, and is not a distinction between mutually exclusive concrete facts. The sole concrete facts, in terms of which actualities can be analyzed, are prehensions, and every prehension has its public side and its private side. Its public side is constituted by the complex datum prehended, and its private side is constituted by the subjective form through which a private quality is imposed on the public datum. The separations of perceptual fact from emotional fact, and of causal fact from emotional fact, and from perceptual fact, and of perceptual fact, emotional fact, and causal fact, from purposive fact, have constituted a complex of bifurcations, fatal to a satisfactory cosmology. The facts of nature are the actualities, and the facts into which the actualities are divisible are their prehensions, with their public origins, their private forms, and their private aims. But the actualities are moments of passage into a novel stage of publicity, and the coordination of prehensions expresses the publicity of the world, so far as it can be considered in abstraction from private genesis. Prehensions have public careers, but they are born privately. 445. The antithesis between publicity and privacy is reflected in the classification of eternal objects according to their primary modes of engrossion into actual entities. An eternal object can only function in the concrescence of an actual entity in one of three ways: I. It can be an element in the definiteness of some objectified nexus, or of some single actual entity, which is the datum of a feeling. 2. It can be an element in the definiteness of the subjective form of some feeling, or 3. It can be an element in the datum of a conceptual, or propositional, feeling. All other modes of engrossion arise from integrations which presuppose these modes. Now the third mode is merely the conceptual valuation of the potential engrossion in one of the other two modes. It is a real engrossion into actuality, but it is a restricted engrossion with mere potentiality, withholding the immediate realization of its function of conferring definiteness. The two former modes of engrossion thus constitute the ways in which the functioning of an eternal object is unrestrictedly realized. But we now ask whether either mode is indifferently open to each eternal object. The answer is the classification of eternal objects into two species, the objective species, and the subjective species. An eternal object of the objective species can only obtain engrossion in the first mode, and never in the second mode. It is always, in its unrestricted realization, an element in the definiteness of an actual entity, or a nexus, which is the datum of a feeling belonging to the subject in question. Thus a member of this species can only function relationally, by a necessity of its nature. It is introducing one actual entity, or nexus, into the real internal constitution of another actual entity. Its sole avocation is to be an agent in objectification. It can never be an element in 446 the definiteness of a subjective form. The solidarity of the world rests upon the incurable objectivity of this species of eternal objects. A member of this species inevitably introduces into the immediate subject other actualities. The definiteness with which it invests the external world may, or may not, conform to the real internal constitutions of the actualities objectified. But conformably, or non-conformably, such is the character of that nexus for that actual entity. This is a real physical fact, with its physical consequences. Eternal objects of the objective species are the mathematical Platonic forms. They concern the world as a medium. But the description of sensa given above, Part 2, ch. 4 sect 3, will include some members of the subjective species. A member of the subjective species is, in its primary character, an element in the definiteness of the subjective form of a feeling. It is a determinate way in which a feeling can feel. It is an emotion, or an intensity, or an aversion, or an aversion, or a pleasure, or a pain. It defines the subjective form of feeling of one actual entity. A one may be that component of A's constitution through which A is objectified for B. Thus when B feels A1, it feels A with that feeling. In this way, the eternal object which contributes to the definiteness of A's feeling becomes an eternal object contributing to the definiteness of A as an objective datum in B's prehension of A. The eternal object can then function both subjectively and relatively. It can be a private element in a subjective form, and also an agent in the objectification. In this latter character it may come under the operation of the category of transmutation and become a characteristic of a nexus as objectified for a percipient. In the first stage of B's physical feeling, the subjective form of B's feeling is conformed to the subjective form of A's feeling. Thus this eternal object in B's experience will have a two-way mode of functioning. It will be among the determinants of A for B, and it will be among 447 the determinants of B's way of sympathy with A. The intensity of physical energy belongs to the subjective species of eternal objects, but the peculiar form of the flux of energy belongs to the objective species. For example, redness may first be the definiteness of an emotion which is a subjective form in the experience of A, it then becomes an agent whereby A is objectified for B, so that A is objectified in respect to its prehension with this emotion. But A may be only one occasion of a nexus, such that each of its members is objectified for B by apprehension with an analogous subjective form. Then by the operation of the category of transmutation, the nexus is objectified for B as illustrated by the characteristic redness. The nexus will also be illustrated by its mathematical forms which are eternal objects of the objective species. The feelings or, more accurately, the quasi-feelings introduced by the coordinate division of actual entities eliminate the proper status of the subjects entertaining the feelings. For the subjective forms of feelings are only explicable by the categorial demands arising from the unity of the subject. Thus the coordinate division of an actual entity produces feelings whose subjective forms are partially eliminated and partially inexplicable. But this mode of division preserves and distorts the elements of definiteness introduced by eternal objects of the objective species. Thus insofar as the relationships of these feelings require an appeal to subjective forms for their explanation, the gap must be supplied by the introduction of arbitrary laws of nature regulating the relations of intensities. Alternatively, the subjective forms become arbitrary epiphenomenal facts, inoperative in physical nature, though claiming operative importance. The order of nature, prevalent in the cosmic epoch in question, exhibits itself as a morphological scheme in 448 volving eternal objects of the objective species. The most fundamental elements in this scheme are those eternal objects in terms of which the general principles of coordinate division itself are expressed. These eternal objects express the theory of extension in its most general aspect. In this theory the notion of the atomicity of actual entities, each with its concrescent privacy, has been entirely eliminated. We are left with the theory of extensive connection, of whole and part, of points, lines, and surfaces, and of straightness and flatness. The substance of this chapter can be recapitulated in a summary. Genetic division is concerned with an actual occasion in its character of a concrescent immediacy. Coordinate division is concerned with an actual occasion in its character of a concrete object. Thus for genetic division the primary fact about an occasion is its initial dative phase, for coordinate division the primary fact is the final satisfaction. But with the attainment of the satisfaction, the immediacy of final causation is lost, and the occasion passes into its objective immortality, in virtue of which efficient causation is constituted. Thus in coordinate division we are analyzing the complexity of the occasion in its function of an efficient cause. It is in this connection that the morphological scheme of extensiveness attains its importance. In this way we obtain an analysis of the dative phase in terms of the satisfactions of the past world. These satisfactions are systematically disposed in their relative status, according as one is, or is not, in the actual world of another. Also they are divisible into prehensions which can be treated as quasi-actualities with the same morphological system of relative status. This morphological system gains special order from the defining characteristic of the present cosmic epoch. The extensive continuum is this specialized ordering of the concrete occasions and of the prehensions into which they are divisible. Chapter 2 Extensive Connection 449. In this chapter we enumerate the chief characteristics of the physical relationship termed extensive connection. We also enumerate the derivative notions which are of importance in our physical experience. This importance has its origin in the characteristics enumerated. The definitions of the derivative notions, as mere definitions, are equally applicable to any scheme of relationship whatever its characteristics. But they are only of importance when the relationship in question has the characteristics here enumerated for extensive connection. No attempt will be made to reduce these enumerated characteristics to a logical minimum from which the remainder can be deduced by strict deduction. There is not a unique set of logical minima from which the rest can be deduced. There are many such sets. The investigation of such sets has great logical interest, and has an importance which extends beyond logic. But it is irrelevant for the purposes of this discussion. For the sake of brevity, the terms connection and connected will be used in the place of extensive connection and extensively connected. The term region will be used for the relata which are involved in the scheme of extensive connection. Thus, in the shortened phraseology, regions are the things which are connected. A set of diagrams will illustrate the type of relationship meant by connection. The two areas, A and B, in each diagram exhibit an instance of connection with each other. 450 such diagrams are apt to be misleading, for one reason, because they introduce features as obvious, which it is our business to define in terms of our fundamental notion of connection, for another reason, because they introduce features which are special to the two-dimensional, spatial extensiveness of a sheet of paper. In the three diagrams of set 2, the areas, A and B, are not connected, but they are mediately connected by the area C. Definition 1. Two regions are mediately connected when they are both connected with a third region. Chapter 3. Flat loci. 460. Modern physical science, with its dependence on the exact notions of mathematics, began with the foundation of Greek geometry. The first definition of Euclid's elements runs: a point is that of which there is no part. The second definition runs: a line is breadthless length. The fourth definition runs: a straight line is any line which lies evenly with the points on itself. These translations are taken from Euclid in Greek, Book I, edited with notes by Sir Thomas L. Heath, the greatest living authority on Euclid's elements. Heath ascribes the second definition to the Platonic school, if not to Plato himself. For the Greek phrase translated evenly, Heath also suggests the alternatives: on a footing of equality, evenly placed, without bias. Euclid's first postulate is, Heath's translation. Let the following be postulated: to draw a straight line from any point to any point. Heath points out that this postulate was meant to imply existence and uniqueness. As these statements occur in Greek science, a muddle arises between forms and concrete physical things. Geometry starts with the purpose of investigating Ser 461 forms of physical things. But in its initial definitions of the point and the line, it seems immediately to postulate certain ultimate physical things of a very peculiar character. Plato himself appears to have had some suspicion of this confusion when, Heath, Loccit, he objected to recognizing points as a separate class of things at all. He ought to have gone further, and have made the same objection to all the geometrical entities, namely, points, lines, and surfaces. He wanted forms, and he obtained new physical entities. According to the previous chapter, extension should be construed in terms of extensive connection, that is to say, extension is a form of relationship between the actualities of a nexus. A point is a nexus of actual entities with a certain form, and so is a segment. Thus geometry is the investigation of the morphology of nexus. The weak point of the Euclidean definition of a straight line is, that nothing has been deduced from it. The notion expressed by the phrases evenly, or evenly placed, requires definition. The definition should be such that the uniqueness of the straight segment between 2 points can be deduced from it. Neither of these demands has ever been satisfied, with the result that in modern times the notion of straightness has been based on that of measurement. A straight line has, in modern times, been defined as the shortest distance between 2 points. In the classic geometry, the converse procedure was adopted, and measurement presupposed straight lines. But, with the modern definition, the notion of the shortest distance in its turn requires explanation. Point 1. This notion is practically defined to mean the line which is the root of certain physical occurrences. In this section it will be shown that the gap in the old 462 classical theory can be remedied. Straight lines will be defined in terms of the extensive notions, developed in the preceding chapter, and the uniqueness of the straight line joining 2 points will be proved to follow from the terms of the definition. A class of oval regions must first be defined. Now the only weapon which we have for this definition is the notion of regions which overlap with a unique intersect, cf. def 6 of previous chapter. It is evidently a property of a pair of ovals that they can only overlap with a unique intersect. but it is equally evident that some regions which are not ovals also overlap with a unique intersect. However, the class of ovals has the property that any region, not a member of it, intersects some ovals with multiple intersects. Also, subsets of ovals can be found satisfying various conditions. Thus we proceed to define a class whose region shall have those relations to each other, and to other regions, which we ascribe to the class of ovals. In other words, we cannot define a single oval, but we can define a class of ovals. Such a class will be called ovate. The definition of an ovate class proceeds by enumerating all those peculiar properties possessed by individual members of the class, or by subsets of members of the class. It will be found in the course of this enumeration that an extensive continuum which possesses an ovate class is dimensional in respect to that class. Thus, existence of straight lines in an extensive continuum is bound up with the dimensional character of the continuum, and both characteristics are relative to a particular ovate class of regions in the continuum. It seems probable that an extensive continuum will possess only one ovate class. But I have not succeeded in proving that property, nor is it necessary for the argument. A preliminary definition is convenient. Definition 0.1. An ovate abstractive set is an abstractive set whose members all belong to the complete ovate class under consideration. 463. The characteristics of an ovate class will be divided into two groups, A, the group of non-abstractive conditions, and B, the group of abstractive conditions. Definition 1. A class of regions is called ovate when it satisfies the conditions belonging to the two following groups, A and B. A, the non-abstractive group. Any two overlapping regions of the ovate class have a unique intersect which also belongs to that ovate class. Any region, not a member of the ovate class, overlaps some members of that class with multiple intersection, cf. DEF 6 of previous chapter. Any member of the ovate class overlaps some regions, not of that class, with multiple intersection. Any pair of members of the ovate class, which are externally connected, have their surfaces touching either in a complete locus of points, CFCH2, DEF 23 and AS 27, or in a single point. Any region, not belonging to the ovate class, is externally connected with some member of that class so that their surfaces touch in a set of points which does not form a complete locus. Any member of the ovate class is externally connected with some region not of that class so that their surfaces touch in a set of points which does not form a complete locus. Any finite number of regions are jointly included in some member of the ovate class asterisk. If A and B be members of the ovate class, and A include B, then there are members of the class which include B and are included in A. There are dissections, cf. DEF 4 of the previous chapter, of every member of the ovate class, which consist wholly of members of that class, and there are dissections consisting wholly or partly of members not belonging to that class. 464. B. The abstractive group. Among the members of any point, there are ovate abstractive sets. If any set of 2, or of 3, or of 4, points be considered, there are abstractive sets prime in reference to the twofold condition, A, of covering the points in question, and B, of being equivalent to an ovate abstractive set. There are sets of 5 points such that no abstractive set exists prime in reference to the twofold condition, A, of covering the points in question, and B, of being equivalent to an ovate abstractive set. By reason of the definitions of this latter group, the extensive continuum in question is called four-dimensional. Analogously, an extensive continuum of any number of dimensions can be defined. The physical extensive continuum with which we are concerned in this cosmic epoch is four-dimensional. Notice that the property of being dimensional is relative to a particular ovate class in the extensive continuum. There may be ovate classes satisfying all the conditions with the exception of the dimensional conditions. Also, a continuum may have one number of dimensions relating to one ovate class, and another number of dimensions relating to another ovate class. Possibly physical laws, of the type presupposing continuity, depend on the interwoven properties of two, or more, Distinct ovate classes. Assumption 1. In the extensive continuum of the present epoch there is at least one ovate class, with the characteristics of the two groups, A and B, of the previous section. Definition 2. One such ovate class will be denoted by A. All definitions will be made relatively to this selected ovate class. 465 It is indifferent to the argument whether or no there be an alternative ovate class. If there be, the derivative entities defined in reference to this alternative class are entirely different to those defined in reference to alpha. It is sufficient for us, that one such class interests us by the importance of its physical relations. Assumption 2. If two abstractive sets are prime in reference to the same twofold condition, A, of covering a given group of points, and B, of being equivalent to some ovate abstractive set, then they are equivalent. By reason of the importance of this proposition a proof is given. Proof. The two abstractive sets are either equivalent to the same ovate abstractive set, or to different ovate abstractive sets. In the former alternative, the required conclusion is obvious. In the latter alternative, let mu and nu be the two different ovate abstractive sets. Each of these sets, mu and nu, satisfies the twofold condition. We have to prove that they are equivalent to each other. Let M and N be any regions belonging to and nu respectively. Then since the convergent portions of the abstractive sets belonging to the various points of the given group must ultimately consist of regions all lying in M and all lying in N, it follows that M and N intersect. But, being oval, M and N have only one intersect, and all the points in question must be situated in it. Also this intersect is oval. Hence, by selecting such intersects, a third abstractive set can be found which satisfies the twofold condition and is covered both by and by nu. But since mu and nu are prime in reference to this condition, they are both of them equivalent to this third abstractive class. Hence they are equivalent to each other. QED. Corollary. It follows that all abstractive sets, prime with respect to the same twofold condition of this type, belong to one geometrical element. Definition 3. The single geometrical element defined, as in the enunciation of Assumption 2, by a set of 2 points is called a straight segment between those end 466 points. If the set comprise more than 2 points, the geometrical element is called flat. Straight segments are also included under the designation flat geometrical elements. If a set of points define a flat geometrical element, as in the enunciation of Assumption 2, it may happen that the same geometrical element is defined by some subset of those points. Hence we have the following definition. Definition 4. A set of points, defining a flat geometrical element, is said to be in its lowest terms when it contains no subset defining the same flat geometrical element. Assumption 3. No two sets of a finite number of points, both in their lowest terms, define the same flat geometrical element. Definition 5. The locus of points incident in a straight segment is called the straight line between the endpoints of the segment. Definition 6. The locus of points incident in a flat geometrical element is called the content of that element. It is also called a flat locus. Assumption 4. If any subset of points liet in a flat locus, that subset also defines a flat locus contained within the given locus. Definition 6.1 A complete straight line is a locus of points such that, I, the straight line joining any two members of the locus lies wholly within the locus, 2, every subset in the locus, which is in its lowest terms, consists of a pair of points, 3, no points can be added to the locus without loss of one, or both, of the characteristics, I, and, 2. Definition 7. A triangle is the flat locus defined by 3 points which are not collinear. The 3 points are the angular points of the triangle. Definition 8. A plane is a locus of non-collinear points such that, I, the triangle defined by any 3 non-collinear members of the locus lies wholly within the locus, 467, 2, any finite number of points in the locus lie in some triangle wholly contained in the locus, 3. No set of points can be added to the locus without loss of one, or both, of the characteristics, I, and 2. Definition 9. A tetrahedron is the flat locus defined by 4 points which are not coplanar. The 4 points are called the corners of the tetrahedron. Definition 10. A three-dimensional flat space is a locus of non-coplanar points such that, I, the tetrahedron defined by any 4 non-coplanar points of the locus lies wholly within the locus. 2. Any finite number of points in the locus liet in some tetrahedron wholly contained in the locus. 3. No set of points can be added to the locus without the loss of one, or both, of the characteristics, I, and 2. Any further development of definitions and propositions will lead to mathematical details irrelevant to our immediate purposes. It suffices to have proved that characteristic properties of straight lines, planes, and three-dimensional flat spaces are discoverable in the extensive continuum without any recourse to measurement. The systematic character of a continuum depends on its possession of one or more ovate classes. Here, the particular case of a dimensional ovate class has been considered. The importance of the notion of external connection requires further discussion. First, there is a purely geometrical question to be noted. The theory of the external connection of oval regions throws light on the Euclidean concept of evenness. A pair of ovals, cf. Sect 3, can only be externally connected in a complete locus, or in a single point. We now consider that species of complete loci which can be the points common to the surfaces of a pair of ovals externally connected. We exclude the case of one-point contact. The species seems to have what the 468 Greeks meant by their term even, sigma omicron. On either side of such a locus, there is the interior of one oval and the exterior of another oval, so that the locus is even in respect to the contrasted notions of concavity and convexity. It is an extra assumption provable or otherwise according to the particular logical development of the subject which may have been adopted that all even loci are flat, and that all flat loci are even. The second question for discussion concerns the physical importance of external connection. So long as the atomic character of actual entities is unrecognized, the application of Zeno's method of argument makes it difficult to understand the notion of continuous transmission which reigns in physical science. But the concept of actual occasions, adopted in the philosophy of organism, allows of the following explanation of physical transmission. Let two actual occasions be termed contiguous when the regions constituting their standpoints are externally connected. Then by reason of the absence of intermediate actual occasions, the objectification of the antecedent occasion in the later occasion is peculiarly complete. There will be a set of antecedent, contiguous occasions objectified in any given occasion, and the abstraction which attends every objectification will merely be due to the necessary harmonizations of these objectifications. The objectifications of the more distant past will be termed mediate, the contiguous occasions will have immediate objectification. The mediate objectifications will be transmitted through various routes of successive immediate objectifications. Thus the notion of continuous transmission in science must be replaced by the notion of immediate transmission through a route of successive quanta of extensiveness. These quanta of extensiveness are the basic regions of successive contiguous occasions. It is not necessary for the philosophy of organism entirely to deny that their 469 is direct objectification of one occasion in a later occasion which is not contiguous to it. Indeed, the contrary opinion would seem the more natural for this doctrine. Provided that physical science maintains its denial of action at a distance, the safer guess is that direct objectification is practically negligible except for contiguous occasions, but that this practical negligibility is a characteristic of the present cosmic epoch, without any metaphysical generality. Also a further distinction should be introduced. Physical prehensions fall into two species, pure physical prehensions and hybrid physical prehensions. A pure physical prehension is a prehension whose datum is an antecedent occasion objectified in respect to one of its own physical prehensions. A hybrid prehension has as its datum an antecedent occasion objectified in respect to a conceptual prehension. Thus a pure physical prehension is the transmission of physical feeling, while hybrid prehension is the transmission of mental feeling. There is no reason to assimilate the conditions for hybrid prehensions to those for pure physical prehensions. Indeed, the contrary hypothesis is the more natural. For the conceptual pole does not share in the coordinate divisibility of the physical pole, and the extensive continuum is derived from this coordinate divisibility. Thus the doctrine of immediate objectification for the mental poles and of mediate objectification for the physical pole seems most consonant to the philosophy of organism in its application to the present cosmic epoch. This conclusion has some empirical support, both from the evidence for peculiar instances of telepathy, and from the instinctive apprehension of a tone of feeling in ordinary social intercourse. But of course such immediate objectification is also reinforced, or weakened, by roots of mediate objectification. Also pure and hybrid prehensions are integrated and thus hopelessly intermixed. Hence it will only be in exceptional circumstances that an immediate hybrid 470 prehension has sufficient vivid definition to receive a subjective form of clear conscious attention. We have now traced the main characteristics of that real potentiality from which the first phase of a physical occasion takes its rise. These characteristics remain inwoven in the constitution of the subject throughout its adventure of self-formation. The actual entity is the product of the interplay of physical pole with mental pole. In this way, potentiality passes into actuality, and extensive relations mold qualitative content and objectifications of other particulars into a coherent finite experience. In general, consciousness is negligible, and even the approach to it in vivid propositional feelings has failed to attain importance. Blind physical purposes reign. It is now obvious that blind prehensions, physical and mental, are the ultimate bricks of the physical universe. They are bound together within each actuality by the subjective unity of aim which governs their allied genesis and their final concrescence. They are also bound together beyond the limits of their peculiar subjects by the way in which the prehension in one subject becomes the objective datum for the prehension in a later subject, thus objectifying the earlier subject for the later subject. The two types of interconnection of prehensions are themselves bound together in one common scheme, the relationship of extension. It is by means of extension that the bonds between prehensions take on the dual aspect of internal relations, which are yet in a sense external relations. It is evident that if the solidarity of the physical world is to be relevant to the description of its individual actualities, it can only be by reason of the fundamental internality of the relationships in question. On the other hand, if the individual discreteness of the actualities is to have its weight, there must be an aspect in these relationships 471 from which they can be conceived as external, that is, as bonds between divided things. The extensive scheme serves this double purpose. The Cartesian subjectivism in its application to physical science became Newton's assumption of individually existent physical bodies, with merely external relationships. We diverge from Descartes by holding that what he has described as primary attributes of physical bodies are really the forms of internal relationships between actual occasions, and within actual occasions. Such a change of thought is the shift from materialism to organism, as the basic idea of physical science. In the language of physical science, the change from materialism to organic realism as the new outlook may be termed is the displacement of the notion of static stuff by the notion of fluent energy. Such energy has its structure of action and flow, and is inconceivable apart from such structure. It is also conditioned by quantum requirements. These are the reflections into physical science of the individual prehensions, and of the individual actual entities to which these prehensions belong. Mathematical physics translates the saying of Heraclitus, "All things flow," into its own language. It then becomes, "All things are vectors." Mathematical physics also accepts the atomistic doctrine of Democritus. It translates it into the phrase, "All flow of energy obeys quantum conditions." But what has vanished from the field of ultimate scientific conceptions is the notion of vacuous material existence with passive endurance, with primary individual attributes, and with accidental adventures. Some features of the physical world can be expressed in that way. But the concept is useless as an ultimate notion in science, and in cosmology. 1 cf. Part 4, ch. v. On measurement. Chapter 4 Strains. 472 There is nothing in the real world which is merely an inert fact. Every reality is there for feeling, it promotes feeling, and it is felt. Also there is nothing which belongs merely to the privacy of feeling of one individual actuality. All origination is private. But what has been thus originated, publicly pervades the world. Thus the geometrical facts concerning straight and flat loci are public facts characterizing the feelings of actual entities. It so happens that in this epoch of the universe the feelings involving them are of dominating importance. A feeling in which the forms exemplified in the datum concern geometrical, straight, and flat loci will be called a strain. In a strain qualitative elements, other than the geometrical forms, express themselves as qualities implicated in those forms. Also the forms are the form's ingredient in particular nexus forming the objective data of the physical feelings in question. It is to be remembered that 2 points determine a complete straight line, that 3 noncollinear points determine a complete plane, and that 4 noncoplanar points determine a complete three-dimensional flat locus. Thus a strain has a complex distribution of geometrical significance. There is the geometrical seat which is composed of a limited set of loci which are certain sets of points. These points belong to the volume defining the standpoint of the experienced subject. A strain is a complex integration of simpler feelings, and it includes in its complex character simpler feelings in which the qualities concerned are more particularly associated with 473 the seat. But the geometrical interest which dominates the growth of a strain lifts into importance the complete lines, planes, and three-dimensional flats, which are defined by the seat of the strain. In the process of integration, these wider geometrical elements acquire implication with the qualities originated in the simpler stages. The process is an example of the category of transmutation, and is to be explained by the intervention of intermediate conceptual feelings. Thus extensive regions, which are penetrated by the geometrical elements concerned, acquire objectification by means of the qualities and geometrical relations derived from the simpler feelings. This type of objectification is characterized by the close association of qualities and definite geometrical relations. It is the basis of the so-called projection of sensa. This projection of sensa in a strain takes many forms according to the differences among various strains. Sometimes the seat retains its individual importance, sometimes in the final synthesis it has been almost eliminated from the final synthesis of feelings into the one strain. Sometimes the whole extensive region indicated by the wider geometrical elements is only vaguely geometricized. In this case, there is feeble geometrical indication, the strain then takes the vague form of feeling certain qualities which are vaguely external. Sometimes the extensive region is geometricized without any corresponding elimination of importance from the seat. In this case there is a dual reference, to the seat here, and to some objectified region there. The here is usually some portion of an animal body, whereas the geometricized region may be within, or without, the animal body concerned. It is obvious that important feelings of strain involve complex processes of concrescence. They are accordingly only to be found in comparatively high-grade actual entities. They do not in any respect necessarily involve consciousness, or even that approach to consciousness which we associate with life. But we shall find that the 474 behavior of enduring physical objects is only explicable by reference to the peculiarities of their strains. On the other hand, the occurrences in empty space require less emphasis on any peculiar ordering of strains. But the growth of ordered physical complexity is dependent on the growth of ordered relationships among strains. Fundamental equations in mathematical physics, such as Maxwell's electromagnetic equations, are expressions of the ordering of strains throughout the physical universe. Presentational immediacy is our perception of the contemporary world by means of the senses. It is a physical feeling. But it is a physical feeling of a complex type to the formation of which conceptual feelings, more primitive physical feelings, and transmutation have played their parts amid processes of integration. Its objective datum is a nexus of contemporary events, under the definite illustration of certain qualities and relations. These qualities and relations are prehended with the subjective form derived from the primitive physical feelings, thus becoming our private sensations. Finally, as in the case of all physical feelings, this complex derivative physical feeling acquires integration with the valuation inherent in its conceptual realization as a type of experience. Naive common sense insists, first, on the subject entertaining this feeling, and, secondly, on the analytic components in the order, I, region in contemporary world as datum, 2, sensations as derivative from, and illustrative of, this datum, 3, integral feeling involving these elements, 4, appreciative subjective form, v, interpretative subjective form, 6, purposive subjective form. But this analysis of presentational immediacy has not exhausted the content of the feeling. For we feel with the body. There may be some further specialization into a particular organ of sensation, but in any case the witness of the body is an ever-present, 475 though elusive, element in our perceptions of presentational immediacy. This witness is the trace of the origination of the feeling concerned, enshrined by that feeling in its subjective form and in its objective datum. But in itself this witness of the body can be isolated as a component feeling in the final satisfaction. From this point of view, the body, or its organ of sensation, becomes the objective datum of a component feeling, and this feeling has its own subjective form. Also this feeling is physical, so that we must look for an eternal object, to be a determinant of the definiteness of the body, as objective datum. This component feeling will be called the feeling of bodily efficacy. It is more primitive than the feeling of presentational immediacy which issues from it. Both in common sense and in physiological theory, this bodily efficacy is a component presupposed by the presentational immediacy and leading up to it. Thus, in the immediate subject, the presentational immediacy is to be conceived as originated in a late phase, by the synthesis of the feeling of bodily efficacy with other feelings. We have now to consider the nature of the other feelings, and the complex eternal object concerned in the feeling of bodily efficacy. In the first place, this eternal object must be partially identified with the eternal object in the final feeling of presentational immediacy. The whole point of the connection between the two feelings is that the presentational immediacy is derivative from the bodily efficacy. The present perception is strictly inherited from the antecedent bodily functioning, unless all physiological teaching is to be abandoned. Both eternal objects are highly complex, and the complex elements of the second eternal object must at least be involved in the complex elements of the former eternal object. This complex eternal object is analyzable into a sense datum and a geometrical pattern. In physics, the geometrical pattern appears as a state of strain of that actual occasion in the body which is the subject of the 476 feeling. But this feeling of bodily efficacy in the final percipient is the reenaction of an antecedent feeling by an antecedent actual entity in the body. Thus in this antecedent entity there is a feeling concerned with the same sense datum and a highly analogous state of strain. The feeling must be a strain in the sense defined in the previous section. Now this strain involves a geometricized region, which in this case also involves a focal region as part of itself. This focal region is a region of dense concurrence of straight lines defined by the seed. It is the region onto which there is so-called projection. These lines enter into feeling through a process of integration of yet simpler feelings which primarily concern the seat of the pattern. These lines have a twofold function as determinants of the feeling. They define the strain of the feeler, and they define the focal region which they thus relate to the feeler. Insofar as we are merely considering an abstract pattern, we are dealing with an abstract eternal object. But as a determinant of a concrete feeling in a concrete percipient, we are dealing with the feeling as relating its subject, which includes the seat in its volume, to a definite spatial region, the focal region, external to itself. This definite contemporary focal region is a nexus which is part of the objective datum. Thus the feeling of bodily efficacy is the feeling of the sense datum as generally implicated in the whole region, of antecedent seats and focal regions, geometrically defined by the inherited strains. This patterned region is peculiarly dominated by the final seat in the body of the feeler, and by the final focal region. Thus the sense datum has a general spatial relation, in which two spatial regions are dominant. Feelings of this sort are inherited by many strands from the antecedent bodily nerves. But in considering one definite feeling of presentational immediacy, these many strands of transmission of bodily efficacy, in their final deliverance to the ultimate percipient, converge upon the same focal region as picked out by the many bodily strains. 477 In the integration of these feelings a double act of transmutation is achieved. In each of the successive feelings transmitted along the successive actual entities of a bodily nervous strand there are two regions mainly concerned, and there is a relation between them constituted by intermediate regions picked out by the linkage of the pattern. One region is the focal region already discussed, the other region is the seat in the immediate subject, constituting its geometrical standpoint. The strain of the final actual entity defines the seat and the focal region and the intermediary regions, and more vaguely the whole of a presented space. This final feeling of bodily strain in the sense of strain defined in the previous section is the last of a root of analogous feelings inherited one from the other along the series of bodily occasions along some nerve, or other path in the body. There will be parallel roots of such analogous feelings, which finally converge with concurrent reinforcement upon the single occasion, or root of occasions, which is the ultimate percipient. Each of these bodily strain feelings defines its own seat and its own focal region and intermediaries. The sense datum is vaguely associated with the external world as thus felt and defined. But as such feelings are transmuted, either gradually, or at critical nodes in the body, there is an increasing development of special emphasis. Now emphasis is valuation, and can only be changed by renewed valuation. But valuation arises in conceptual feelings. The conceptual counterpart of these physical feelings can be analyzed into many conceptual feelings, associating the sense datum with various regions defined by the strain. This conceptual feeling, by its reference to definite regions, belongs to the secondary type termed propositional feelings. One subordinate propositional feeling associates the sense datum with the seat of the feeler, another with the focal region of the feeler, another with the intermediary region of the feeler, another with the seats of the antecedent elements of the 478 nervous strand, and so on. The total association of the sense datum with space-time is analyzable into a bewildering variety of associations with definite regions, contemporary and antecedent. In general, and apart from high-grade organisms, this spatio-temporal association of the sense datum is integrated into a vague sense of externality. The component valuations have in such cases failed to differentiate themselves into grades of intensity. But in high-grade cases, in which presentational immediacy is prominent, one of three cases happens. Either, I, the association of the sense datum with the seats of some antecedent sets of feelers is exclusively emphasized, or, 2, the association of the sense datum with the focal region of the final percipient is exclusively emphasized, or, 3, the association of the sense datum both with the seats of antecedent feelers and with the focal region of the immediate feeler is emphasized. But these regions are not apprehended in abstraction from the general spatio-temporal continuum. The prehension of a region is always the prehension of systematic elements in the extensive relationship between the seat of the immediate feeler and the region concerned. When these valuations have been effected, the category of transmutation provides for the transmission to the succeeding subject of a feeling of these regions qualified by, i.e., contrasted with, that sense datum. In the first case, there are purely bodily sensations, in the second case, there are projected sensations, involving regions of contemporary space beyond the body, in the third case, there are both bodily feelings and sensations externally projected. Thus in the case of all sensory feeling, there is initial privacy of conceptual emphasis passing into publicity of physical feeling. Thus, by the agency of the category of transmutation, there are two types of feelings, for which the objective datum is a nexus with undiscriminated actual entities. The feelings of the first type are feelings of causal efficacy, and those of the second type are those of presenta 479 immediacy. In the first type, the analogous elements in the various feelings of the various actualities of the bodily nexus are transmuted into a feeling ascribed to the bodily nexus as one entity. In the second type, the transmutation is more elaborate and shifts the nexus concerned from the antecedent bodily nexus, i.e., the seat, to the contemporary focal nexus. Both these types of feeling are the outcome of a complex process of massive simplification which is characteristic of higher grades of actual entities. They apparently have but slight importance in the constitutions of actual occasions in empty space, but they have dominating importance in the physical feelings belonging to the life history of enduring organisms, the inorganic and organic, alike. In respect to the sensa concerned, there is a gradual transformation of their functions as they pass from occasion to occasion along a route of inheritance up to some final high-grade experience. In their most primitive form of functioning, a sensum is felt physically with emotional enjoyment of its sheer individual essence. For example, red is felt with emotional enjoyment of its sheer redness. In this primitive prehension we have aboriginal physical feeling in which the subject feels itself as enjoying redness. This is Hume's impression of sensation stripped of all spatial relations with other such impressions. In so far as they spring up in this primitive, aboriginal way, they in Hume's words arise in the soul from unknown causes. But in fact we can never isolate such ultimate irrationalities. In our experience, as in distinct analysis, physical feelings are always derived from some antecedent experience. Occasion B prehends occasion A as an antecedent subject experiencing a sensum with emotional intensity. Also B's subjective form of emotion is conformed to a subjective form. Thus there is a vector transmission of emotional feeling of a sensum from A to B. In this way B feels the sensum as derived from A and feels it with an emotional form 480 also derived from A. This is the most primitive form of the feeling of causal efficacy. In physics it is the transmission of a form of energy. In the bodily transmission from occasion to occasion of a high-grade animal body, there is a gradual modification of these functions of sensa. In their most primitive functioning for the initial occasions within the animal body, they are qualifications of emotion types of energy, in the language of physics. In their final functioning for the high-grade experient occasion at the end of the route, they are qualities inherent in a presented, contemporary nexus. In the final percipient any conscious feeling of the primitive emotional functioning of the sensum is often entirely absent. But this is not always the case. For example, the perception of a red cloak may often be associated with a feeling of red irritation. To return to Hume's doctrine, cf. Treatise, Part 3, Sect V, of the origination of impressions of sensation from unknown causes, it is first necessary to distinguish logical priority from physical priority. Undoubtedly an impression of sensation is logically the simplest of physical prehensions. It is the percipient occasion feeling the sensum as participating in its own concrescence. This is the enjoyment of a private sensation. There is a logical simplicity about such a sensation which makes it the primitive, aboriginal type of physical feeling. But there are two objections to Hume's doctrine which assigns to them a physical priority. First, there is the empirical objection. Hume's theory of a complex of such impressions elaborated into a supposition of a common physical world is entirely contrary to naive experience. We find ourselves in the double role of agents and patients in a common world, and the conscious recognition of impressions of sensation is the work of sophisticated elaboration. This is also Locke's doctrine in the third and fourth books of his essay. The child first dimly elucidates the complex externality of Perdica 481 lar things exhibiting a welter of forms of definiteness, and then disentangles his impressions of these forms in isolation. A young man does not initiate his experience by dancing with impressions of sensation, and then proceed to conjecture a partner. His experience takes the converse route. The unempirical character of the philosophical school derived from Hume cannot be too often insisted upon. The true empirical doctrine is that physical feelings are in their origin vectors, and that the genetic process of concrescence introduces the elements which emphasize privacy. Secondly, Hume's doctrine is necessarily irrational. For if the impressions of sensation arise from unknown causes, cf. Hume, LOCCIT, a stop is put to the rationalistic search for a rational cosmology. Such a cosmology requires that metaphysics shall provide a doctrine of relevance between a form and any occasion in which it participates. If there be no such doctrine, all hope of approximating to a rational view of the world vanishes. Hume's doctrine has no recommendation except the pleasure which it gives to its adherents. The philosophy of organism provides for this relevance by means of two doctrines, i. the doctrine of God embodying a basic completeness of appetition, and, 2. the doctrine of each occasion affecting a concrescence of the universe, including God. Then, by the category of conceptual reproduction, the vector prehensions of God's appetition, and of other occasions, issue in the mental pole of conceptual prehensions, and by integration of this pole with the pure physical prehensions there arise the primitive physical feelings of sensa, with their subjective forms emotional and purposive. These feelings, with their primitive simplicity, arise into distinctness by reason of the elimination effected by this integration of the vector prehensions with the conceptual appetitions. Such primitive feelings cannot be separated from their subjective forms. The subject never loses its triple character of recipient, patient, and agent. These primitive feel 482ings have already been considered under the name of physical purposes, cf. Part 3, chv. They correspond to Hume's impressions of sensation. But they do not originate the process of experience. We see that a feeling of presentational immediacy comes into being by reason of an integration of a conceptual feeling drawn from bodily efficacy with a bare regional feeling which is also a component in a complex feeling of bodily efficacy. Also this bare regional feeling is reinforced with the general regional feeling which is the whole of our direct physical feeling of the contemporary world, and the conceptual feeling is reinforced by the generation of physical purpose. This integration takes the form of the creative imputation of the complex eternal object, ingredient in the bodily efficacy, onto some contemporary focal region felt in the strain feeling. Also the subjective form is transmitted from the conceptual valuation and the derivate physical purpose. But this subjective form is that suitable to the bodily efficacy out of which it has arisen. Thus the mere region with its imputed eternal object is felt as though there had been a feeling of its efficacy. But there is no mutual efficacy of contemporary regions. This transference of subjective form is termed symbolic transference 1. An additional conceptual feeling, with its valuation, arises from this physical feeling of presentational immediacy. It is the conceptual feeling of a region thus characterized. This is the aesthetic valuation proper to the bare objective datum of the presentational immediacy. But this valuation is less primitive than that gained from the conceptual prehension by symbolic transference. The primitive subjective form includes a valuation as though the contemporary region, by its own proper constitution, were causally effective on the percipient sub 483 ject. The secondary valuation is the aesthetic appreciation of the bare fact. This bare fact is merely that region, thus qualified. Thus the contemporary world, as felt through the senses, is valued for its own sake, by means of a later conceptual feeling, but it is also valued for its derivation from antecedent efficacy, by means of transmutation from earlier conceptual feeling combined with derivate physical purpose. But none of these operations can be segregated from nature into the subjective privacy of a mind. Mental and physical operations are incurably intertwined, and both issue into publicity, and are derived from publicity. The vector character of prehension is fundamental. It is the mark of a high-grade organism to eliminate, by negative prehension, the irrelevant accidents in its environment, and to elicit massive attention to every variety of systematic order. For this purpose, the category of transmutation is the master principle. By its operation each nexus can be prehended in terms of the analogies among its own members, or in terms of analogies among the members of other nexus but yet relevant to it. In this way the organism in question suppresses the mere multiplicities of things, and designs its own contrasts. The canons of art are merely the expression, in specialized forms, of the requisites for depth of experience. The principles of morality are allied to the canons of art, in that they also express, in another connection, the same requisites. Owing to the principle that contemporary actual entities occur in relative independence, the nexus of contemporary actual entities are peculiarly favorable for this transference of systematic qualities from other nexus to themselves. For a difficulty arises in the operation of the category of transmutation, when a characteristic prevalent among the individual entities of one nexus is to be transferred to another nexus treated as a unity. The difficulty is that the individual actually 484 ties of the recipient nexus are also respectively objectified in the percipient subject by systematic characteristics which equally demand the transference to their own nexus, but this is the nexus which should be the recipient of the other transference. Thus there are competing qualities struggling to effect the objectification of the same nexus. The result is attenuation and elimination. When the recipient nexus is composed of entities contemporary with the percipient subject, this difficulty vanishes. For the contemporary entities do not enter into the constitution of the percipient subject by objectification through any of their own feelings. Thus their only direct connection with the subject is their implication in the same extensive scheme. Thus a nexus of actual entities, contemporary with the percipient subject, puts up no alternative characteristics to inhibit the transference to it of characteristics from antecedent nexus. A high-grade percipient is necessarily an occasion in the historic root of an enduring object. If this root is to propagate itself successfully into the future, it is above all things necessary that its decisions in the immediate occasion should have the closest relevance to the concurrent happenings among contemporary occasions. For these contemporary entities will, in the near future, form the immediate past for the future embodiment of the enduring object. This immediate past is of overwhelming influence, for all routes of transmission from the more remote past must pass through it. Thus the contemporary occasions tell nothing, and yet are of supreme importance for the survival of the enduring object. This gap in the experience of the percipient subject is bridged by presentational immediacy. This type of experience is the lesson of the past reflected into the present. The more important contemporary occasions are those in the near neighborhood. Their actual worlds 485 are practically identical with that of the percipient subject. The percipient prehends the nexus of contemporary occasions by the mediation of eternal objects which it inherits from its own past. Also it selects the contemporary nexus thus prehended by the efficacy of strains whose focal regions are important elements in the past of those nexus. Thus, for successful organisms, presentational immediacy, though it yields no direct experience about the contemporary world, and though in unfortunate instances the experience which it does yield may be irrelevant, does yield experience which expresses how the contemporary world has in fact emerged from its own past. Presentational immediacy works on the principle that it is better to obtain information about the contemporary world, even if occasionally it be misleading. Depth of experience is gained by concentrating emphasis on the systematic structural systems in the environment, and discarding individual variations. Every element of systematic structure is emphasized, every individual aberration is pushed into the background. The variety sought is the variety of structures, and never the variety of individuals. For example, we neglect empty space in comparison with the structural systematic nexus which is the historic root of an enduring object. In every possible way, the more advanced organisms simplify their experience so as to emphasize those nexus with some element of tightness of systematic structure. In pursuance of this principle, the regions, geometricized by the various strains in such an organism, not only lie in the contemporary world but they coalesce so as to emphasize one unified locus in the contemporary world. This selected locus is penetrated by the straight lines, the planes, and the three-dimensional flat loci associated with the strains. This is the strain locus belonging to an occasion in the history of an enduring object. 486 This occasion is the immediate percipient subject under consideration. Each such occasion has its one strain locus which serves for all its strains. The focal regions of the various strains all lie within this strain locus, and are in general distinct. but the strain locus as a whole is common to all the strains. Each occasion lies in its own strain locus. The meaning of the term rest is the relation of an occasion to its strain locus, if there be one. An occasion with no unified strain locus has no dominating locus with which it can have the relationship of rest. An occasion rests in its strain locus. This is why it is nonsense to ask of an occasion in empty space whether it be at rest in reference to some locus. For, since such occasions have no strain loci, the relationship of rest does not apply to them. The strain locus is the locus which is thoroughly geometricized by the strain feelings of the percipient occasion. It must have the property of being continent of straight lines, and of flat loci of all dimensions. Thus its boundaries will be three-dimensional flat loci, non-intersecting. A strain locus approximates to a three-dimensional flat locus, but in fact it is four-dimensional, with the time thickness. Reviewing the discussion in the preceding sections of this chapter and of chapter 4 of part 2, we note that, in reference to any one actual occasion M7, but cf section 8, distinct considerations define loci composed of other actual occasions. In the first place, there are three loci defined by causal efficacy, namely, the causal past of M, the causal future of M, and the contemporaries of M. An actual occasion P, belonging to M's causal past, is objectified for M by a perspective representation of its own, i.e., P's, qualities of feeling and intensities of feeling. There is a quantitative and qualitative vector flow of feeling from P to M, and in this way, what P is subjectively, belongs to M objectively. And 487 actual occasion Q, belonging to M's causal future, is in the converse relation to M, compared to P's relation. For the causal future is composed of those actual occasions which will have M in their respective causal pasts. Actual occasions R and S which are contemporary with M, are those actual occasions which lie neither in M's causal past, nor in M's causal future. The peculiarity of the locus of contemporaries of M is that any two of its members, such as R and S, need not be contemporaries of each other. They may be mutually contemporaries, but not necessarily. It is evident from the form of the definition of contemporary, that if R be contemporary with M, then M is contemporary with R. This peculiarity of the locus of M's contemporaries that R and S may be both contemporaries of M, but not contemporaries of each other points to another set of loci. A duration is a locus of actual occasions, such that, alpha, any two members of the locus are contemporaries, and, beta, that any actual occasion, not belonging to the duration, is in the causal past or causal future of some members of the duration. A duration is a complete locus of actual occasions in unison of becoming, or in concrescent unison. It is the old-fashioned present state of the world. In reference to a given duration, d, the actual world is divided into three mutually exclusive loci. One of these loci is the duration d itself. Another of these loci is composed of actual occasions which lie in the past of some members of d, this locus is the past of the duration d. The remaining locus is composed of actual occasions which lie in the future of some members of d, this locus is the future of the duration d. By its definition, a duration which contains an occasion M must lie within the locus of the contemporaries of M. According to the classical pre-relativistic notions of time, there would be only one duration including M, and it would contain all M's contemporaries. According to modern relativistic views, we must admit that there are many durations including M, in fact, an infinite 488 number, so that no one of them contains all M's contemporaries. Thus the past of a duration d includes the whole past of any actual occasion belonging to d, such as M for example, and it also includes some of M's contemporaries. Also the future of the duration d includes the whole future of M, and also includes some of M's contemporaries. So far, starting from an actual occasion M, we find 6 loci, or types of loci, defined purely in terms of notions derived from causal efficacy. These loci are, M's causal past, M's causal future, M's contemporaries, the set of durations defined by M, and finally, Taking any one such duration which we call D as typical, there is D's past, and D's future. Thus there are the three definite loci, the causal past, the causal future and the contemporaries, which are defined uniquely by M, and there are the set of durations defined by M, and the set of durational pasts and the set of durational futures. The paradox which has been introduced by the modern theory of relativity is twofold. First, the actual occasion M does not, as a general characteristic of all actual occasions, define a unique duration, and secondly such a unique duration, if defined, does not include all the contemporaries of M. But among the set of durations, there may be one with a unique association with M. For the mode of presentational immediacy objectifies for M the actual occasions within one particular duration. This is the presented duration. Such a presented duration is an inherent factor in the character of an enduring physical object. It is practically identical with the strain locus. This locus is the reason why there is a certain absoluteness in the notions of rest, velocity, and acceleration. For this presented duration is the spatialized world in which the physical object is at rest, at least momentarily for its occasion M. This spatialized world is objectified for M by M's own conditioned range of feeling tones which have been inherited from the causal past of the actual occasion 489 in question, namely, of M. Thus the presented duration is with peculiar vividness part of the character of the actual occasion. A historic root of actual occasions each with its presented duration, constitutes a physical object. Our partial consciousness of the objectifications of the presented duration constitutes our knowledge of the present world, so far as it is derived from the senses. Remembering that objectifications constitute the objective conditions from which an actual occasion, M, initiates its successive phases of feeling, we must admit that, in the most general sense, the objectifications express the causality by which the external world fashions the actual occasion in question. Thus the objectifications of the presented duration represent a recovery by its contemporaries of a very real efficacy in the determination of M. It is true that the eternal objects which affect this objectification belong to the feeling tones which M derives from the past. But it is a past which is largely common to M and to the presented duration. Thus by the intermediacy of the past, the presented duration has its efficacy in the production of M. This efficacy does not derogate from the principle of the independence of contemporary occasions. For the contemporary occasions in the presented duration are only efficacious through the feeling tones of their sources, and not through their own immediate feeling tones. Thus insofar as Bergson ascribes the spatialization of the world to a distortion introduced by the intellect, he is in error. This spatialization is a real factor in the physical constitution of every actual occasion belonging to the life history of an enduring physical object. For actual occasions in so-called empty space, there is no reason to believe that any duration has been singled out for spatialization, that is to say, that physical perception in the mode of presentational immediacy is negligible for such occasions. The reality of the rest and the motion of enduring physical objects depends on this spatialism 490 for occasions in their historic roots. The presented duration is the duration in respect to which the enduring object is momentarily at rest. It is that duration which is the strain locus of that occasion in the life history of the enduring object. 1 cf. My 3 Barber Page Lectures, Symbolism, at the University of Virginia, New York, Macmillan, 1927, and Cambridge University Press, 1928, and also above, Part 2, ch. 8. Chapter V Measurement. 491 The identification of the strain locus with a duration is only an approximation based upon empirical evidence. Their definitions are entirely different. A duration is a complete set of actual occasions, such that all the members are mutually contemporary one with the other. This property is expressed by the statement that the members enjoy unison of immediacy. The completeness consists in the fact that no other actual occasion can be added to the set without loss of this unison of immediacy. Every occasion outside the set is in the past or in the future of some members of the set, and is contemporary with other members of the set. According as an occasion is in the past, or the future, of some members of a duration, the occasion is said to be in the past, or in the future, of that duration. No occasion can be both in the past and in the future of a duration. Thus a duration forms a barrier in the world between its past and its future. Any root of occasions, in which adjacent members are contiguous, and such that it includes members of the past, and members of the future, of a duration, must also include one or more members of that duration. This is the notion of a duration, which has already been explained, cf. Part 2, ch. 4, Secs 8 and 9. The definition of a strain locus, cf. previous chapter, depends entirely on the geometrical elements which are the elements of geometric form in the objectification of a nexus including the experient occasion in question. These 492 elements are, I, a set of points, within the volume of the regional standpoint of the experient occasion, and, 2, the set of straight lines defined by all the pairs of these points. The set of points is the seat of the strain, the set of straight lines is the set of projectors. The complete region penetrated by the projectors is the strain locus. A strain locus is bounded by two flat three-dimensional surfaces. When some members of the seat have a special function in the strain feeling, the projectors which join pairs of these points may define a subordinate region in the strain locus. This subordinate region is termed the focal region. The strain loci in the present epoch seem to be confined to the contemporaries of their experient occasions. In fact, strain loci occur as essential components for perception in the mode of presentational immediacy. In this mode of perception there is a unique strain locus for each such experient. Rest and motion are definable by reference to real strain loci, and to potential strain loci. Thus the molecules, forming material bodies for which the science of dynamics is important, may be presumed to have unique strain loci associated with their prehensions. This recapitulation of the theories of durations and strain loci brings out the entire disconnection of their definitions. There is no reason, derivable from these definitions, why there should be any close association between the strain locus of an experient occasion and any duration including that occasion among its members. It is an empirical fact that mankind invariably conceives the presented world as consisting of such a duration. This is the contemporary world as immediately perceived by the senses. But close association does not necessarily involve unqualified identification. It is permissible, in framing a cosmology to accord with scientific theory, to assume that the associated pair, strain locus and presented duration, do not involve one and the same extensive region. From the point of view of conscious per 493ception, the divergence may be negligible, though important for scientific theory. The notions which have led to the phraseology characterizing the projected sensa as secondary qualities arise out of a fundamental difference between strain loci and their associated presented durations. A strain locus is entirely determined by the experient in question. It extends beyond that experient indefinitely, although defined by geometrical elements entirely within the extensive region which is the standpoint of the experient. The seat of the strain locus, which is a set of points within this region, is sufficient to effect this definition of the complete strain locus by the aid of the straight lines termed the projectors. These straight lines are nexus whose geometrical relations are forms ingredient in a strain feeling with these nexus as data. Presentational immediacy arises from the integration of a strain feeling and of physical purpose, so that, by the category of transmutation, the sensum involved in the physical purpose is projected onto some external focal region defined by projectors. It is to be noted that this doctrine of presentational immediacy and of the strain locus entirely depends upon a definition of straight lines in terms of mere extensiveness. If the definition depends upon the actual physical occasions beyond the experient should find the actual physical structures of his environment a block, or an assistance, to his projection to focal regions beyond them. The projection of sensa in presentational immediacy depends entirely upon the state of the brain and upon systematic geometrical relations characterizing the brain. How the brain is excited, whether by visual stimuli through the eye, or by auditory stimuli through the ear, or by the excessive consumption of alcohol, or by hysterical emotion, is completely indifferent. Granted the proper excitement of the brain, the experient will per 494 receive some definite contemporary region illustrated by the projected sensa. The indifference of presentational immediacy to contemporary actualities in the environment cannot be exaggerated. It is only by reason of the fortunate dependence of the experient and of these contemporary actualities on a common past, that presentational immediacy is more than a barren aesthetic display. It does display something, namely, the real extensiveness of the contemporary world. It involves the contemporary actualities but only objectifies them as conditioned by extensive relations. It displays a system pervading the world, a world including and transcending the experient. It is a vivid display of systematic real potentiality, inclusive of the experient and reaching beyond it. Insofar as straight lines can only be defined in terms of measurements, requiring particular actual occasions for their performance, the theory of geometry lacks the requisite disengagement from particular physical fact. The requisite geometrical forms can then only be introduced after examination of the particular actual occasions required for measurement. But the theory of projection, explained above, requires that the definition of a complete straight line be logically prior to the particular actualities in the extensive environment. This requisite has been supplied by the preceding theory of straight lines, cf. ch. 3. The projectors do depend upon the one experient occasion. But even this dependence merely requires that component feelings of that occasion should participate in certain geometric elements, namely, a set of points, and the straight lines defined by them, among their data. Thus, according to this explanation, presentational immediacy is the mode in which vivid feelings of contemporary geometrical relations, with a special emphasis on certain focal regions, enter into experience. This doctrine is what common sense always assumes. When we see a colored shape, it may be a real man, or a ghost, or an image behind a mirror, or a hallucination, 495, but whatever it be, there it is exhibiting to us a certain region of external space. If we are gazing at a nebula, 1,000 light-years away, we are not looking backward through 1,000 years. Such ways of speaking are interpretative phrases, diverting attention from the primary fact of direct experience, observing the illumination of a contemporary patch of the heavens. In philosophy, it is of the utmost importance to beware of the interpretative vagaries of language. Further, the extent of the patch illuminated will depend entirely upon the magnifying power of the telescope used. The correlation of the patch, thus seen through the telescope, with a smaller patch, defined by direct projection from the observer, is again a question of scientific interpretation. This smaller patch is what we are said to have seen magnified by the use of the telescope. What we do see is the bigger patch, and we correlate it with the smaller patch by theoretical calculation. The scientific explanation neglects the telescope and the larger patch really seen, and considers them as merely instrumental intermediaries. It concentrates on the contemporary smaller patch, and finally deserts even that patch in favor of another region 1,000 years in the past. This explanation is only one illustration of the way in which so-called statements of direct observation are, through and through, merely interpretative statements of simple direct experience. When we say that we have seen a man, we may mean that we have seen a patch which we believe to be a man. In this case, our total relevant experience may be more than that of bare sight. In Descartes phraseology, our experience of the external world embraces not only an inspectio of the realitas objectiva in the prehensions in question, but also a judicium which calls into play the totality of our experience beyond those prehensions. The objection to this doctrine of presentational immediacy that it presupposes a definition of straight lines, freed from dependence on external actualities, has been removed by the production of such a definition in ch. 3,496. Of course, the point of the definition is to demonstrate that the extensive continuum, apart from the particular actualities into which it is atomized, includes in its systematic structure the relationships of regions expressed by straight lines. These relationships are there for perception. The Cartesian doctrine of the realitas objectiva attaching to presentational immediacy is entirely denied by the modern doctrine of private psychological fields. Locke's doctrine of secondary qualities is a halfway house to the modern position, and indeed so is Descartes' own position considered as a whole. Descartes' doctrine on this point is obscure, and is interpretable as according with that of the philosophy of organism. But Locke conceives the sensa as purely mental additions to the facts of physical nature. Both philosophers conceive the physical world as in essential independence of the mental world, though the two worlds have ill-defined accidental relationships. According to the philosophy of organism, physical and mental operations are inextricably intertwined. Also we find the sensa functioning as forms participating in the vector prehensions of one occasion by another, and finally in tracing the origin of presentational immediacy, we find mental operations transmuting the functions of sensa so as to transfer them from being participants in causal prehensions into participants in presentational prehensions. But throughout the whole story, the sensa are participating in nature as much as anything else. It is the function of mentality to modify the physical participation of eternal objects. The case of presentational prehensions is only one conspicuous example. The whole doctrine of mentality from the case of God downwards is that it is a modifying agency. But Descartes and Locke abandon the realitas objectiva so far as sensa are concerned, but for Descartes, cf. Meditation I, it is certain all the same that the colors of 497 which this is composed are necessarily real, and hope to save it so far as extensive relations are concerned. This is an impossible compromise. It was easily swept aside by Berkeley and Hume. Cf. Inquiry, Sect 12, Part I. Hume with obvious truth, refers to Berkeley as the originator of this train of argument. The modern doctrine of private psychological fields is the logical result of Hume's doctrine, though it is a result which Hume as an agent refused to accept. This modern doctrine raises a great difficulty in the interpretation of modern science. For all exact observation is made in these private psychological fields. It is then no use talking about instruments and laboratories and physical energy. What is really being observed are narrow bands of color sensa in the private psychological space of color vision. The impressions of sensation which collectively form this entirely private experience arise in the soul from unknown causes. The spectroscope is a myth, the radiant energy is a myth, the observer's eye is a myth, the observer's brain is a myth, and the observer's record of his experiment on a sheet of paper is a myth. When some months later, he reads his notes to a learned society, he has a new visual experience of black marks on a white background in a new private psychological field. And again, these experiences arise in his soul from unknown causes. It is merely custom which leads him to connect his earlier with his later experiences. All exact measurements are, on this theory, observations in such private psychological fields. Hume himself as an agent refused to accept this doctrine. The conclusion is that Hume's account of experience is unduly simplified. This is the conclusion adopted by the philosophy of organism. But one important fact does emerge from the discussion, that all exact measurements concern perceptions in the mode of presentational immediacy, and that such observations purely concern the systematic geometric forms of the environment, forms defined by projectors 498 from the seat of the strain and irrespective of the actualities which constitute the environment. The contemporary actualities of the world are irrelevant to these observations. All scientific measurements merely concern the systematic real potentiality out of which these actualities arise. This is the meaning of the doctrine that physical science is solely concerned with the mathematical relations of the world. These mathematical relations belong to the systematic order of extensiveness which characterizes the cosmic epoch in which we live. The societies of enduring objects, electrons, protons, molecules, material bodies at once sustain that order and arise out of it. The mathematical relations involved in presentational immediacy thus belong equally to the world perceived and to the nature of the percipient. They are, at the same time, public fact and private experience. The perceptive mode of presentational immediacy is in one sense barren. So far as apart from symbolic transference it discloses the contemporary world, that world, thus objectified, is devoid of all elements constitutive of subjective form, elements emotional, appreciative, purposive. The bonds of the objectified nexus only exhibit the definiteness of mathematical relations. But in another sense this perceptive mode has overwhelming significance. It exhibits that complex of systematic mathematical relations which participate in all the nexus of our cosmic epoch, in the widest meaning of that term. These relations only characterize the epoch by reason of their foundation in the immediate experience of the society of occasions dominating that epoch. Thus we find a special application of the doctrine of the interaction between societies of occasions and the laws of nature. The perceptive mode in presentational immediacy is one of the defining characteristics of the societies which constitute the nexus termed material bodies. Also in some fainter intensity it belongs to the electromagnetic occasions in empty space. From the point of view of a 499 single experient, that mode discloses systematic relations which dominate the environment. But the environment is dominated by these relationships by reason of the experiences of the individual occasions constituting the societies. It is by reason of this disclosure of ultimate system that an intellectual comprehension of the physical universe is possible. There is a systematic framework permeating all relevant fact. By reference to this framework the variant, various, vagrant, evanescent details of the abundant world can have their mutual relations exhibited by their correlation to the common terms of a universal system. Sounds differ qualitatively among themselves, sounds differ qualitatively from colors, colors differ qualitatively from the rhythmic throbs of emotion and of pain, yet all alike are periodic and have their spatial relations and their wavelengths. The discovery of the true relevance of the mathematical relations disclosed in presentational immediacy was the first step in the intellectual conquest of nature. Accurate science was then born. Apart from these relations as facts in nature, such science is meaningless, a tale told by an idiot and credited by fools. For example, the conjecture by an eminent astronomer, based on measurements of photographic plates, that the period of the revolution of our galaxy of stars is about 300 million years can only derive its meaning from the systematic geometrical relations which permeate the epoch. But he would have required the same reference to system, if he had made an analogous statement about the period of revolution of a child's top. Also the two periods are comparable in terms of the system. Measurement depends upon counting and upon permanence. The question is, what is counted, and what is permanent? The things that are counted are the inches on a straight metal rod, a yard measure. Also the thing 500 that is permanent is this yard measure in respect both to its internal relations and in respect to some of its extensive relations to the geometry of the world. In the first place, the rod is straight. Thus the measurement depends on the straightness and not the straightness upon the measurement. The modern answer to this statement is that the measurement is a comparison of infinitesimals, or of an approximation to infinitesimals. The answer to this answer is that there are no infinitesimals, and that therefore there can be no approximation to them. In mathematics all phraseology about infinitesimals is merely disguised statement about a class of finites. This doctrine has been conclusive mathematical theory since the time of Weierstrass in the middle of the 19th century. Also all the contortions of curvature are possible for a segment between any endpoints. Of course, in all measurement there is approximation in our suppositions as to the yard measure, but it is approximation to straightness. Also having regard to the systematic geometry of straight lines, and to the type of approximation exhibited by the rod, the smaller the portion used, the more negligible are the percentage errors introduced by the defects from straightness. But unless the notion of straightness has a definite meaning in reference to the extensive relations, this whole procedure in practical measurement is meaningless. There is nothing to distinguish one contorted segment between endpoints from another contorted segment between those endpoints. One is no straighter than another. Also any percentage differences between their lengths can exist. Again, the inches are counted because they are congruent and are end-on along the straight rod. No one counts coincident inches. The counting essentially is concerned with non-coincident straight segments. The numerical measure of length is the indication of the fact that the yard measure is a straight rod divisible into 36 congruent inch-long segments. 501 There is a modern doctrine that congruence means the possibility of coincidence. If this be the case, then the importance of congruence would arise when the possibility is realized. Alternatively, the possibility could be of importance as a lure entering into the subjective aim. If the latter alternative were true, congruence would play its part in the form of a tendency of congruent bodies to coalesce, or to resist coalescence. In fact, there would be aversion to, or aversion from coalescence. Of course the suggestion is fantastic. Recurring to the former alternative, the importance of the 36 inches along the yard measure depends on the fact that they are not coincident and, until the destruction of the rod, never will be coincident. There is a realized property of the rod that it is 36 inches in length. Thus, although coincidence is used as a test of congruence, it is not the meaning of congruence. We must now consider the use of coincidence as a test. Congruence is tested either by the transference of a steel yard measure from coincidence with one body to coincidence with another body, or by some optical means dependent on the use of an optical instrument and on the congruence of successive wavelengths in a train of waves, or by some other vibratory device dependent on analogous principles. It is at once evident that all these tests are dependent on a direct intuition of permanence. This permanence means permanence in respect to congruence for the various instruments employed, namely, the yard measure, or the optical instruments, or analogous instruments. For example, the yard measure is assumed to remain congruent to its previous self, as it is transferred from one setting to another setting. It is not sufficient to intuit that it remains the same body. Substances that are very deformable preserve that sort of self-identity. The required property is that of self-congruence. Minute variations of physical conditions will make the rod vary slightly, also sense perception is never absolutely exact. 502 But unless there be a meaning to exactitude, the notions of a slight variation and of a slight defect from exactitude are nonsense. Apart from such a meaning, the two occasions of the rod's existence are incomparable, except by another experiment depending upon the same principles. There can only be a finite number of such experiments, so ultimately we are reduced to these direct judgments. However far the testing of instruments and the corrections for changes of physical factors, such as temperature, are carried, there is always a final dependence upon direct intuitions that relevant circumstances are unchanged. Instruments are used from minute to minute, from hour to hour, and from day to day, with the sole guarantee of antecedent tests and of the appearance of invariability of relevant circumstances. This appearance is always a perception in the mode of presentational immediacy. If such perception be in any sense private in contradistinction to a correlative meaning for the term public, then the perceptions, on which scientific measurement depends, merely throw light upon the private psychology of the particular observer, and have no public import. Such a conclusion is so obviously inconsistent with our beliefs as to the intercommunication of real actualities in a public world, that it may be dismissed as a reductio ad absurdum, having regard to the groundwork of common experience which is the final test of all science and philosophy. A great deal of modern scientific philosophy consists in recurrence to the theory of privacy when such statements seem to afford a short-cut to simplicity of statement, and on the other hand of employment of the notion of observing a public world when that concept is essential for expressing the status of science in common experience. Science is either an important statement of systematic theory correlating observations of a common world, or is the daydream of a solitary intelligence with a taste for the daydream of publication. But 503 It is not philosophy to vacillate from one point of view to the other. Finally, the meaning of congruence as a relation between two geometrical elements in a strain locus must be considered. It will be sufficient to consider this meaning in reference to two segments of straight lines, and to treat all other meanings as derivative from this. A strain locus is defined by the projectors which penetrate any one finite region within it. Such a locus is a systematic whole, independently of the actualities which may atomize it. In this it is to be distinguished from a duration which does depend on its physical content. A strain locus depends merely upon its geometrical content. This geometrical content is expressed by any adequate set of axioms from which the systematic interconnections of its included straight lines and points can be deduced. This conclusion requires the systematic uniformity of the geometry of a strain locus, but refers to further empirical observation for the discovery of the particular character of this uniform system. For example, the question as to whether a complete straight line be a closed serial locus of points or an open serial locus, is entirely a question for such discovery. The only decision is to be found by comparing the rival theories in respect to their power of elucidating observed facts. The only relevant properties of straight lines are, I. Their completeness, 2. Their inclusion of points, 3. Their unique definition by any pair of included points, 4. Their possibility of mutual intersection in a single point. The additional axioms which express the systematic geometrical theory must not have reference to length or to congruence. For these notions are to be derived from the theory. Thus the axioms must have exclusive reference to the intersection of straight lines, and to their inclusion or exclusion of points indicated by the intersections of other lines. Such sets of axioms are 504 well known to mathematicians. There are many such sets which respectively constitute alternative geometrical theories. Also, given one set of axioms constituting a definite geometrical theory, different sets of axioms can easily be obtained which are equivalent to each other in the sense that all the other sets can be deduced from any one of them. All such equivalent sets produce the same geometrical theory. Equivalent sets have their importance, but not for the present investigation. We can therefore neglect them, and different sets of axioms will mean sets of axioms which constitute incompatible geometrical theories. There are many such sets, with a great variety of peculiar properties. There are, however, 3 such sets which combine a peculiar simplicity with a very general conformation to the observed facts. These sets give the non-metrical properties of the 3 geometrical theories respectively known to mathematicians as the theory of elliptic geometry, of Euclidean geometry, and of hyperbolic geometry. It will serve no purpose to give the 3 sets of axioms. But it is very easy to explain the main point of difference between the theories, without being led too far from the philosophical discussion. In the first place, a definition of a plane can be given which is common to all the 3 theories. The definition already given in chapter 3 of this part will suffice. But an alternative definition can be stated thus: if A, B, C be any 3 non-collinear points, and A, B, C, A denote the 3 complete straight lines containing respectively A and B, B and C, C and A, then the straight lines which respectively intersect both members of any pair of these 3 lines, not both lines at one of the corners A or B or C, pass through all the points constituting one plane, and all their incident points are incident in the plane. Thus a plane is defined to be the locus of all the points incident in at least one of such a group of straight lines. The axioms are such that this definition is equivalent to 505 the definition in chapter 3. Also the axioms secure that any straight line, passing through 2 points in a plane, is itself wholly incident in that plane. Also it follows from the definition of a plane that a line L and a point P, not incident in L, are coplanar. The distinction between the 3 geometrical theories can now be explained by the aid of such a triplet: a point P, a line L not passing through P, and the plane π in which P and L are both incident. Consider all the lines through P and incident in the plane π. Then in the elliptic geometrical theory, all these lines intersect the line L. In the Euclidean geometrical theory, all these lines intersect the line L, with the exception of one and only one line, the unique parallel to L through P. In the hyperbolic geometrical theory, the lines through P in the plane are divisible into 2 classes, one class consisting of the lines intersecting L, the other class consisting of the lines not intersecting L, and each class with an infinite number of members. Then it has been shown by Cayley and von Stott 1 that the congruence of segments and the numerical measures of the distances involved are definable. The simplest case is that of Euclidean geometry. In that case, the basic fact is that the opposite sides of parallelograms are equal. A further complication is required to define congruence between segments which are not parallel. But it would serve no purpose to enter into the detailed solutions of this mathematical problem. But the illustration afforded by the particular case of the congruence of the opposite sides of parallelograms enables the general principle underlying the notion of congruence to be explained. Two segments are congruent when there is a certain analogy between their functions in a systematic pattern of straight lines, which includes both of them. The definition of this analogy is the definition of Con 506 congruence in terms of non-metrical geometry. It is possible to discover diverse analogies which give definitions of congruence which are inconsistent with each other. That definition which enters importantly into the internal constitutions of the dominating social entities is the important definition for the cosmic epoch in question. Measurement is now possible throughout the extensive continuum. This measurement is a systematic procedure dependent on the dominant societies of the cosmic epoch. When one form of measurement has been given, alternative forms with assigned mathematical relations to the initial form can be defined. One such system is as good as any other, so far as mathematical procedure is concerned. The only point to be remembered is that each system of coordinates must have its definable relation to the analogy which constitutes congruence. Physical measurement is now possible. The modern procedure, introduced by Einstein, is a generalization of the method of least action. It consists in considering any continuous line between any 2 points in the spatio-temporal continuum and seeking to express the physical properties of the field as an integral along it. The measurements which are presupposed are the geometrical measurements constituting the coordinates of the various points involved. Various physical quantities enter as the constants involved in the algebraic functions concerned. These constants depend on the actual occasions which atomize the extensive continuum. The physical properties of the medium are expressed by various conditions satisfied by this integral. It is usual to term an infinitesimal element of this integral by the name of an element of distance. But this name, though satisfactory as a technical phraseology, is entirely misleading. There can be no theory of the congruence of different elements of the path. The notion of coincidence does not apply. There is no systematic 507 theory possible, since the so-called infinitesimal distance depends on the actual entities throughout the environment. The only way of expressing such so-called distance is to make use of the presupposed geometrical measurements. The mistake arises because, unconsciously, the minds of physicists are infected by a presupposition which comes down from Aristotle through Kant. Aristotle placed quantity among his categories, and did not distinguish between extensive quantity and intensive quantity. Kant made this distinction, but considered both of them as categorical notions. It follows from Cayley's and von Stott's work, CFLOCCIT, that extensive quantity is a construct. The current physical theory presupposes a comparison of so-called lengths among segments without any theory as to the basis on which this comparison is to be made, and in ignoration of the fact that all exact observation belongs to the mode of presentational immediacy. Further, the fact is neglected that there are no infinitesimals, and that a comparison of finite segments is thus required. For this reason, it would be better so far as explanation is concerned to abandon the term distance for this integral, and to call it by some such name as impetus, suggestive of its physical import. Point 2. It is to be noted, however, that the conclusions of this discussion involve no objection to the modern treatment of ultimate physical laws in the guise of a problem in differential geometry. The integral impetus is an extensive quantity, a length. The differential element of impetus is the differential element of systematic length weighted with the individual peculiarities of its relevant environment. The whole theory of the physical field is the interweaving of the individual peculiarities of actual occasions upon the background of systematic geometry. This systematic geometry expresses the most general substantial form inherited throughout the vast cosmic society which 508 constitutes the primary real potentiality conditioning concrescence. Point 3. In this doctrine, the organic philosophy is very near to the philosophy of Descartes. The whole argument can be summarized thus. Actual occasions are immovable, so that the doctrine of coincidence is nonsense. Extensive quantity is a logical construct, expressing the number of congruent units which are, a. non-overlapping, and, b. exhaustive of the nexus in question. Congruence is only definable as a certain definite analogy of function in a systematic complex which embraces both congruent elements. That all experimental measurement involves ultimate intuitions of congruence between earlier and later states of the instruments employed. That all exact observation is made by perception in the mode of presentational immediacy. That if such perception merely concerns a private psychological field, science is the daydream of an individual without any public import. That perception in the mode of presentational immediacy solely depends upon the witness of the body, and only exhibits the external contemporary world in respect to its systematic geometrical relationship to the body. Part V. Final Interpretation. Chapter I. The Ideal Opposites. 512. The chief danger to philosophy is narrowness in the selection of evidence. This narrowness arises from the idiosyncrasies and timidities of particular authors, of particular social groups, of particular schools of thought, of particular epochs in the history of civilization. The evidence relied upon is arbitrarily biased by the temperaments of individuals, by the provincialities of groups, and by the limitations of schemes of thought. The evil, resulting from this distortion of evidence, is at its worst in the consideration of the topic of the final part of this investigation: ultimate ideals. We must commence this topic by an endeavor to state impartially the general types of the great ideals which have prevailed at sundry seasons and places. Our test in the selection. To be impartial, must be pragmatic. The chosen stage of exemplification must be such as to compel attention, by its own intrinsic interest, or by the intrinsic interest of the results which flow from it. For example, the stern self-restraint of the Roman farmers in the early history of the Republic issued in the great epoch of the Roman Empire, and the stern self-restraint of the early Puritans in New England issued in the flowering of New England culture. The epoch of the Covenanters has had for its issue the deep impression which modern civilization owes to Scotland. Neither the Roman farmers, nor the American Puritans, nor the Covenanters, can wholly command allegiance. Also they differ from each other. But in either case, there is greatness there, greatly exemplified. In contrast to this example, we find the flowering time of the aesthetic culture of ancient Greece, the Augustan epoch in Rome, the Italian Renaissance, the Elizabethan epoch in England, the Restoration epoch in England, 513 French and Teutonic civilization throughout the centuries of the modern world, modern Paris, and modern New York. Moralists have much to say about some of these societies. Yet, while there is any critical judgment in the lives of men, such achievements can never be forgotten. In the estimation of either type of these contrasted examples, sheer contempt betokens blindness. In each of these instances, there are elements which compel admiration. There is a greatness in the lives of those who build up religious systems, a greatness in action, in idea, and in self-subordination, embodied in instance after instance through centuries of growth. There is a greatness in the rebels who destroy such systems. They are the titans who storm heaven, armed with passionate sincerity. It may be that the revolt is the mere assertion by youth of its right to its proper brilliance, to that final good of immediate joy. Philosophy may not neglect the multifariousness of the world. The fairies dance, and Christ is nailed to the cross. There are various contrasted qualities of temperament, which control the formation of the mentalities of different epochs. In a previous chapter, Part 2, CHX, attention has already been drawn to the sense of permanence dominating the invocation "Abide with me," and the sense of flux dominating the sequel "Fast falls the eventide." Ideals fashion themselves round these two notions, permanence and flux. In the inescapable flux, there is something that abides; in the overwhelming permanence, there is an element that escapes into flux. Permanence can be snatched only out of flux, and the passing moment can find its adequate intensity only by its submission to permanence. Those who would disjoin the two elements can find no interpretation of patent facts. The four symbolic figures in the Medici Chapel in Florence, Michelangelo's masterpieces of statuary, day 514 and night, evening, and dawn, exhibit the everlasting elements in the passage of fact. The figures stay there, reclining in their recurring sequence, forever showing the essences in the nature of things. The perfect realization is not merely the exemplification of what in abstraction is timeless. It does more, it implants timelessness on what in its essence is passing. The perfect moment is fadeless in the lapse of time. Time has then lost its character of perpetual perishing, it becomes the moving image of eternity. Another contrast is equally essential for the understanding of ideals: the contrast between order as the condition for excellence, and order as stifling the freshness of living. This contrast is met with in the theory of education. The condition for excellence is a thorough training in technique. Sheer skill must pass out of the sphere of conscious exercise, and must have assumed the character of unconscious habit. The first, the second, and the third condition for high achievement is scholarship, in that enlarged sense including knowledge and acquired instinct controlling action. The paradox which wrecks so many promising theories of education is that the training which produces skill is so very apt to stifle imaginative zest. Skill demands repetition, and imaginative zest is tinged with impulse. Up to a certain point each gain in skill opens new paths for the imagination. But in each individual formal training has its limit of usefulness. Beyond that limit there is degeneration. The lilies of the field toil not, neither do they spin. The social history of mankind exhibits great organizations in their alternating functions of conditions for progress, and of contrivances for stunting humanity. The history of the Mediterranean lands, and of Western Europe, is the history of the blessing and the curse of political organizations, of religious organizations, of 515 schemes of thought, of social agencies for large purposes. The moment of dominance, prayed for, worked for, sacrificed for, by generations of the noblest spirits, marks the turning point where the blessing passes into the curse. Some new principle of refreshment is required. The art of progress is to preserve order amid change, and to preserve change amid order. Life refuses to be embalmed alive. The more prolonged the halt in some unrelieved system of order, the greater the crash of the dead society. The same principle is exhibited by the tedium arising from the unrelieved dominance of a fashion in art. Europe, having covered itself with treasures of Gothic architecture, entered upon generations of satiation. These jaded epochs seem to have lost all sense of that particular form of loveliness. It seems as though the last delicacies of feeling require some element of novelty to relieve their massive inheritance from bygone system. Order is not sufficient. What is required, is something much more complex. It is order entering upon novelty, so that the massiveness of order does not degenerate into mere repetition, and so that the novelty is always reflected upon a background of system. But the two elements must not really be disjoined. It belongs to the goodness of the world, that its settled order should deal tenderly with the faint discordant light of the dawn of another age. Also order, as it sinks into the background before new conditions, has its requirements. The old dominance should be transformed into the firm foundations, upon which new feelings arise, drawing their intensities from delicacies of contrast between system and freshness. In either alternative of excess, whether the past be lost, or be dominant, the present is enfeebled. This is only an application of Aristotle's doctrine of the golden mean. The lesson of the transmutation of causal efficacy into presentational immediacy is that great ends are reached by life in the present, life novel and immediate, but deriving its richness by its full inheritance from the rightly organized 516 animal body. It is by reason of the body, with its miracle of order, that the treasures of the past environment are poured into the living occasion. The final percipient root of occasions is perhaps some thread of happenings wandering in empty space amid the interstices of the brain. It toils not, neither does it spin. It receives from the past, it lives in the present. It is shaken by its intensities of private feeling, adversion, or aversion. In its turn, this culmination of bodily life transmits itself as an element of novelty throughout the avenues of the body. Its sole use to the body is its vivid originality, it is the organ of novelty. The world is thus faced by the paradox that, at least in its higher actualities, it craves for novelty and yet is haunted by terror at the loss of the past, with its familiarities and its loved ones. It seeks escape from time in its character of perpetually perishing. Part of the joy of the New Year's is the hope of the old round of seasons, with their stable facts of friendship and love and old association. Yet conjointly with this terror, the present as mere unrelieved preservation of the past assumes the character of a horror of the past, rejection of it, revolt. To die be given, or attain. Fierce work it were to do again *. Each new epoch enters upon its career by waging unrelenting war upon the aesthetic gods of its immediate predecessor. Yet the culminating fact of conscious, rational life refuses to conceive itself as a transient enjoyment, transiently useful. In the order of the physical world its role is defined by its introduction of novelty. But, just as physical feelings are haunted by the vague insistence of causality, so the higher intellectual feelings are haunted by the vague insistence of another order, where there is no unrest, no travel, no shipwreck, there shall be no more sea. 517 This is the problem which gradually shapes itself as religion reaches its higher phases in civilized communities. The most general formulation of the religious problem is the question whether the process of the temporal world passes into the formation of other actualities, bound together in an order in which novelty does not mean loss. The ultimate evil in the temporal world is deeper than any specific evil. It lies in the fact that the past fades, that time is a perpetual perishing. Objectification involves elimination. The present fact has not the past fact with it in any full immediacy. The process of time veils the past below distinctive feeling. There is a unison of becoming among things in the present. Why should there not be novelty without loss of this direct unison of immediacy among things? In the temporal world, it is the empirical fact that process entails loss, the past is present under an abstraction. But there is no reason, of any ultimate metaphysical generality, why this should be the whole story. The nature of evil is that the characters of things are mutually obstructive. Thus the depths of life require a process of selection. But the selection is elimination as the first step towards another temporal order seeking to minimize obstructive modes. Selection is at once the measure of evil, and the process of its evasion. It means discarding the element of obstructiveness in fact. No element in fact is ineffectual, thus the struggle with evil is a process of building up a mode of utilization by the provision of intermediate elements introducing a complex structure of harmony. The triviality in some initial reconstruction of order expresses the fact that actualities are being produced, which, trivial in their own proper character of immediate ends, are proper means for the emergence of a world at once lucid, and intrinsically of immediate worth. The evil of the world is that those elements which are translucent so far as transmission is concerned, in themselves are of slight weight, and that those elements 518 with individual weight, by their discord, impose upon vivid immediacy the obligation that it fade into night. He giveth his beloved sleep. In our cosmological construction we are, therefore left with the final opposites, joy and sorrow, good and evil, disjunction and conjunction, that is to say, the many in one flux and permanence, greatness and triviality, freedom and necessity, God and the world. In this list, the pairs of opposites are in experience with a certain ultimate directness of intuition, except in the case of the last pair. God and the world introduce the note of interpretation. They embody the interpretation of the cosmological problem in terms of a fundamental metaphysical doctrine as to the quality of creative origination, namely, conceptual appetition and physical realization. This topic constitutes the last chapter of cosmology. Chapter 2 God and the World. 519 So long as the temporal world is conceived as a self-sufficient completion of the creative act, explicable by its derivation from an ultimate principle which is at once eminently real and the unmoved mover, from this conclusion there is no escape. The best that we can say of the turmoil is, for so he giveth his beloved sleep. This is the message of religions of the Buddhistic type, and in some sense it is true. In this final discussion we have to ask, whether metaphysical principles impose the belief that it is the whole truth. The complexity of the world must be reflected in the answer. It is childish to enter upon thought with the simple-minded question, what is the world made of? The task of reason is to fathom the deeper depths of the many-sidedness of things. We must not expect simple answers to far-reaching questions. However far our gaze penetrates, there are always heights beyond which block our vision. The notion of God as the unmoved mover is derived from Aristotle, at least so far as Western thought is concerned. The notion of God as eminently real is a favorite doctrine of Christian theology. The combination of the two into the doctrine of an aboriginal, eminently real, transcendent creator, at whose fiat the world came into being, and whose imposed will it obeys, is the fallacy which has infused tragedy into the histories of Christianity and of Mohammedanism. When the Western world accepted Christianity, Caesar conquered, and the received text of Western theology was edited by his lawyers. The Code of Justinian and the Theology of Justinian are 2 volumes expressing 521 movement of the human spirit. The brief Galilean vision of humility flickered throughout the ages, uncertainly. In the official formulation of the religion it has assumed the trivial form of the mere attribution to the Jews that they cherished a misconception about their Messiah. But the deeper idolatry, of the fashioning of God in the image of the Egyptian, Persian, and Roman imperial rulers, was retained. The Church gave unto God the attributes which belonged exclusively to Caesar. In the great formative period of theistic philosophy, which ended with the rise of Mohammedanism, after a continuance coeval with civilization, 3 strains of thought emerge which, amid many variations in detail, respectively fashion God in the image of an imperial ruler, God in the image of a personification of moral energy, God in the image of an ultimate philosophical principle. Hume's dialogues criticize unanswerably these modes of explaining the system of the world. The 3 schools of thought can be associated respectively with the divine Caesars, the Hebrew prophets, and Aristotle. But Aristotle was antedated by Indian, and Buddhistic, thought. The Hebrew prophets can be paralleled in traces of earlier thought. Mohammedanism and the divine Caesars merely represent the most natural, obvious, idolatrous theistic symbolism, at all epochs and places. The history of theistic philosophy exhibits various stages of combination of these 3 diverse ways of entertaining the problem. There is, however, in the Galilean origin of Christianity yet another suggestion which does not fit very well with any of the 3 main strands of thought. It does not emphasize the ruling Caesar, or the ruthless moralist, or the unmoved mover. It dwells upon the tender elements in the world, which slowly and in quietness operate by love, and it finds purpose in the present immediacy of a kingdom not of this world. Love neither rules, nor is it unmoved, also it is 521 a little oblivious as to morals. It does not look to the future, for it finds its own reward in the immediate present. Apart from any reference to existing religions as they are, or as they ought to be, we must investigate dispassionately what the metaphysical principles, here developed, require on these points, as to the nature of God. There is nothing here in the nature of proof. There is merely the confrontation of the theoretic system with a certain rendering of the facts. But the unsystematized report upon the facts is itself highly controversial, and the system is confessedly inadequate. The deductions from it in this particular sphere of thought cannot be looked upon as more than suggestions as to how the problem is transformed in the light of that system. What follows is merely an attempt to add another speaker to that masterpiece, Hume's dialogues concerning natural religion. Any cogency of argument entirely depends upon elucidation of somewhat exceptional elements in our conscious experience, those elements which may roughly be classed together as religious and moral intuitions. In the first place, God is not to be treated as an exception to all metaphysical principles, invoked to save their collapse. He is their chief exemplification. Viewed as primordial, he is the unlimited conceptual realization of the absolute wealth of potentiality. In this aspect, he is not before all creation, but with all creation. But, as primordial, so far is he from eminent reality, that in this abstraction he is deficiently actual, and this in two ways. His feelings are only conceptual and so lack the fullness of actuality. Secondly, conceptual feelings, apart from complex integration with physical feelings, are devoid of consciousness in their subjective forms. Thus, when we make a distinction of reason, and con 522 God in the abstraction of a primordial actuality, we must ascribe to him neither fullness of feeling, nor consciousness. He is the unconditioned actuality of conceptual feeling at the base of things, so that, by reason of this primordial actuality, there is an order in the relevance of eternal objects to the process of creation. His unity of conceptual operations is a free creative act, untrammelled by reference to any particular course of things. It is deflected neither by love, nor by hatred, for what in fact comes to pass. The particularities of the actual world presuppose it, while it merely presupposes the general metaphysical character of creative advance, of which it is the primordial exemplification. The primordial nature of God is the acquirement by creativity of a primordial character. His conceptual actuality at once exemplifies and establishes the categorical conditions. The conceptual feelings, which compose his primordial nature, exemplify in their subjective forms their mutual sensitivity and their subjective unity of subjective aim. These subjective forms are valuations determining the relative relevance of eternal objects for each occasion of actuality. He is the lure for feeling, the eternal urge of desire. His particular relevance to each creative act as it arises from its own conditioned standpoint in the world, constitutes him the initial object of desire, establishing the initial phase of each subjective aim. A quotation from Aristotle's Metaphysics 1 expresses some analogies to, and some differences from, this line of thought. And since that which is moved and moves is intermediate, there is something which moves without being moved, being eternal, substance, and actuality. And the object of desire and the object of thought move in this way, they move without being moved. The primary objects of desire and of thought are the same. For the apparent good is the object of appetite, and the real good is the primary object of rational wish, but desire is cons 523 quent on opinion rather than opinion on desire, for the thinking is the starting point. And thought is moved by the object of thought, and one of the two columns of opposites is in itself the object of thought. Aristotle had not made the distinction between conceptual feelings and the intellectual feelings which alone involve consciousness. But if conceptual feeling, with its subjective form of valuation, be substituted for thought, thinking, and opinion, in the above quotation, the agreement is exact. There is another side to the nature of God which cannot be omitted. Throughout this exposition of the philosophy of organism we have been considering the primary action of God on the world. From this point of view, he is the principle of concretion, the principle whereby there is initiated a definite outcome from a situation otherwise riddled with ambiguity. Thus, so far, the primordial side of the nature of God has alone been relevant. But God, as well as being primordial, is also consequent. He is the beginning and the end. He is not the beginning in the sense of being in the past of all members. He is the presupposed actuality of conceptual operation, in unison of becoming with every other creative act. Thus, by reason of the relativity of all things, there is a reaction of the world on God. The completion of God's nature into a fullness of physical feeling is derived from the objectification of the world in God. He shares with every new creation its actual world, and the concrescent creature is objectified in God as a novel element in God's objectification of that actual world. This prehension into God of each creature is directed with the subjective aim, and clothed with the subjective form, wholly derivative from his all-inclusive primordial valuation. God's conceptual nature is unchanged, by reason of its final completeness. But his derivative 524 nature is consequent upon the creative advance of the world. Thus, analogously to all actual entities, the nature of God is dipolar. He has a primordial nature and a consequent nature. The consequent nature of God is conscious, and it is the realization of the actual world in the unity of his nature, and through the transformation of his wisdom. The primordial nature is conceptual, the consequent nature is the weaving of God's physical feelings upon his primordial concepts. One side of God's nature is constituted by his conceptual experience. This experience is the primordial fact in the world, limited by no actuality which it presupposes. It is therefore infinite, devoid of all negative prehensions. This side of his nature is free, complete, primordial, eternal, actually deficient, and unconscious. The other side originates with physical experience derived from the temporal world, and then acquires integration with the primordial side. It is determined, incomplete, consequent, everlasting, fully actual, and conscious. His necessary goodness expresses the determination of his consequent nature. Conceptual experience can be infinite, but it belongs to the nature of physical experience that it is finite. An actual entity in the temporal world is to be conceived as originated by physical experience with its process of completion motivated by consequent, conceptual experience initially derived from God. God is to be conceived as originated by conceptual experience with his process of completion motivated by consequent, physical experience, initially derived from the temporal world. The perfection of God's subjective aim, derived from the completeness of his primordial nature, issues into the character of his consequent nature. In it there is no loss, no obstruction. The world is felt in a unison of immediacy. The property of combining creative advance with 525. The retention of mutual immediacy is what in the previous section is meant by the term everlasting. The wisdom of subjective aim prehends every actuality for what it can be in such a perfected system: its sufferings, its sorrows, its failures, its triumphs, its immediacies of joy woven by rightness of feeling into the harmony of the universal feeling, which is always immediate, always many, always one, always with novel advance, moving onward and never perishing. The revolts of destructive evil, purely self-regarding, are dismissed into their triviality of merely individual facts, and yet the good they did achieve in individual joy, in individual sorrow, in the introduction of needed contrast, is yet saved by its relation to the completed whole. The image, and it is but an image, the image under which this operative growth of God's nature is best conceived, is that of a tender care that nothing be lost. The consequent nature of God is his judgment on the world. He saves the world as it passes into the immediacy of his own life. It is the judgment of a tenderness which loses nothing that can be saved. It is also the judgment of a wisdom which uses what in the temporal world is mere wreckage. Another image which is also required to understand his consequent nature is that of his infinite patience. The universe includes a threefold creative act composed of I, the one infinite conceptual realization, 2, the multiple solidarity of free physical realizations in the temporal world, 3, the ultimate unity of the multiplicity of actual fact with the primordial conceptual fact. If we conceive the first term and the last term in their unity over against the intermediate multiple freedom of physical realizations in the temporal world, we conceive of the patience of God, tenderly saving the turmoil of the intermediate world by the completion of his own nature. The sheer force of things lies in the intermediate physical process. This is the energy of physical production. God's role is not the combat of productive force 526 with productive force, of destructive force with destructive force. It lies in the patient operation of the overpowering rationality of his conceptual harmonization. He does not create the world, he saves it, or, more accurately, he is the poet of the world, with tender patience leading it by his vision of truth, beauty, and goodness. The vicious separation of the flux from the permanence leads to the concept of an entirely static God, with eminent reality, in relation to an entirely fluent world, with deficient reality. But if the opposites, static and fluent, have once been so explained as separately to characterize diverse actualities, the interplay between the thing which is static and the things which are fluent involves contradiction at every step in its explanation. Such philosophies must include the notion of illusion as a fundamental principle, the notion of mere appearance. This is the final Platonic problem. Undoubtedly, the intuitions of Greek, Hebrew, and Christian thought have alike embodied the notions of a static God condescending to the world, and of a world either thoroughly fluent, or accidentally static, but finally fluent. Heaven and earth shall pass away. In some schools of thought, the fluency of the world is mitigated by the assumption that selected components in the world are exempt from this final fluency, and achieve a static survival. Such components are not separated by any decisive line from analogous components for which the assumption is not made. Further, the survival is construed in terms of a final pair of opposites, happiness for some, torture for others. Such systems have the common character of starting with a fundamental intuition which we do mean to express, and of entangling themselves in verbal expressions, which carry consequences at variance with the initial intuition of permanence in fluency and of fluency in permanence. 527 But civilized intuition has always, although obscurely, grasped the problem as double and not as single. There is not the mere problem of fluency and permanence. There is the double problem, actuality with permanence, requiring fluency as its completion, and actuality with fluency, requiring permanence as its completion. The first half of the problem concerns the completion of God's primordial nature by the derivation of his consequent nature from the temporal world. The second half of the problem concerns the completion of each fluent actual occasion by its function of objective immortality, devoid of perpetual perishing, that is to say, everlasting. This double problem cannot be separated into two distinct problems. Either side can only be explained in terms of the other. The consequent nature of God is the fluent world become everlasting by its objective immortality in God. Also, the objective immortality of actual occasions requires the primordial permanence of God, whereby the creative advance ever re-establishes itself endowed with initial subjective aim derived from the relevance of God to the evolving world. But objective immortality within the temporal world does not solve the problem set by the penetration of the finer religious intuition. Everlastingness has been lost, and everlastingness is the content of that vision upon which the finer religions are built, the many absorbed everlastingly in the final unity. The problems of the fluency of God and of the everlastingness of passing experience are solved by the same factor in the universe. This factor is the temporal world perfected by its reception and its reformation, as a fulfillment of the primordial appetition which is the basis of all order. In this way God is completed by the individual, fluent satisfactions of finite fact, and the temporal occasions are completed by their everlasting union with their transformed selves, purged into conformation with the eternal order which is the final absolute wisdom. The final summary can 528 only be expressed in terms of a group of antitheses, whose apparent self-contradictions depend on neglect of the diverse categories of existence. In each antithesis there is a shift of meaning which converts the opposition into a contrast. It is as true to say that God is permanent and the world fluent, as that the world is permanent and God is fluent. It is as true to say that God is one and the world many, as that the world is one and God many. It is as true to say that, in comparison with the world, God is actual eminently, as that, in comparison with God, the world is actual eminently. It is as true to say that the world is immanent in God, as that God is immanent in the world. It is as true to say that God transcends the world, as that the world transcends God. It is as true to say that God creates the world, as that the world creates God. God and the world are the contrasted opposites in terms of which creativity achieves its supreme task of transforming disjoined multiplicity, with its diversities in opposition, into concrescent unity, with its diversities in contrast. In each actuality there are two concrescent poles of realization, enjoyment and appetition, that is, the physical and the conceptual. For God the conceptual is prior to the physical, for the world the physical poles are prior to the conceptual poles. A physical pole is in its own nature exclusive, bounded by contradiction. A conceptual pole is in its own nature all-embracing, unbounded by contradiction. The former derives its share of infinity from the infinity of appetition, the latter derives its share of limitation from the exclusiveness of enjoyment. Thus, by reason of his priority of appetition, there can be but one primordial nature for God, and, by reason of their priority of enjoyment, there must be one history of many actualities in the physical world. 529 God and the world stand over against each other, expressing the final metaphysical truth that appetitive vision and physical enjoyment have equal claim to priority in creation. But no two actualities can be torn apart, each is all in all. Thus each temporal occasion embodies God, and is embodied in God. In God's nature, permanence is primordial and flux is derivative from the world. In the world's nature, flux is primordial and permanence is derivative from God. Also the world's nature is a primordial datum for God, and God's nature is a primordial datum for the world. Creation achieves the reconciliation of permanence and flux when it has reached its final term, which is everlastingness, the apotheosis of the world. Opposed elements stand to each other in mutual requirement. In their unity, they inhibit or contrast. God and the world stand to each other in this opposed requirement. God is the infinite ground of all mentality, the unity of vision seeking physical multiplicity. The world is the multiplicity of finites, actualities seeking a perfected unity. Neither God, nor the world, reaches static completion. Both are in the grip of the ultimate metaphysical ground, the creative advance into novelty. Either of them, God and the world, is the instrument of novelty for the other. In every respect God and the world move conversely to each other in respect to their process. God is primordially one, namely, he is the primordial unity of relevance of the many potential forms. In the process he acquires a consequent multiplicity, which the primordial character absorbs into its own unity. The world is primordially many, namely, the many actual occasions with their physical finitude. In the process it acquires a consequent unity, which is a novel occasion and is absorbed into the multiplicity of the primordial character. Thus God is to be conceived as one and as many in the converse sense in which the world is to be conceived as many and as one. The theme of cosmology, which is the basis of all really 530 juns, is the story of the dynamic effort of the world passing into everlasting unity, and of the static majesty of God's vision, accomplishing its purpose of completion by absorption of the world's multiplicity of effort. The consequent nature of God is the fulfillment of his experience by his reception of the multiple freedom of actuality into the harmony of his own actualization. It is God as really actual, completing the deficiency of his mere conceptual actuality. Every categorical type of existence in the world presupposes the other types in terms of which it is explained. Thus the many eternal objects conceived in their bare isolated multiplicity lack any existent character. They require the transition to the conception of them as efficaciously existent by reason of God's conceptual realization of them. But God's conceptual realization is nonsense if thought of under the guise of a barren, eternal hypothesis. It is God's conceptual realization performing an efficacious role in multiple unifications of the universe, which are free creations of actualities arising out of decided situations. Again, this discordant multiplicity of actual things, requiring each other and neglecting each other, utilizing and discarding, perishing and yet claiming life as obstinate matter of fact, requires an enlargement of the understanding to the comprehension of another phase in the nature of things. In this later phase, the many actualities are one actuality, and the one actuality is many actualities. Each actuality has its present life and its immediate passage into novelty, but its passage is not its death. This final phase of passage in God's nature is ever enlarging itself. In it the complete adjustment of the immediacy of joy and suffering reaches the final end of creation. This end is existence in the perfect unity of adjustment as means, and in the perfect multiplicity of the attainment of individual types of 531 self-existence. The function of being a means is not disjoined from the function of being an end. The sense of worth beyond itself is immediately enjoyed as an overpowering element in the individual self-attainment. It is in this way that the immediacy of sorrow and pain is transformed into an element of triumph. This is the notion of redemption through suffering which haunts the world. It is the generalization of its very minor exemplification as the aesthetic value of discords in art. Thus the universe is to be conceived as attaining the active self-expression of its own variety of opposites, of its own freedom and its own necessity, of its own multiplicity and its own unity, of its own imperfection and its own perfection. All the opposites are elements in the nature of things, and are incorrigibly there. The concept of God is the way in which we understand this incredible fact that what cannot be, yet is. Thus the consequent nature of God is composed of a multiplicity of elements with individual self-realization. It is just as much a multiplicity as it is a unity, it is just as much one immediate fact as it is an unresting advance beyond itself. Thus the actuality of God must also be understood as a multiplicity of actual components in process of creation. This is God in his function of the kingdom of heaven. Each actuality in the temporal world has its reception into God's nature. The corresponding element in God's nature is not temporal actuality, but is the transmutation of that temporal actuality into a living, ever-present fact. An enduring personality in the temporal world is a root of occasions in which the successors with some peculiar completeness sum up their predecessors. The correlate fact in God's nature is an even more complete unity of life in a chain of elements for which succession does not mean loss of immediate unison. This element in God's nature inherits from the temporal counterpart 532 according to the same principle as in the temporal world the future inherits from the past. Thus in the sense in which the present occasion is the person now, and yet with his own past, so the counterpart in God is that person in God. But the principle of universal relativity is not to be stopped at the consequent nature of God. This nature itself passes into the temporal world according to its gradation of relevance to the various concrescent occasions. There are thus four creative phases in which the universe accomplishes its actuality. There is first the phase of conceptual origination, deficient in actuality, but infinite in its adjustment of valuation. Secondly, there is the temporal phase of physical origination, with its multiplicity of actualities. In this phase full actuality is attained, but there is deficiency in the solidarity of individuals with each other. This phase derives its determinate conditions from the first phase. Thirdly, there is the phase of perfected actuality, in which the many are one everlastingly, without the qualification of any loss either of individual identity or of completeness of unity. In everlastingness, immediacy is reconciled with objective immortality. This phase derives the conditions of its being from the two antecedent phases. In the fourth phase, the creative action completes itself. For the perfected actuality passes back into the temporal world, and qualifies this world so that each temporal actuality includes it as an immediate fact of relevant experience. For the kingdom of heaven is with us today. The action of the fourth phase is the love of God for the world. It is the particular providence for particular occasions. What is done in the world is transformed into a reality in heaven, and the reality in heaven passes back into the world. By reason of this reciprocal relation, the love in the world passes into the love in heaven, and floods back again into the world. In this sense, God is the great companion, the fellow sufferer who understands. 533 We find here the final application of the doctrine of objective immortality. Throughout the perishing occasions in the life of each temporal creature, the inward source of distaste or of refreshment, the judge arising out of the very nature of things, Redeemer or Goddess of mischief, is the transformation of itself, everlasting in the being of God. In this way, the insistent craving is justified, the insistent craving that zest for existence be refreshed by the ever-present, unfading importance of our immediate actions, which perish and yet live forevermore.